spot to play a bit of tens. Welcome to Hamilton, welcome to our little perch above our beautifully manicured main pitch here at the National Stadium, and welcome to what might just be the start of a very exciting adventure.
David Busby, he's being given chase, but Busby will get there. It's the Royals' third try.
There's as much pace as there is physicality.
Rhinos pick up their second victory of the day. Looks to try and scamper through that gap around the far side. Is he going to go all the way to the corner? He's given chase, but he looks to be in. The final whistle goes, which wraps up our third session and day one here at the World 10 Series. It's finished. It is the start of day two of our inaugural World 10 Series.
The Rhinos against the London Royals will conclude round one.
Oh, it's brilliantly picked out in the pass from Ross Neal. Rhinos look to try and go round the fringes. 2-point conversion jeopardy kick to win the game. Oh, it's brilliant from there. The flags are raised. London Royals are beaten right.
Well, everyone loves a montage. Go big or go home at the World 10 Series. Welcome to the National Stadium in Bermuda's capital of Hamilton. Welcome to round two of the 10s. We've got 2 days of action-packed rugby to determine the standings for next weekend's final stage shootout. That should be a lot of fun. A fair amount of wind around this morning. The heavens forecast to open this afternoon, so keep an eye on the 4x4s and the SUVs. Happy Monday to you. Good to have you with us. What a treat to start the week with a bit of live rugby, and given that we've just had Halloween, we couldn't find treats to join us in studio. We've got a couple of tricks as well. Slow to remove their Halloween makeup. Good morning to Ollie Phillips and Rob Vickerman. How are we both? How are we feeling as we edge into, well, a little bit more than known than we had this time last week?
Just the excitement builds again. A different product. We've spoken all about it. Last week threw up some surprises. The Rhinos. This week we've got SX10 hopefully coming back into the mix. Phoenix are a lot stronger. So it's just exciting, and the weather throws up another curveball for us all. So the fun begins.
We had an hour of touch on the beach yesterday, and I'm all over the place. I can barely walk. My shoulders have gone. I'm old and past it and never really had it anyway. But just interesting to see how these guys are going to cope, having had a pretty physical couple of days Sunday, Monday last week, but a lot of rugby to come in the next 5-6 days as well.
There's so much rugby to come up, and that's why these players have been really professional in terms of their recuperation post. Yes, last week was very physical, but they've had 6 days to recover and recuperate. So that's a long time from what many people are used to. And I think, the fact that it's been 8 months is probably more of a shock to the system for them to be back in play. And I've got to say, on camera here, that Alex Payne has still got it. He has still got it.
I'll pay you later. Thank you.
Shakira, apparently those hips don't lie, mate. That's what it's all about.
Going absolutely all over the place, unfortunately. I tell you what, one exciting thing about coming into round two is not only we got new players arriving from the Kings, so we've got some squads that are going to be bolstered, but also we've hopefully got another seat at the table, which is going to be the SX10s. Now, unfortunately, they returned a positive COVID test a couple of weeks ago. They've been through the quarantine process, but fingers crossed, we are going to have them down at the ground and taking part today. And Elma Smit, who's been so busy over the course of the last 10 days or so, was out early in her go-kart to check in on their testing routine this morning.
I'm here at Cambridge Beaches Resort on the far southern end of the main island in Bermuda, where SX10 have been holed up. They are getting tested right now. Harry McNulty here behind me getting the swab up his nose. Look, it's a pretty scenic spot to have this procedure conducted. As soon as they get the all clear, they will be mandated to leave their resort and head on over to the BDA National Stadium.
I think there's not much more we can do, really. We've had a pretty good 2 weeks. being in quarantine and everything else. Also been released this week to train in a COVID bubble pretty much, just the squad together. As you can see behind me is our lovely coconut patch, our main stadium, our training field here on the resort. Boys are positive today, so hopefully a positive mindset, hopefully negative test, so that we can partake in today's action at the round 2. I don't think a little field has been as much utilized as this one has been over the last week, so yeah, we had to do all our prep here, so not sure if the guys will be used to big spaces, so everything will be happening in a tight areas. But yeah, we've had some fun. We kept the guys' spirits up quite high. As you can see, the guys are all rambling and going and bustling, so it's been a bit of a challenge, but I think we've done a stellar job to get the boys ready for game.
Well, it will, fingers crossed, be great to have them joining the party, as we said. Frankie Horn looking remarkably like the Lone Ranger. I hope he hasn't come via any banks on the way down here. Hi-ho, Silver, and all that.
Got a swag in the back, but I mean, they're an exciting side, an exciting prospect. I desperately hope that they pass their test. Yeah. They're my sort of favourites at the beginning. I still think if they can play today, it's their tournament to win, because they've got so much talent in there. You just go through the ranks from the likes of Luke Trahan, Oscar Umar, William Bakker, Collins and Gira, South Africa, all these names that are so synonymous with the World Series. They're here. These guys can play. But I think it'll be a shock for them rolling up here, seeing what Tens is all about. Yeah.
Well, it's hard to pick the favourites as being the team full of international stars, isn't it, Mr. Phillips? But I think they certainly have been railing around. They're like
trying to justify why you went for the Dragons.
You're still going for the Dragons. I'm still sticking with him. I'll tell you, it's a 3-week process for those guys. They'll get there. They've got England.
You're like the gambler that just loses everything. Yeah. Double or quits, double or
they're going to come good, I promise. But talk about coming good. They must be like caged tigers, those guys, SX10. And they're also content kings. Anybody wants a bit of a lesson about how you work Instagram or any type of socials, and they've been absolutely killing it. Not much else to do in the hotel, they say.
It is really interesting, actually, to ask how they're going to approach it. I mean, almost mentally is the challenge for them to keep it together as much as physically today, because they are starting a lap behind everybody else. They've been sitting in the same chair pretty much for 2 weeks. I mean, there is a danger. Some of them, you know, the cans are ready to explode when you open them, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a bit of a shock for them when they come into this, because, well, last week we spoke about everyone hadn't played any rugby since February because of COVID. Now, they've got over that hurdle now. Their body's a bit more battle-hardened. They've played 5 or 6 games, so they're used to the physicality of this 10 series. The SX10 aren't there yet, but you know, they've got the beauty of, they've got a lot of international quality. They understand how to recover, get their bodies in shape, and I think they'll be good for it. You know, let's not forget also, they've got Monday, Tuesday today, and then they roll straight into Saturday for the finals. So it is a really tight turnaround, and body management's going to be critical throughout all of this.
You will be pleased. We're going to go through some of the stats from the opening round. You will be pleased to see that the Dragons have given you a couple of table toppers. First of all, the top try scorer. I mean, do you want to talk us through why perhaps they haven't had the results to back up the fact they've got top try scorer and top point scorer?
He's going to dig himself out of this one, isn't he?
I'll dig all day. I think you look at their individual class is fantastic, and Sunga Tonga's leading the way with the try scores. But you've got to think about, they've been 8 months out of the game, and having chat to a few of them, 8 months for many of these big island men is a very different prospect for 8 months out for these European guys with gyms and access and the MLR type of franchise availability. So I think that's what's taking their time. I think they're going to get into it slowly. But as we saw, APD, they are like a walking highlight reel. They've got some incredible players. And when this guy gets the ball in a little bit of space, Sunga Tonga, he's just able to create stuff. And it's great. It's that Fijian flair that many of them possess, even though not all of them are Fijian. But it's just brilliant to see them back together with smiles on faces. And when you get players like this with smiles, you're not going to be far off.
Top point scorer as well, Carl Mayer, who was with the Dragons in Newport a while ago, now playing in the MLR, but has had a really impressive opening. We had dinner with him actually the other night. Just a fabulous guy who I think is just loving his rugby at the moment, and you've seen that in the way that he's been playing. Yeah,
I mean, he's a big unit as well. When you look at him, he's a big lump. You know, some of the teams would be delighted that we had him down at Patron Bacardi HQ with us on Thursday, so maybe a couple of those little shots slowed him down, but I mean, he was outstanding in the sort of week one, if you like, in terms of the, you know, not only I think from his support play, his physicality on the field, but also his kicking. That was a big differentiator for the Rhinos. You see him here off the shoulder like every good support player, and got a bit of toe as well just to get him over the line. It's going to be critical that he produces the same form. I think the biggest thing we can't really look past is last week was great. It was effectively a warm-up for all these teams, because now this is what really matters. This, you know, week 2. Where do they finish in the pecking orders, and do they give themselves a top seed and therefore a bye on the quarter-final rounds? This is the one that really matters now. Yeah.
It's interesting, you're obviously talking up SX10 who are going to join. You're still talking about the Asia Pacific Dragons, and no fault of yours for that. But in terms of what we had in the opening weekend, obviously Rhinos were the top dogs at the end of it all. Royals played some lovely rugby as well. Is that because of the understanding that so many of these players will have, having obviously featured for England Sevens over the years?
It is, and the Royals pride themselves on their attack, but they only conceded 3 tries as well. So when they got ball in hand, this is what you can expect. First try of the World 10 Series out here in Bermuda, and you're getting a wonderful combination of Foden to Davis to Norton. Guys that just know where space is. These guys as 7 players are so well versed with playing at high tempo. They spend 40 minutes at 95% heart rate. So for them, that chance to keep the tempo high is going to benefit them. But there's many teams who want the opposite.
It's nice to see players like Ben Foden, who aren't necessarily in the flush of their careers anymore, but still just really enjoying themselves out here and showing the class that they've got as well. Yeah,
I mean, it is. And after your performance apparently on the beaches yesterday, we could be seeing a run out from Payne as well. But I think the beauty of the 10 series is that the pace isn't quite as fast as the 7 series, but it's a lot faster than the 15s. So there's a bit more space, a bit more opportunity to run. But if you want to stick it up the jumper and be a power team like we saw the Rhinos in that final game against the Royals, you can do that. So there's that careful balance between the two, and people like Ben Foden are playing it perfectly.
I want to talk macro in just a moment or two, particularly off the back of the Six Nations weekend that's just been and gone. But should we get into some of the tactics before that? Ben Seamer, obviously, we've talked a lot about conversion jeopardy, and if you are just joining us this morning, great to have you with us. We've obviously had some innovations in what we've got here at the 10s, and the conversion jeopardy is something to keep your eye on, in that the conversion kickers are able to choose where they take it from and will garner more points for the greater risk that they take. But we've also spoken a lot about 7s and 15s, and when you're looking at the overall sort of ratio, which one is coming out on top at the moment?
So it's a constantly sliding spectrum. We're seeing lots of teams who want that 7s pace, but I'd say more so 15s. I think if you pitch yourself round about halfway, you're not far off, and this is your 7s expertise here. Mitchell can slow the game, he controls that pace and spots the space in behind, and as Bowen has benefited from countless times on the 7 series, they exploit that by way of foot. This is Tom Mitchell's thing. He can control the ball, controls the pace, sees the space, perfect execution. So that's very much of a 7s format without the necessary format and framework you get in 15s. Now, many teams who see the 7s teams, they want the opposite by trying to slow it down, make it more about set piece, so scrums and line-outs specifically. Yeah. We have rolling subs here. You can bring on an absolute G unit of players, all of them walking towards to create their human shield to drive them over the line-out. So this is the timeout they took. 30 seconds left of this game. You can have 45 seconds to pick the best players to form this, a driving maul, an ability to get everybody concisely placed. There is no stopping this, no matter what form of rugby. It's a special play. You're 5 metres out, and it meant that they won that game. So that's 15s, we see 7s, and it's a constantly moving spectrum. And that's why I think it's really exciting to watch.
You agree with all of that? Challenging?
Yeah. I think what I was enjoying the most was actually the intriguing battles and contests that the coaches were having on the sidelines around when to bring these players on, when to roll them off. We saw, actually, we're talking about conversion jeopardy, Carl Mayer just roll on and off twice for the Rhinos to kick a 5-pointer, then come back off because they want to keep his boot on ice. There we saw the Aviators rolling on the big units to win the game at the end. So when we tried to speak to the coaches, they couldn't concentrate because they were constantly trying to think about when do we bring players on and off. And that's the intrigue, that's the contest, that's the constant strategy that you want going on the side of the rugby field.
We've also, hopefully, got Bron van Straten bringing his kicking tee down as well. I mean, one of the greats of Springbok rugby, and certainly that Stormers team of the early 2000s as well. Still got it.
Still got it. Well, benefited massively playing up at Leeds Tykes when he was there. I mean, the guy was just an absolute sharpshooter, the Hawkeye of rugby.
Yeah.
He never, ever missed. And I said to him now, how are you feeling? You feel must be, good, Nick. So he said, I'm a better kicker now than I was then. So there's very much something to look forward to there. His last point scored in any type of competitive game was in 2007. So it's been a while, but he's still got it.
Still got the magic off the tee.
He's wearing the shirt number 7 today, so who knows what could happen. Miracles could happen.
Ronaldo, Van Straten. Just before we get into this macro thing as well, I just want to talk tackle stats as well. What have you noticed in the defensive patterns that we're seeing out here at the moment?
Teams are looking for a little bit more contact, so there's a huge amount of tackles, certainly when you pit the big 15s guys against the smaller 7s. And actually, as you see here, 93% success rate from the Rhinos. That, for me, was their defining feature. They have been thrown together as an invitational team, yet look so cohesive in how they defended. The Royals only conceded 3 tries, so we talk about their attack, but defensively, they were really good as well. And you can see clearly from the stats you're seeing there, the Phoenix really struggled, but there's very much a changed team. So no shocks really to see the same order of tackle success as it is in terms of position of league as well.
Yeah, I mean, in that last game, the Rhinos-Royals, the Royals had to make 80 tackles to the Rhinos 20. So it gives you an idea in terms of the volume of workload that the Royals went through in order to try and keep them out. And in the end, it was the power play that paid the dividends, and Carl Mayer came up with the goods to kick it through the poles. So, you know, tackle accuracy is critical in whatever game of rugby you play. You miss tackles, it's going to hurt you at some point. And the sides with the greatest success rate in terms of percentages are going to be, in the running come the end of it all.
Yeah. Let's just quickly, if you weren't with us last week, flick you through the results that we had in that opening round. The two standout teams, really, the Rhinos and the Royals, they met in the final game of the weekend, and it was, I think, what we were really hoping for in terms of tens, a really good game that was settled right at the death with conversion jeopardy, and we're just taking you through the results on the bottom of your screen now. But Rhinos and Royals, the two teams from round one, who will hope to go strong again this time around. Macro. And it's worth just noting, welcome if you're joining us in the US, and obviously if you're on more familiar territory in terms of your rugby in the UK and South Africa and wherever you're watching us from. It's worth saying at this point, we're all immersed in rugby union, and you've both played at the highest level. I've been lucky enough to cover it for 15, 16 years or so. But what's been fascinating out here is talking rugby with people in the American market, investors, etc., and just getting a sense of what is... There are cushions going everywhere. They are. The wind is really picking up. Just talking rugby union with the American market. And I think it's worth just reflecting on what we had in terms of Super Saturday in the Six Nations. We love the tournament. It's rich in history. It throws up some fabulous storylines. But when you've got senior journalists amongst the sort of the British press pack, Stephen Jones saying it was a non-glorious tournament, Rob Kitson in The Guardian saying it wasn't a particularly Super Saturday, Park pitch stuff in Llanelli, said another one, Paul Hayward in The Telegraph questioning the bonus point farce, hardly a vintage tournament, says Rugby Pass. But the quote I really want to use is that of Chris Foy, who writes for The Mail in the UK. Saturday showed that rugby is bogged down by structure and its own super fit, super-sized nature. Defensive line speed, caterpillar rucks, organised kick chase and mauls do not engage the wider public. Space is needed. Make it 12 aside, question mark, exclamation mark. Hello to the tens, perhaps at this point. But this is not about bagging 15s. We love the sport. We are invested in it. We're passionate about it. But the question has to be, is rugby union reaching a point where it has to innovate to re-engage not only the younger generations in its traditional markets, but to get into the US, to get into territories where at the moment the game is not where it would like to be?
In a short answer, yes. But I think, and elaborating on that a bit further, rugby needs to evolve in terms of a product, and that's what we're sort of suggesting and seeing now through this World 10 series. It works, if you like, in the UK and South Africa because they're used to it, but the problem with its growth, and it's what stifled its growth in the past, has been, you know, the councils that we've heard about, you know, all the old farts and whatever else, that won't let things evolve and grow. So it needs disruptive products like this, like maybe a COVID outbreak, that allow and force the dial, force the needle in terms of, okay, here is a new product that is exciting, that is enticing, that is giving you the perfect blend of both, that is appealing to a different market that's in the US and maybe the Middle East and maybe China. You know, that's where rugby needs to go to, and we need to think of different ways to do it. Cricket did it with the IPL. There's no reason why rugby shouldn't be doing it now with the World 10 series.
How macro are we going here?
Go for it.
Okay, right, interesting. Right, so for a few things off the bat, you've got to look at the demographic of these people who are writing the articles.
Yep.
Very much of a similar vintage, who have experienced rugby at the same form for a long, long time.
But the fact that they are the ones questioning it from a position of authority adds a huge amount of weight.
Absolutely, and that's why I think it's almost a very powerful message that they're saying this, because it's not people who are trying to disrupt and innovate that are saying this, it's them. Yeah. They're the traditionalists. So I actually think from this point forwards, it's actually irrelevant what has happened preceding, because this is trying to capture new people, new audiences that the world speaks of, that attention is now the thing that is competed for. So really, really pivotal to get that across. Now, the Six Nations, as we all know, and these big events, the Nations as it was, the championship, it thrives on atmosphere. It needs to have the atmosphere, that the broadcast feeds off it, certainly if in the crowd it feeds off it. However, this can fall back to innovation, where the spectacle is actually on the variant of rule, the different tactics, the newness of it all, which still feels really exciting. So I think it's a really polarised element. But in terms of capturing the market from here onwards and much wider, you need to look outside of these traditional realms that rugby has always had. It's a 160-year game. It's been around a long time. This is very much new. But every other sport seems to be looking for that innovation. And that's, for me, why this really is exciting as a rugby viewer.
Yeah. It's been very interesting watching the reaction of traditional, journalists in the 15s game as to what they're all sort of looking over the fence and just seeing what's going on in Bermuda. And I just wonder how much of a challenge you think this competition here is going to afford people. I mean, are people going to see innovation here and think, right, we've got to move faster in the traditional hotbeds in order to capitalise on shaking it up a little bit? Or is that just not possible, given the way the game is structured, run, the unions, the councils that control the sport?
I would have said before March, probably. But I'd say now, because of what's happened in the world outside of rugby that's forcing the issue, they have to think differently, whether it be World Rugby, whether it be RFUs, whatever it might be. Thankfully, there are people behind the World 10 Series that are seizing the moment, if you like, and driving the sport forward in a different direction, offering a different product that's for a different market, that is maybe answering the calls to some things that Rob just mentioned. You mentioned the Chris Foys of the world or whatever, who are wanting to see something unique, see rugby through a different lens, through a different dimension, and the Tens is doing that. And I think that the beauty of what's going on here is, the way that the rugby's being played, the way it's being produced, that's appealing to that market.
One other thing that's worth mentioning actually as well is, and it's been a terrible time across the board, our sympathies with everybody in every walk of life who've been deeply affected by the pandemic that we've got at the moment, but we are focusing on the sport that we know and love. But certainly in England, the fact that the RFU have had to cancel, the grassroots game from, I think it's level 3 downwards, is going to provide enormous challenges as to how many of them come back in 6, 8, 10, 12 months' time, whatever it's going to be. And I just wonder, actually, whether 10s might be a very good way of getting people back in their boots again.
I think it's a logical step to look at a shortened format, just because you get rid of that barrier that having so many people involved in any environment, which I know has different variants and restrictions the world over. But it comes down to just making it simplistic. And the more simple the game is, the more you can try and get the reach out there. And the big thing is getting it in schools. Now, 10s for me seems a great format to still be inclusive, which I'd say was 7's failure occasionally, because people think you have to run the 100 metres in 11 seconds to play the game. But you're looking for inclusivity, you're looking for simplicity, and then the diversity it can have as well. So I think, yeah, definitely look at it. There needs to be something different. Could this be the catalyst? I think it probably could. 10s for me is that perfect level between the two sports, the two codes, that could be a bigger product.
It's going to be fascinating to see the pickup that it gets this weekend and finals weekend as well, which is going to be brilliant. It's winner takes all in terms of the knockouts, etc. It gives it a high jeopardy, I love that word, high jeopardy, kind of high stakes next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned one of the things that I think is really appealing, and we've already seen in terms of how it's exploded on social, is this conversion jeopardy concept. It's just a huge opportunity. You can see now on screen the conversion jeopardy. For those people that don't know, it's when you score a try, it's the opportunity to then pick where you take your conversion from. So if you choose the blue point, you get 1 point. You choose the orange colour, 2 points, yellow 3, and if you really have got the Gary Gung-Ho in your boots and you're feeling brave and bold, you take the 5 points from the halfway line, kick a 50-metre. That is just something that is unique, people haven't seen before. And we have already seen, in terms of how the game's played out in week 1, it changes the whole dynamic of how teams structure and play their game over the 20 minutes of the contest.
We had a couple of brilliant suggestions on social media, and we're very conscious not to turn it into a circus, but it is wonderful to hear the thoughts and the ideas of those of you who are watching at home at World 10s on Twitter and at World 10 Series on Instagram if you want to get involved in that. But Ben Seamer, who we took to the tequila tasting, said that he quite liked the idea of try scorer kicks the goal, and then to raise the stakes even higher, if you go for the 5 points but you miss, you lose the 5 you've scored for the try as well. I mean, it's sort of, I don't want to make it too game show, but there's some wonderful little ideas coming in from out wide.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it, okay? Because the World 10 Series is not constrained by the rules and regulations of World Rugby, of RFU, of Six Nations. It's a totally new product that we can innovate all around. The first innovation is conversion jeopardy. I'm sure that will evolve. Rolling subs is another one. So why not? Why not throw that in the mixture of, like, try scorer's got to have the kick, but if they miss it, then you're going to lose the points as well. It plays with players' minds, it plays with coaches' minds, and equally it keeps everyone at home excited, and that's what you want. All the comments you just made around the Six Nations are people are bored.
Yeah.
Like, people are bored with what they're seeing. They need something different. Why not?
your teammates would be screaming at you to pass them over the try line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they won't.
50
I won't score another try. Full stop. Thankfully, I don't need to play
the hard work and pass on the glory.
It was actually muted in the 7 Series to do that. It was Paddy O'Brien's suggestion about 11 years ago to say try scorer has to be the one that kicks it, purely to speed the game up, because you often have to wait 60 metres to get to the kicking position. But then they introduced a 30-second shot clock, which again is relevant here. So, yeah, there's definitely interest within that. We've not seen the ultimate jeopardy yet, because we've not had a drawn game yet.
Yes, I know. Hopefully we might get that today, tomorrow.
Yes.
A little bit of, because then you get 2 players going head-to-head on the shootout. Winner takes all, no draws. Just a quick word on the conditions that we've got here. It is very blustery. You know it's windy because Ben Foden's doubled down on the hair gel today just to make sure that nothing moves untoward. But are we going to see a lot more balls in the sky, do you think? A kicking game, we were sort of seeing teams work on it in round 1, but how much of a bigger factor is that going to be today, kicking game?
Well, speaking to Brian van Straten by the pool yesterday, you know, his Phoenix side, whose flag's flying in the background there, that's something they're definitely looking at.
Don't rub it in.
Well, no, they were looking at, okay, is the kicking game wasn't really utilised in day 1. I think they will. If the SX10 can come in, you're going to see people like South Africa, I think, using that to full effect. Luke Trahan as well.
Yeah.
Because there's space. There is space out there. And then if you back your defensive shape, you can put pressure on teams.
Good.
I actually think, having spoken to a few coaches, there's a few special plays coming in, a bit of a trick shot. So you see it a bit in NFL, don't you? The occasional, oh, we've had the cushions are trouble, there we go. But
that was our trick shot.
Exactly. One of these magic moments where it could be a set play. Think of the wall, the old school 15s clips, think of that little special kicks. Things just been a bit different. I think that's what we're going to see.
Final thought? What are we hoping for?
Just much of the same, but just, again, maybe some shocks out there. Just a bit of creativity, ingenuity, and the wind is going to, rip it up in the morning and then it's going to rain in the afternoon. That is what Bermuda throws up. Bermuda's on board with the World 10 Series. It says, let's mix it up. Let's give rugby a chance to grow and prosper, so here we are. Good stuff. Here come the hot steppers for our first game of the day, and it's time to hand you over to our lyrical gangster. A warm welcome to Mr. Nick Heath.
Thank you very much, Alex Payne, and a very good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching. Some of you may have heard over the course of the last day or two that what we'd like to offer you for this very first game, we know we've got many people tuning into our new product here, is a bit more of an explainer as to how this oval ball game is played. So that's what I'd like to do during this morning's game, as we welcome, of course, the Miami Sun against the London Royals. So we'll do our best just to run through a few little basics for you. I've managed to have the ear of a couple of the officials, the likes of Mr. JP Doyle and our head of official Steve Lander. And if you're watching along, well, perhaps we can just run through a few of the basics for you. And if you're a traditional rugby fan, well, maybe it'll act as a bit of a refresher for you. And you will also perhaps be patient as we try and bring this game to more and more people across the world. So we're just waiting for the teams to assemble themselves on the sideline. It is a nice hazy day so far. We know that the conditions are going to come in and do their best to play their part. The pitch is looking immaculate, and you have to say it's all about that strip for the Miami Sun, isn't it? Plenty of inquiries about that. We've had to reassert where our big screen goes. We've just moved it down a little bit. So let's just have a little look at the teams then. The London Royals come into round 2 without Andrew Di Ritalo, but there is still plenty of finishing prowess in this side, who lost just one of their games in round 1, that climactic last match we all enjoyed a week ago. 22-year-old Tom Emery, top point scorer with a haul of 20, including 2 of those 5-point jeopardy kicks. AJ Davis dotting down a couple, as did David Busby. Ross Neal, a tall, strong runner from London Irish. Rich de Carpentier with a new tooth in place for this week after losing one last time out. The Miami Sun, well, they sport the best strip in the competition, as you can see. They boast internationals in the likes of Canadian DTH Van der Merwe, who scored twice in round 1, Tuamo Aloha, the Utah Warriors man, and Yandre Dutoit also popping up with 2 tries apiece. USA Sevens man Marcus Satavu, the heartbeat of the side on and off the field, if the Sun's social media channels are anything to go by. We've got Scott Green, who is going to be our referee for this one. And let's start at the very beginning. 10 aside. 10s at rugby. The opportunity
to come on and off the field with rolling subs. And this kickoff now needs to travel 10 metres over the dotted line. So that dotted line is the 10-metre line on the field. This kickoff has to go from there. Now, in a rugby union game, you wouldn't be taking it from the tee, but we've tweaked with things a little bit, and that is clearly going to pass the 10-metre line. So we play on as the London Royals bring the ball in. Played away from the player acting scrum half at the back of that tackle. We'll come on to a few more little bits of terminology as we settle in. Round two of the World 10 Series is up and running. Tom Emery looking to come round the corner for the Royals. Just trying to get his way through the tackle. Off to his big teammate, Rich de Carpentier. Fellow England Sevens players being given the opportunity to be in this professional environment. Tom Bowen. Of course, the ball had that fresh lacquer on it in our opening game of round one a week ago. It was popping out all over the place, but I think the balls have been kicked in a little bit now. So looks like the handling is already a little fresher. It's Ross Neal who looks to come over that 10-metre line. Now it's played away for Northcote Green, and Emery showing a nice little bit of the footwork. And Scott Green is awarding a penalty for not rolling away. So we should say at this point, players are obviously looking to make the tackle to stop the player advancing, because rugby in all forms is an invasion game, like basketball or hockey, whether it's a goal, a net, or a line you cross, or a ball you touch down. In rugby, you are passing, running, or kicking to get upfield. And of course, as we know, in the game of rugby, you can only pass backwards. So players have to make the tackle, ideally below the shoulder, ideally below the nipple line, which seems to be the rough bit of guidance. And it is all about playing safely within the laws of the game to be able to stop a team attacking in a defensive term. But players don't wear pads, so that they're encouraged to tackle in the right area of the body. And that's why the penalties for any high tackles, that kind of thing, are as harsh as they are.
Just make sure you're coming all the way around back through your gate, mate. Sub.
So we had a penalty for not rolling away, and that is because if you were a player that has made a tackle, the first thing you have to do is roll away to allow the team who've been in possession the opportunity to play that ball. If you're the player that's been tackled, well, the first thing you have to do is place, pass, or roll the ball immediately. So there's a few little starters for you, and we can observe how those things roll out. Great to be joined in commentary by former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman, and we're doing a bit of Rugby 101 for this game one.
Absolutely, well needed, Nick, and well done to yourself for curating. That's wonderful to see. I actually think one of the big underlying stories of this game, specifically around the laws and interpretations, is just how well Russell Earnshaw, the Miami head coach, has got them defending, because he knows these England Sevens players very, very well, having coached them. And that, for me, is a wonderful underpinning story to this game.
So we come down from the line-out. We'll get to explain a little bit more around the set pieces as the game goes on. That was just a little loose on the floor, but it's now in the hands of the London Royals inside their 22. Now to AJ Davis. Couple of tries in round one, but perhaps Tom Bowen on the outside just overran him and was in front of him, unable to be the supporting passing option for AJ Davis there. Back in field it goes. Sean McNulty running forwards. Now it's Ross Neal. Players making the tackle. See the player there from Miami Sun then, looking to just try and roll away, but the ball was just nudged forwards. And so that is a knock-on in rugby. If the ball goes forwards off the hand or off the body in a forward motion, it can go backwards and then roll forwards. We know what an oval ball's like, but if it comes forward and is knocked forward, then it is a scrum. It's an opportunity for the other side to have the restart. And you may notice then you have the player who's waiting to put the ball into the scrum. That's the scrum half. And they are allowed to stand on the loose head side, which gives them the advantage of having the ball rolling into their own hooker's striking foot. And the ball is straight out of that one, hooked well. And now they've got a chance to get themselves going down this left-hand side, and it's a decent run, an opportunity for Mark O'Keefe, back into Nick Boyer. Are the Sun going to open the scoring here? Yes, they are. It's Tuamo Aloha in at the corner. Now, you would describe that because it was from a scrum, and then it went into the corner straight off the play that came from the scrum as a score from first phase.
played it away from the scrum. The last stoppage, there weren't too many rucks involved, and the ball was over the line. Brilliant score from the Sun.
Oh, and what energy seen from them. They're absolutely pumped for this. You can see how well they're playing defensively, which I'm sure we'll come on to, just not committing, as Nick said at that breakdown. And look at the sidelines, absolutely enthralled. The noise coming around is fantastic. With no crowds, that's how you really get energy. And now roll up the bonus 5-pointer with this gale of a wind, helping every single bit of pressure they can put this kick through.
Conversion jeopardy. This is one of our variations in our World 10 series. Doesn't matter where you score the try from now. You get to choose where you're going to take it from. And James Stokes, former London Irishman, has decided that they're going to go for the full 5-pointer. Certainly got plenty of airtime. Has he got the accuracy as well? Oh, it's brilliant from Stokes. And Miami opened the game with 10 points. Let's cross down to Elma Smit.
I'm pitch side with Stefan Ungerer. Now, Stefan would be right at home in these conditions since he's been playing for the Kings until recently. And Port Elizabeth is a windy place. Something you're probably less familiar with is 10s rugby. How are you feeling about playing your first match?
Yeah, very excited. Obviously the wind back in PE, we're used to the wind, but a bit of a 10s rugby, different from the 15s. So just very excited to get back on the pitch after a couple of months of no rugby.
Are we going to see you kicking?
Yes, I might have a couple with the wind. Obviously we've just seen another 5-pointer with the wind. I think into the wind or maybe the 1-pointer and take it. But yeah, definitely we'll have a couple opportunities with the wind.
What's the message from your coach today? What's your approach?
Yeah, I think just to get the feel of the boys. A couple of guys played last week. I think a couple of new guys have come in. So just to feel each other out first game, get used to each other, and then just have some fun out there.
And you Kings guys, former Kings guys, all obviously have a lot to play for.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an emotional couple of months. The guys have really come together, and another opportunity to showcase what we're made of. And yeah, just excited to get out there and play some footy with the boys.
Go warm up.
Thank you so much, Elma.
Back to you guys, Nick.
Thanks, Elma. London Royals having to recover the ball in their own 22, but they've knocked it forward. So now the referee will play an advantage to the Miami Sun to see if they can make the most of this advantage without needing to stop the game for the scrum. And it is going to be well taken, that advantage. It's the Miami Sun who score with Luca Tani, and they're taking the Royals to the cleaners in the opening few minutes.
Well, they're dominating everything about this game, Nick. It's spectacular to see just how into it they're getting. There is a challenge coming in, though. Richie Carpentier in the ear of the referee. Let's see what they say.
So, in our game of World 10 Series 10s, each team is allowed one captain's challenge, and Richard Carpentier has played his joker, and he's asking referee Scott Green, man experienced from 2 MLR finals, to have a little look. They can go back up to 2 phases.
Scott, can you repeat the question, please?
And
for the pass that was around the 50-metre line.
so we're just looking to see if one of the passes was forwards.
Okay, looking for a forward pass. Yep, I got you guys.
So let's have a little look at this. It was one of those little offloads down the fringes.
It's further back, I believe, than that. Rob, it's just further back. It's down at the 50-metre, right in front of the screen for the pass.
Yeah, keep going. So, Scott, we're going back further.
So we're just going to go back on our footage and make sure that we've gone back as far as we need to. So this was the possession with the Sun, and it's whether this pass was backwards or forwards.
Yeah, looks like it's travelled forward to me.
Difficult to see on the angle from our main camera here.
Can we see that one more time, please, guys?
It's Rob Debney, who is our television match official, who is having a look at it.
Here's the pass coming again, Scott.
Well, as we have a look at this, Nick, one interesting point is Richard Carpentier's reaction. He's got the blue scrum hat on. As soon as this pass is made, he is straight into the assistant referee to ask the question of him as well.
Yeah, you can see him turning the head, can't you? Do the hands go back? That's part of the question.
Yeah, Scott, I would agree. It does not obviously look forward.
One of the things that rugby wants to make sure it can do so that the referees are in charge of the decision on the field is go with what is clear and obvious.
Scott,
so
I
if they're
agree.
looking for decisions to stop scoring opportunities, they need to see something that is clear and obvious. And it looks like the officials here have had a conversation, decided that was not a clear and obvious enough forward pass, so the try will stand.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now, without going to the laws of physics, most balls in rugby do indeed go forward, but the player stays in front of the ball. So you see it often when that player gets stopped, it looks a lot worse. But I think that's absolutely right. And what discretion that they had. They asked the question, they posed it, and now we're looking at Stokes about to try and nail a second 5-pointer. How exciting is that to say?
Stokes again. Might have just drifted that one to the left, has he? It'll go awry.
Okay, thank you. 3 more.
Really enjoying the tactics for Miami, though, when they have the ball, of which they've not had a huge amount. They're moving it well, they're getting those offloads going, and most importantly, are defending so incredibly well, making the right decisions at the good times.
So, we've talked about the kickoff needed to go the 10 metres. It hangs in the air and will come down in the hands of, well, nobody, frankly. But the Royals are going to try and keep it alive. It's Ben Foden who thinks he's got a little bit of room to chip it down, but it initially came forward off a Miami Sun hand. No advantage, so we come to the scrum. So another chance to see a scrum set piece. And you will notice the scrum half once again standing loose head side, so his own hooker can get the advantage of having the ball rolled into his striking foot. But of course, think about it. If you've got someone who is in the hooking position in the middle of that front row, who is having to lift their foot up to hook the ball, they can't be driving forwards at the same time, which means you've ultimately depowered your scrum by one person to make sure you hook the ball. So that puts the effort on the rest of them to make sure that they're driving, but also it's key, and you will hear the referees make sure that neither front row engages and pushes too early. That ends up being a free kick offence because it's deemed as a team trying to get too much of an advantage before the scrum is underway. Miami Sun, they got the free kick from the penalty, from the scrum, I should say. They're looking to try and keep this alive. Lala Sava, now it's been knocked forwards. Referee with his arm out to signal that there'd be an advantage to the London Royals if they were able to get hold of the ball. The ball wasn't coming immediately, so we will have the scrum.
You can see the physicality of this Miami team. They're just getting hold of Norton, trying to drive him forward. A little bit of indecision from the Royals team, perhaps personnel missing is not helping their causes. But they'll get a chance to see Miami Heat defend once again.
Crouch.
So going to try and draw your attention to the ruck area next, and that is where you have one player over the ball on his feet as a tackle has taken place. So we will look for that moment as Davis comes in and he is tackled. Now players look to try and get involved and get over the ball to try and win it back. You've got to be on your feet.
Ruck clearly formed. Ruck clearly formed. Hands in the ruck.
So the call there from referee Scott Green was that a ruck had formed, but players were putting their hands into the ruck to try and get the ball back. At that stage, you have to be able to secure the ball on your feet, and then the scrum half can come in and play it away. It's another penalty. Royals coming forwards now. Really good strength from AJ Davis, straight down the middle of the park. Jimmy Haley will play it away. De Carpentier spotted that they're queuing up on the outside. It's Dan Norton.
Offside 16.
Been a call of an offside here as Ben Foden plays it away. Emery looking to try and tunnel his way through and over. And the try has been scored. In the act of scoring a try, if you find yourself just a few inches short, you can score by reaching out immediately to get the ball over the line.
Well, I hope people have their notebooks open worldwide, Nick, because you are absolutely putting on a precedence of laws and interpretations. Emery is going to be so pivotal in this game. The man you just saw with a T, Tom Mitchell, not played in this game. And you can see the hot stepper Norton taking 3 defenders out the game. Foden on the inside looking to support, keeps that ball alive, and then take a look at that strength, fleet foot of Emery. He really has got an all-court game when he gets the ball. And they're trying to be nice and secure, only willing to add the 1 to this.
It's Zinzan Ilan Patik who will slot the 1-pointer. It takes the Royals up to 6. And at half-time, in our first match of round 2. It is the London Royals 6, the Miami Sun 15. Just awaiting the second half then of our first game of round 2 of the World 10 Series. Coming to you live from Bermuda. And London Royals just trailing in this one to the Miami Sun. Scored 2 tries to 1. And James Stokes smashing over a 5-pointer in our conversion jeopardy. And we're looking to bring a few more of you into the game, a little bit more of an explainer through this first game of the day. And maybe we'll drop a little bit through the rest of the day as well. But we know that rugby is not the simplest of games to follow. So perhaps some of you out there are getting the benefit of learning a thing or two. And hopefully you'll stay with us then for the rest of the day. Put your newfound knowledge to the test as you watch the rest of the World 10 Series.
And there's what Manuel will know for the game of sevens. Tom Mitchell in his vest, in his singlet, not actually participating in this game, which I think is very much testament to the way that the Royals are playing, looking a little bit indecisive, and he just provides so much control when he does play the game. So over to Tom Emery, the youngster from the English Sevens setup, to try and get to grips with it. He's going to be taking this restart, but otherwise this story is all about Miami. They have looked exceptional in how they've started this tournament, and also, Nick, best kit.
No doubt, no doubt. Mind you, the Royals is pretty good as well, I have to say. Slightly different style, the sort of neat lines and colours. But yeah, the tangerine and aquamarine combo is pretty special for the Miami Sun. Restart of the second half then of the match, and it's the Sun that look to try and come forwards. Talking about the ruck area, and it really is in that area after a tackle where there's a contest for the ball. The Sun tried to chip that through Van der Merwe, but it wouldn't quite happen. Came straight off Ben Foden. So as the last player to have touched the ball, it'll be a line out now for the Miami Sun. And the line out area, well, here's an area, another restart of the game area, and they can put a minimum of 2 people into a line out, up to the maximum of the whole team if they want to. The defending team has to match the number of players in the line out.
Outside shoulder, not straight. Option scrum.
But it has to be thrown in straight, and as you can hear from our referee,
not straight,
it was not thrown in straight.
Scrum.
And so the London Royals will restart with a scrum.
You can see Boyer there, the long head, not a specialist hooker, very difficult skill, certainly in this wind, to get the ball put it the right way. I guess the way of looking at rugby is there's many, many things that refer to a similar thing as a scrimmage, that competition for the ball, be it line out, scrum or ruck. And that's what these teams are looking to do. You get that edge on competition, you get the ball. Having the ball is king.
Emery gets it in, now he'll play it away. Little pre-planned move off the back of that scrum there, and Ben Foden's done really well to get his way through, but they might be a bit short on support here now. Places the ball back from the ruck scenario, out the back of the tackle. But the little chip through wasn't the tidiest.
Okay, 2 guys on the ground, mate. Blue ball, blue's going forward.
So referee Scott Green deciding there that the ball was a little unplayable due to the number of bodies on the ground. London Royals were deemed in possession and going forward. So it's just a way of tidying up an opportunity to restart, seeing that the ball wasn't coming out.
Oh, that's a lovely little touch from Emery, but well defended like a goalkeeper. Salah got that right hand down, stopped it from crossing the plane. Once you get that ball in behind, very difficult to defend. So good skill set. Expect once again to see a little bit of a specialist play from this Royals team. Haley pulling the strings at fly half, first receiver.
And here we go, Jimmy Haley. Looking out wide, trying to send Busby away. It's a big shoulder in on the tackle from Van der Merwe, who releases the tackler and then goes back in to try and win the ball.
This is tackle, no clear release. You must come back around the gate.
Referee Scott Green deeming the clear release was not clear enough from Van der Merwe.
Here we are, make marks here.
Oh, perhaps say he's right to be a little bit
Must
frustrated there, DTH. Van der Merwe, 4 World Cups, Canada stalwart. He knows the laws. I thought he was spot on there, as he's having a discussion still with the referee. But it's a great hit, wasn't it?
It was. Well, what we're discussing here is the fact that you make the tackle as the tackler, arguably a little bit high, and then you have to release the player before you can then go back in to compete for the ball on the floor. The Royals looking to make the most of it from the line-out, which has now become a maul, called by the referee. It's a contest for the ball on your feet. Oh, and the Royals break away. They didn't spot him. It's Aldo Campbell. Bermuda international, captained them in last year's Caribbean Cup, and he's popped out of that maul and flopped over the line. And the Royals get try number 2.
I think we should just celebrate that. Aldo Campbell, Bermudan captain, playing with these international stars that go around the world. We've come to his backyard and he's bagged a try. How good is that? The driving maul, as you say, so difficult to stop. Miami trying to put the players in but can't guess where the ball is because it's so well hidden. And it's one of the secret weapons of rugby. Aldo Campbell keeping that ball on the left. You're not going to stop a man that big from that close.
Well, of course, with the wind at their backs now, London Royals no longer looking just for a single one-pointer from in front of the sticks. But Tom Emery is ready now to get his driver out and try and smash this from the halfway line.
And that was the tactic they chose, the one-pointer, as they said they would do, to get the edge. If this does go over, which sadly doesn't, he would have that transitional score. So very clever tactics from the Royals to get the 1 point, then the 5 attempted. He's not happy with it, but there's one that will be happy. That is a memory for life. Aldo Campbell, enjoy that moment.
So just waiting for Nick Boyer. Give us our next kick.
Yeah.
Next restart. We saw the maul formed for that try. That's where one attacker with the ball and one defender are on their feet. The referee has to call a maul in order for it to be defined as such. There's the ruck, the competition for the ball on the floor. Northcote Green goes in to try and play this away, and he'll try and attack the fringes where the Miami Sun didn't have any defence.
Side entry there.
So side entry, Rob Vickerman. Tell us about the gate when it comes to these scenarios.
It's another one of these words that we use in rugby parlance without really ever getting a chance to explain, so I'm loving this. As soon as the ball is on the floor, you are contestable in the width of that player lying down. The more narrow that is, the harder it is. If you don't come in from the right position, and you can see this is quite clear now because the player is lying towards his try line, there's a clear defined window. You've got to go through the middle of it. He doesn't, comes in at the side, and quite rightly penalising Lucatini for that effort.
One of the ways it was described to me when I ref trained years ago was if you look at a tackle on the floor and imagine putting up a fence panel on either side, visually in your mind, where you can see when a player crashes through that invisible fence panel coming in from the side. So that's often how the referees will picture it in their minds once the tackle's been made. Satavi. Miami Sun. Just being hassled and harried now, playing into the wind. Speculative pass over on the outside, but might just work out for them. Oh, and they're really getting up ahead of steam on the far side. De Carpentier's had to really work hard to get back defensively. Joey Sock, the man with the scrum cap, is looking to get in and play this away, which he does, in the hands of Larson. Then Van der Merwe with all of his experience, 61 cap Canadian international. Larson plays it away now. Looking to try and show a bit of the footwork is Tuamo Aloha on the score sheet already. Joey getting the call in support. Larson again is everywhere at the minute. Goes into the tackle of Campbell. Campbell thought he might have a chance to compete for that ball. Little ball inside, that was very cutely done to find O'Keefe. Still going, O'Keefe. Good strength through the tackle. Placed the ball back, but there was no scrum half, and the ball was deemed to be out and available. But the ball's been kicked out on the full. So we will come back in line with where it was kicked.
Oh, that's not a good tactic. Any type of turnover ball for this Royals team should be capitalised on. Putting the ball in this wind on your boot to kick deep is not a good idea. And Elan Patik's just not accurate enough in that kick, and now it is a line out to Miami back in the Royals territory where they just got grade A ball.
So that hard line on the right-hand side that you can see is the 22-metre line. If the London Royals had kicked from inside that straight off the park, then you'd be able to take the line out where the ball went over. But if you kick anywhere from outside that line going forwards, then the ball has to bounce before it goes out. So that's why we've come all the way back, because that kick went straight out on the full, and he was outside his 22.
A chance now for the Royals just to have a bit of a regroup, get together, big forwards talking about it. Miami, for me, are absolutely tactically playing this game to a plum. They're keeping nice and tight. That man with the broken face, Larson, is doing a lot to frustrate the coach of the Royals, John Brake, you can see in shot, and it's about staying nice and tight. They're not looking to play an expansive game, and they're very flat because of it, but their sheer size and physicality, as you'll see at this line-out, they're per man just so much bigger than the Royals, and that can be so hard to stop if it's a slow, sedentary game.
So one of the other things in the line-out, the hooker is throwing the ball in, the other hooker is to be in the 5-metre channel, 2 metres back from the line-out.
It's not straight, gentlemen. Blue scrum.
But again, in this wind, as they try and get the throw in as best they can, it's another one deemed not straight.
And their tactic to try and get around that was to throw it to the front, but even that with this wind was a difficult ask. You have a general feeling in this game that the London Royals can score from anywhere, and now looking at the clock with just 1.5 minutes left, they need that crucial score.
Emery. Ball comes back. Elan Patik plays it away. Now he'll receive it back. Had to go for the netball pass to try and get it away for Tom Bowen. Referee says play on as Royals still have the ball. De Carpentier was just being sized up by Satavu, trying to come forwards, but De Carpentier, brilliant strength from the Englishman. Elan Patik looking for the options. Emery off to the right, dances around the first defender who just does enough to scrag him. The Royals still in possession. Feet again from Patik, 2 make the tackle. They roll away. Bowman gets in. Neal just left the ball behind as he went through the tackle. And the first person to respond is in a Miami Sun shirt. Van der Merwe then away to Boyer. Boyer will chip it ahead. De Carpentier is going back to try and get hold of it.
Ball back.
Competition for the ball is fierce in this last half a minute. The Royals up against it, trailing by 4 with the wind at their backs, but they're in the wrong area of the field. They've got a long way to go.
They've got a couple of players in their team who like to go from these types of positions. Q Dan Norton, the best try scorer, the most potent on the World 7 Series. You just need half a gap and he'll find it.
Alex Davis has decided to come back from where the ball came and then look to play it away for Bowen. The ball deemed to have gone backwards there, so we play on. Dan Norton tackled. There's the hooter. So they'll keep playing until there's any form of infringement or reason to stop the game. Ross Neal gets going. We don't stop for a penalty. A penalty we will continue to play.
No hands, let it come out. Let it come. Good work, boys.
It's away for Northcote Green, who's kicked it away. And his teammates can't believe the decision. They put their hands on their heads. And Northcote Green acknowledges the mistake that he's made. Oh, what a dramatic conclusion.
Oh, fantastic conclusion from a great game. You don't want to end in negativity, but quite what Northcote Green was thinking now, quite rightly put his hand up to apologise. He is devastated. Those moments can define tournaments, and you've got to have composure. That pressure that comes on really affected him, but this is a story all about Miami. They've been training all week, they've got that camaraderie. They're an invitational team who are quite simply a pleasure to watch.
Well, London Royals, they only lost 1 game in round 1, but they've started round 2 on the wrong side of the score sheet. It's Miami Sun who are victorious to start the day. The final score, London Royals 11, the Miami Sun 15, and we hope with a couple of explainers we've brought you a little closer to understanding our wonderful game.
dude. You don't.
It's the Asia Pacific Dragons against Phoenix Rugby, our second game of round 2 here at the World 10 Series. My name's Nick Heath, alongside me, former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman, and Asia Pacific Dragons, a team who will play at their own pace, but they are filled with the skills to pay the bills. And the Phoenix, who are welcoming back a few extra personnel. Let's have a look at the teams then. Well, the Dragons, coached by Tutai Kefu, Rugby World Cup winner with Australia and Tonga head coach Lino Saune. Tonga is their finisher. Top try scorer so far in the competition. Tommy Bell, though, complements the Pacific Island flair with rock-solid reliability from the boot. 4 5-pointers. Georgian Kutsišvili sprinkling some European international stardust alongside Tongan legend Kurt Morath. For the Phoenix, well, they're a much strengthened side. After last week's Bermudian locals kindly supported the lineup, while a few late arrivals awaited their clearance to play. They're a young side, albeit with the experience of Wisehead Patrick Holman amongst them. A mix of Southern Kings boys, Lithuanian internationals such as Rajas and Mikalsius, the latter formerly of Harlequins, and the mercurial Springbok international, Bram van Straten, is the man in the coach's box. Adam Leal from Gallagher Premiership in the UK will be in charge of this one.
Just got to wait on the timer. It's on you now.
Bram van Straten. He's known for his kicking. Whether it's today or tomorrow, we hear word that the 49-year-old has brought his boots. Rolling subs the dream for a man like him to eye up a conversion Jeopardy 5-pointer. First job is for the Dragons to field a wobbly old ball, and Tomasi Alessio is doing just that. Clearance is made from Kutsišvili. It's not going to find touch, though. Ball is in open field. It'll invite the Phoenix to come forwards. Look to just drill the ball down the left side. Penalty goes to the Phoenix. Players not rolling away around the tackle area.
That's the roll out the way.
Well, that is a statement in how you want to play a game. The Phoenix, as we saw last week, completely transformed to this week. And whenever you get a chance to compete over the ball, it tends to be 80% aggression, 20% technique, which is defined by these carries, players coming in, barreling forward. These are big men competing for the Dragons. But Aaron Brody, with an absolute monster shot to start this. Point proven early for the Phoenix.
Ball to the front, but it's actually ended up popping up into the hands of the Dragons. And Saune Tonga, is he going to pick up where he left off in round 1 with 4 tries? Has to look for support. Now it arrives on the shoulder. The Dragons coming forward. Narumai Tonga. Tackle was good, though. And now could be an opportunity for the Phoenix to come back downfield themselves. Looking to try and just step through the tackles. Jonas Mikalsius stepping out of the 22.
Loaded well.
It's popped up for the Dragons now, though, and it's going to be Alessio who is going to be in. But Adam Leal wants to check this with our TMO.
Yeah, going to have a little look at this and see what the referees are saying.
I just want to start with fast breakdown here, Rob, because I looked away just as the ball came out.
Okay.
There's a bit of a melee on the ground. And then I want to check if all that's okay. Just want to check the grounding.
Okay, checking the contact, checking the grounding.
Oh, that's brilliant here. The other thing that's really impressive is just hearing how much they're panting. These referees are covering a lot of distance. JP Doyle quite rightly informed that it's 2.6k per game they're running. So they're making these decisions at 90% of their heart rate, which is really impressive.
He won't have broken through the wall yet, though, will he? His lungs will be burning for these first couple of minutes, Adam Leal, and he'll be all right in a second. Always the way. It's the same when we played a bit of beach touch yesterday, Rob Vickerman. But less of that. We don't want to...
We're not on international touch players, Nick.
Over this side.
It's going to be this side of the pitch, so this continues. It comes way left That's the initial knock on. Then the Phoenix quite rightly had a go. Keep an eye out for this chap about to get the ball. Jonas Mikalčius, he is made for this game, the big Lithuanian. And then the contest happens after Murat's tackle. He gets back on his feet. Olesio competes. The ball then bounces out. The question is Olesio onside when he tries to get his hands on that ball?
Can we roll that back, please, Gavin? Let's check he's
doing his best to advise Adam Leal
here.
Angle.
Said before about the gate.
Okay, we just want to see the number 8 there when he plays the man.
That's all fine.
Forward out of his hands, and he's in an onside position.
Dummy kick, pass the ball to Mikalčius, contact made.
This is the angle, thank you, Gavin.
And Olesio got to keep it out if he comes from in behind the contact rather than in the side. So he's in behind now, but then steps round it. That's going to be a difficult one.
Keep rolling. Just rolling for the touchdown now, Adam, which is good.
Well, it sounds like the officials are going with the try.
I think you can award the try.
Yeah, good stuff. All good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing to look at was when the player had the hand on the ball, which is technically when the ball's out. Wonderful teamwork from the referees as well as the Dragons. And now you get chance to see my secret weapon, Bram van Straten, the kicker, but Tommy Bell, the one that's leading the way with the 5-pointers. He has got a boot as big as Bram's.
4 5-point conversion jeopardy slots in round 1.
Move out the way, please.
Tommy Bell, he's not even taking probably what's another 12 inches to the front of that spot. He's got to get the wind right. That's coming slightly across. Goes for the drill. Oh, he slots it. No question about it, was there?
I'm going to have to ask for some sort of scientific help on this, because how does a man take just 2 steps away from a ball and kick it over 60 metres? It's phenomenal.
He's come on to take the kick, and he's come back to the sidelines. It's the power play that is available to you via rolling subs. Let's go down to Elma Smit, who's on the touchline.
Rusty Earnshaw, coach of the Miamis, and you look very chilled for someone who just scored an important win. What was the most challenging part of coming into today?
Oh yeah, look, it's I'm always chilled. I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying how the lads are getting better and kind of owning stuff. I was quite nervous because I guess like last week we probably didn't really have any expectation we beat them, and I guess I thought this morning that we would beat them, so I was nervous in case we didn't. So yeah, I mean, it's cool for the lads. We've trained really well, and we're trying to get better. I guess it's a tough competition. I guess the next challenge is we play again later, and so a few of the boys are pretty battered already, and we got a few more games to go.
You're playing the Phoenix, who are in action here now, so I'm sure you're keeping a close eye on this. What are you expecting from them? A bit of an unknown quantity?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a few guys have joined them recently. I think we were chatting about they got some lads that probably lost their jobs recently. They're going to be working pretty hard for each other, I'd imagine, and probably what you get with a team with some reasonable number of South Africans in. You didn't win the World Cup for no reason. You've got some reasonable genetics and some skillful players. So I think we're just trying to get better all the time. And I think in terms of skill and tactics, which I loved in the last game, but also just how we can emotionally get ourselves, up for games. So it's a fascinating social experiment for me. I'm loving it.
Fascinating indeed. Some rain might be pulling through by the time you guys go out there again. Back to you, Nick.
Thanks, Elma. Great to hear from Russell Earnshaw as well, who will have enjoyed getting one over on his former England colleagues at the Sevens, but it is the Dragons who are getting one over on the Phoenix. It's a second try, and it's Rowan Gauss who gets the touchdown after a brilliant initial breakdown field from Naro Maitonga just a couple of moments before. And the Dragons, they're up for it in round 2, Rob Vickerman.
Well, in that sequence of play, whilst it was insightful hearing from my old coach and teammate Russell Earnshaw, we saw the good, the bad and the ugly. There's some mesmeric stuff in the middle, some wonderful interplay, and then absolutely butchered a try, which eventually came about through House. But this, once again, sets up the platform for Bell to add it. Just watch how he kicks a rugby ball.
He's drilled it, but it's gone wide.
I need you that side of the 15-metre.
Oh, I've been disappointed with that. The sole job, it seems, so far in this game is to walk 50 metres to come try and kick it 50.
try scorer Rohan Gauss. Born in South Africa, was part of the Sharks Academy in Durban, then signed to the Southern Kings. Great opportunity for so many of those Southern Kings players. More recent lineup to be joining us. Clearance kick is solid.
Ollie, that ball has ran all the way down to the other in-goal area. That's how significant this wind is. Didn't quite get that angle. But in the game of tens, there is no reason why you cannot play territorially. You try and kick the ball down. Just take a look at the wind straight down the middle of the pitch. Always a good indicator to see the assistant referee's flag as well for this line-out. Part of the reason why we've seen 3 not go straight.
Oh, it's brilliantly preyed upon by Tolutau. And then threatened Palamo. Oh, look for the offload for Alessio, but couldn't quite find it. It's Fernanda Schultz who will have to do a bit of tidying up work. Gauss goes for the little chip through, wanted to send...
Carried back in because it was touched by your team.
Kutsishvili after it, but didn't quite work out for him. And in fact, Adam Leal is now saying it'll be a penalty to the Phoenix because the Dragons are coming in around the side once more.
Oh, there's some big collisions in this game. That contest at the breakdown, hotly contested. And big men putting in big shots. And that will definitely take its toll. Not even 8 minutes into this game. These competitions over the ball, vital in the game of tens, because turnover, steal possession is what's king. It's so good to see Olesio out here. Wonderful, Samo and Sevens captain.
Patrick Holman waiting to get the ball in. I think he might be the elder statesman until Bram van Straten steps onto the field. 38 years of age. Wise head guiding a few of these younger Phoenix boys around the park. Josiah Chimboafo just having to take the contact. As Phoenix come again through Dean Murphy. Got a tattoo on his arm that we'd love to tell you about. Perhaps that'll wait for when they play the Royals. Adam Leal says penalty again. But I think we're just going to have to call back John Poland.
It's clearly off his feet, and then he shouted at me. No.
Adam Leal just needs to make sure he asserts the mark.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that last week. I think it's right to really reiterate this. It's a respectful game. It's about having conversations. One of the few games the world over where you call the referee sir. And I think that is something the game prides itself on, and that shouldn't change. You don't question a referee's decision. You just get on with it, even if your hair's as good as that.
You missed Vili Tolutau last week. He was telling us that sometimes hot dogs and sausages fall out of his hair. It was a real moment. Now that has come tapped straight down off the line out and into touch. So windy conditions really throwing that ball along.
Yeah, and you realise this as a player, you've got the backing of this wind. So the Dragons here know they can utilise longer kicks. The passes are a little bit easier. Everything about the game flows a bit better when you've got the wind. So you've got to have a significant buffer before the second half commences. They'll be looking for that second score for sure.
Option, lads.
It's the Asia Pacific Dragons who are on the wrong side of a not straight line out this time.
Yep, Ziggy, you am I right?
Game going on our main pitch here, but there they are. The Rhinos with Rona Combrink just putting them through their paces in the backfield, getting themselves ready for our next match.
I hope they're practicing their line-outs because it's been a real problem so far today. We mentioned the wind a lot, we're going to continue to do so, but getting the ball off that set piece is vital to let your backs fly.
Phoenix looking to try and take a few yards with Lewis Berg. Turns 23 at the end of the month. Plays semi-pro for Watsonian, Scottish club. And it's now Poland who's looking to try and get the Phoenix on the front foot. Can they build to a score before half-time? Eddie Ludic with the carry into the 22. Now they come away through Mikalsius once more, who takes on Kutsishvili. Mikalsius probably a few kgs heavier than his opposite number.
Off feet now. You left it, well done. Good contest, then went off his feet.
Dennis Coulson, the Irishman, Retired playing for Carcassonne recently, but was very happy to take the invitation.
Yeah, that's advantage. Just so. Yeah, you got the advantage.
Just a slight high tackle there. It's what you call a seatbelt tackle with the player's hand over around one side of the neck and the shoulder. You can see the signal there. High tackle is given. And now Phoenix trying to grab a try with the hooter having sounded. Using a little bit more pick and go.
Good work.
What defensive answer have the Asia-Pacific Dragons got to this? As Phoenix look to try and go once more. Have they been held up over the line, or can they reload?
Anyway.
Could be a
You got the advantage.
penalty here, but it looks like they're going to go straight through. And it's John Poland sniping brilliantly and picking off a 5-pointer. Nicely done from the New England Free Jacks man.
Well, it perhaps isn't the prettiest, but it's effective. Pick and goes from the breakdown, using their out-and-out size advantage. And you can see from the size of this Phoenix team, that's going to be something they're going to employ all day. Brian Van Tarten mentioned about how simple the tactics are. You soften them up with the big carries from short, but then it's the smallest man for their team that darts over from just 2 meters away. Wonderful juxtaposition of the big carries and the incisive break.
Andel Loebscher is going to be the man to have a go. Looking to take 2 points here with quite the wind coming from right to left as he looks at the sticks. Oh, he's pushed it a little too far past the right-hand upright to try and get that coming back round. So the 2 points will go begging, but it is now a 10-point game with Phoenix getting that score from Poland on the board with Alosio and Haus for the Dragons at half-time. It's the Dragons who lead by 15 points to 5.
I've just cornered Patrick Holman before he runs off. Very tough out there with the wind. What needs to change in the second half?
Well, firstly, the Asia Pacific are extremely physical, big boys out there. Some big hits, and this wind is excruciating as well. Playing against the wind is very difficult, so boys need to hold on to the ball. Second half, big territory play. Bottom right in the corner, we go out there and score some tries, hopefully take the win. But it's just really good, some really good rugby by the boys, good retention, and it's fun. I love this game. It's great.
Okay, get on with it.
Thanks, cheers.
There we go, back to you, Nick. Okay, let's see if we can corner one of the other squad members or give you a view inside the tunnel here.
Make sure you keep the ball under your body. When you're going to contact under your body, happy? Yeah. Okay, hey, right. Happy? Okay, let's go, Corey. Corey, let's go.
Asia Pacific Dragons leading 15 points to 5 against the Phoenix. Phoenix who have been bolstered by many more of their Southern Kings players. They also have Bram van Straten down there coaching. Former Southern Kings assistant coach, former Leeds Tykes as well, and was part of that Springbok side that beat the All Blacks at Ellis Park when he kicked all 5 conversions in 2 penalties. He might be lacing up the boots tomorrow, Rob Vickerman. I mean, I can't wait. I want him out there already.
Well, I hope so. He's always the person we spoke about as academy players when he was at the Tykes. Idolised his work ethic, idolised everything about his professionalism, and it really did come to fruition. Now coaches, he's so good at kicking, he's got his own tee. I mean, that kind of says it all, doesn't it?
Asia Pacific Dragons through Kurt Marath, the Tongan international, but gave it everything into the wind, and the wind didn't play ball. Ended up going straight into touch, so we will come back, and it's a free kick to the Phoenix.
You'd expect a bit better from Marath there, because tactically you can do a few things in this game to try and mitigate the wind, and yes, we spoke about it because it's so significant, but you kick it lower, you kick it harder, you play a much tighter game because of it. So to kick the ball straight off after having a half-time talking about what you're going to do next is a bit frustrating, certainly when you've got his vast experience, but it will be about territory. Pinning the teams down in their own quarter, knowing how hard it is surely to run against the wind.
Well, there is just a sign of how buffeted the palm trees are in Bermuda. I'm quite surprised we haven't already had a deluge of rain. It is on the way.
Advantage, that was a perfect contest. He lost the
Ball goes forward.
Just the scrum advantage.
Referee happy with it. Samasoni comes away with it. Now, this is where the Dragons love to take an advantage. Little show inside, and then round on the outside they go. Elden Schoeman, lovely work.
He's left it. Well left.
Then it's there, looking to go route one. Oh, and then played back in field, but that's really well stolen by Corey Jones. And Jones plays it away to Heitman. Now the Phoenix. Jones needs to protect again. They need someone else in there to help secure that ball. Jones, play it away. Oh, he's almost stepped himself to the floor after giving it from Murphy onto Loebscher. It's a penalty to the Dragons, though. Not entirely sure they've tapped that yet.
And the mark's behind it here.
Oh, Bermudan snipers taking him down. He prepped the goose step, but didn't quite get a chance to get it out. No point trying to kick to touch here, partly because of the line out, but partly because you're going to get no territory from it. So it's about grafting, grinding, and getting those big carriers on the ball as much as possible. Morath come to the floor, and he will be pulling the strings for the show.
We hear the referee saying he wants to see more of an effort of players to roll away. Oh, that wasn't the easiest one to take. They've gone straight from the penalty and handed possession back.
There's the try scorer. Just why you try and throw 15-metre passes in this wind, just beyond me. Misses 3 players out. Don't have to overcomplicate a game.
And arguably, where they say let the ball do the work and challenge, they actually had about a 5-on-2 there, which by not attacking each of the defenders, arguably made it easier for the Phoenix to stop them making ground.
But conversely now the Phoenix with backs as big as forwards, they're going to go route one, I can promise you that.
It's coming away from the skipper, Ungara. Now a little bit more depth coming around the corner, but Karo Katsia was well spotted and well hunted down, and the Dragons will get a penalty for their work as well. And now they're going. High tempo from Alessio. Drills it through. Then it's been knocked forward, so it'll be an advantage here for the Dragons. Alessio again. Is he going to go himself? Gets the pass away. The Dragons for the corner. It's a brilliant team try. And it's Elden Schoeman who touches down.
And that's exactly how you play these conditions. You get that turnover at the breakdown. Wonderful skill it was. And that's when the tempo can change. The little prying kicks in behind. Wonderful Alessio. The one man you know is going to step up for this APD Dragons team is going to be the 7th man. But this is where it all comes from. Wonderful tackle by the try scorer it was. Chops him down. And as soon as the player's on the floor, that's where you compete. Throw the men in, gets the penalty. And they are not hanging about. Puts the ball on the foot, chases with ferocity. And that little bit of link play was lovely. Keep the ball alive. 3 impacts in 1 scenario from Alessio. And that is a brilliant effort.
And Kurt Morath has wasted no time in slotting an extra 1-pointer. Conversion Jeopardy just opting for the safe one, which in this wind is no surprise. Tutai Kefu, he's not gone with the hat, which is probably a wise suggestion.
Not many fit, I think that's part of the problem.
Alessio is just going to watch this kick go all the way over, and in the wind. That is not ideal from a Phoenix point of view.
It's just not intelligent. I mean, these are all good rugby players. They know what's going to happen when the ball's in the air. So you drill it along the floor. You're giving away grade A possession. Now, the APD, having just scored, have a centre field scrum with 5 players from their team contested in the middle, and you can split a field with someone like Alessio managing to stand behind. Whichever way he goes, you back them to exploit.
Ziggy Rajas, one of the Lithuanians we have in the Phoenix side, made his debut for the 15 side at 17 years of age. I also just noticed he's tossed his scrum cap to the side, decided he doesn't fancy that. Played some club rugby in Wales. His rugby motto is look good, play good, Rob Vickerman. Rowan House. They're going to break down the right. Tommy Bell was running into Eddie Ludick.
Nice one, good work.
But he's presented the ball for Alessio, who just dances down the right, then throws the big one over to the left. Then it's another big, ambitious dummy from Narumai Tonga. He loves them. House again, Alessio, one step right, off he goes to the left, so balanced. The Samoan sevens man, 47 tries across 201 matches on the Sevens circuit. Alessio also captained the side.
Take the knock, bud.
Got a score in round one. But a little knock from Phoenix as they tried to compete will give the Dragons a chance of the restart once more.
You can see everything I can see and still play.
It's slightly scary, isn't it? Speaking at half-time there, wonderful words with Elma. If the Phoenix players who walking around the hotel look like they're Man Mountains think that this Asia-Pacific Dragons team is big, I'd say it looks all right, doesn't he? Played all right, look all right.
Yeah, that's it.
Crouch.
Rowan House waiting to get the ball in.
Balance up, boys. Yeah, go again, then balance up, get your balance. All good? Crouch.
Played with the Dragons in the Global Rapid Rugby Series, did the 25-year-old.
Wait there, wait there.
Just waits to get this in. Quickly processed scrum from the Dragons' perspective. Bell wants to try and cut it back for Alessio. Referee says that it's gone backwards, so the Dragons can continue to play, even though it's not the tidiest. Little dummy chuck there from Chris Eves. Joined them. Meant to be involved in that Barbarians match, Chris Eves, but was one of those to get out of there in credit. Now then, Chumboafo, showing the fleet of foot to come flying forwards. Makes some good yards. Then the kick forward from Poland. Was he taken out a little bit late? This is rolling very close to the try line. Alessio. Oh, look at that. He's evaded 3 defenders there, Tomasi Alessio. And now he's looking for the support. Vili Tolutau rides a couple of hits. He'll buy his team a couple of seconds here. He's done brilliantly. Now Alessio to House, then Palamo, then the final pass out on the left side. These are the Dragons in full flight, breathing fire in Bermuda and supporting each other on the shoulder. And who is it? It's that man once again, Lino Saunitonga, touching down.
A big love to Lino once more. Just saying how relentless this game is. So much action to be seen. So much to talk about, but it ends with that man, Saunitonga, who once again is parading and marauding these touchlines with his ability. Just wanting the ball in his hand to get to go. And Tommy Bell opting for a safer option, get his confidence back up.
It's the one-pointer for Bell. It's a 5th try in the competition for Saunitonga.
There's a bit of a late shot in Poland, but he got away with it because he was committed. And then it was the Alessio show. I'd buy tickets. He had it all, the step, the pass, the link play, and that's a good effort to try and stop Billy, but not quite good enough. Kiss the egg and put it down.
He's a marine biologist, is Fijian Saunitonga. Was in the Fiji Sevens training squad 10 years ago now. Moved to Hawaii 4 years ago. Became captain of the Kalihi Raiders. Enjoys a bit of island life, by the sounds of things. And Dragons have just looked to try and get the advantage there.
That was a poor call, we're coming back.
Well, that's nice to hear from Adam Leal. He was just calling advantage over as the Dragons knocked it forward, and he's decided that that's not the right call.
Yeah, and it's one of these things when it's a penalty pending, you tend to give a little bit more leeway. If it were a knock-on, it would have been over. Tommy Bell rightly ending this game.
Well, the Dragons know they don't need to play any further. They have done the job. They've wrapped up the bonus point with that win as well, which is what you get for scoring 3 tries or more in the World 10 Series, and they are looking good. The Dragons are stepping out as they hope to continue. Phoenix on the board then, but it's the Dragons who come out on top. They win this one by 27 points to 5. Our third game of our morning session, live from Bermuda, the World 10 Series. And it is the Ohio Aviators taking on the Rhinos. Two teams are in the pits, waiting to take their place on the start line. Mikey Teo leads out the Rhinos. And the Ohio Aviators, their kit isn't half bad either, is it? Let's have a look at the teams then. The Ohio Aviators, arguably the most USA-based team with plenty of Eagles and MLR players. The Aviators band is back together. Welcome some old faces from their pro rugby days. Fawcett, the Butcher, McGee, Campbell, Bowman, all Eagles internationals, plus Canucks, Kyle Bailey and Eric Howard. They've got some big boys. May feel frustrated not to have been on the other side of a couple of results a week ago. Ben Seamer in their ranks, who scored the first ever 5-point conversion. Then the Rhinos, well, here they are. Last week, surprise package to some, but not to themselves. Plenty of athletes keen to impress. The Rhinos' humility and drive to succeed as a team was in plentiful supply in round one. Carl Mayer, top point scorer, 35 points, including 3 5-pointers. Farmer and Regan, bright lights with 2 tries each as well. The Rhinos bulldoze plenty of teams, but they'll be going from the hunters to the hunted this week after scoring 12 tries in round one. How will they cope with that tag? The Ohio Aviators are the first in round two to have a shot at them. Alongside us for this one, former England Sevens captain Ollie Phillips. And it's McGee who sends it high. Two teams fresh to the conditions, who have yet to show us what they can do so far in round two. Looks like one of the Rhinos has just taken a knock over on the far side as Aaron Matthews makes the first carry. Cyril Farmer has just decided to go route one. Play off to the right through Eric Napuski. Our referee for this one is JP Doyle, former RFU employee. Referee with plenty of international experience. Also just making sure last night that I had my T's crossed and my I's dotted in terms of our little explainer commentary earlier. Feel free to watch that back on YouTube if you are watching via our live stream. Naposki, Matthews. Oh, just ghosted through the gap there, Matthews, and needed the support on the shoulder, but he's still going. Brilliant from Aaron Matthews. Now needs to find the support. Kindrigan gets over the ball. Solid stuff from Layulo Dapula in support. Matthews again, Teo, Farmer. Looking to just push his way around the Ohio Aviators defenders. Dapula again. Good chop tackle on him from Shalom Suniula, who is in the side this week. Ball goes backwards there. Farmer, and it's a little untidy, and now it might be played away, and it could be an immediate chance for Elof to go. But Kindrigan wants to show him the sidelines, and indeed, the Rhinos will have the line out. Ollie Phillips is with us.
Wow, the Rhinos were battering down the Aviators' door, weren't they? But they just couldn't quite get that forward momentum. And in the end, the Aviators' defence standing strong. Two sides that were priding themselves on week one for their physicality. There's going to be some bruised bodies at the end of this one.
Naposki for the Rhinos. Closer ball for Mayer, who was such a key component of the side in round one. Try scoring and kicking those monsters.
He's a big guy. That was a superb line he just cut there. Just got scragged as they're going through. It's pretty route one so far from the Rhinos.
Went backwards there. Teo, Matthews. Dapula just offering that dummy line. Teo, Farmer had to take it on his fingertips. Nearly ran into Zach Bonte.
Leave it, Aviator.
It's a bit like a heavyweight boxing fight, isn't it, Nick? At the moment, just single jabs, just trying to punch each other, punch drunk, see if any cracks in the defence.
Teo, Bonte, Farmer, trying to get rid of Tucker's tackle, but Naposki, oh, that's brilliant footwork. Naposki's looking for support. He hasn't seen Kindrigan on his outside, but he's not going to need him. Naposki for Rhinos under the sticks. It's a sensational first score from last week's winners.
Well, we spoke, it was all around.
Well, you want to kick it?
Brute force and brawn, and in the end it was the brains that delivered the magic at the end. Is superb footwork from Naposki, all about speed. Then at the end, puts the afterburners on, pins his ears back. He's absolutely loving it, tongue out, dives over, and then we go back to our main man, Mayer, with the superb bomber boot for the 5-pointer.
Here he goes, first effort of the day for Carl Mayer. Just overcompensated for the wind, pushed it past the far upright. Ohio Aviators 0, Rhino Rugby 5.
I mean, on week 1, Mayer had about 60 yards there. The wind behind him, he's probably got 70, 80 in the locker. It was just sailing that ball. The direction, as you say, Nick's going to be absolutely critical out here. The wind is howling, blowing it all over the place.
Wonderful score from Naposki. Ben Seamer with the restart for the Aviators. Tossed back in field.
Onside, boys.
That's a brilliant restart from Seamer. Used the wind to full effect, just kicked it in there, hung up there for hours and hours. Finally, the Aviators have got some possession.
Need the support there to play it away. Rodriguez had to work hard.
Turnover for Rhino.
And it's a brilliant turnover, great awareness. Aviators just not putting enough men in that ruck to compete for the ball. And we're driven off it. Aaron Matthews part of the crew that did so. Courtney Venart, another one of those of the big hair club here at World 10 Series.
This Rhino style of play, it's maybe not that attractive, but by God, it's effective. They batter teams with their physicality.
Jake Campy, then played away Jacques Rabe. Aviators. O'Toole making the hit. Venart looking to try and find some extra room on the outside.
Well, look at that stat there, Nick, already, just to show you the first 5.5 minutes gone. 22 tackles made by the Aviators, 3 by the Rhinos. Just showing you how much work they're having to put in out there.
Went for the little chip through there, but they had a fair amount on it, didn't they? So it'll end up being the line out.
The Rhinos are a bit like Exeter, aren't they, Nick? They just keep going constantly with the ball. Relentless physicality, and eventually the defence is cracked as they look for some of the magic which we've already seen through the likes of Naposki.
Quick as you can, please, Aviators. Yeah, just get the ball in.
It's in from Fawcett. Oh, but it's been brilliantly picked off by Yuri van Vuren. And then on to Courtney Venart. And the Rhinos are picking off the Aviators at every turn. It's their second try of the game, and it's Courtney Venart with the score.
Oh, Van Vuren, you beauty. What an opportunistic try there. Spots it off the line out. Overthrow from the Aviators. Look at this physicality, but look at the deft touch here, Nick. Lovely little offload inside. All about great support play. Rhinos really starting to take a grip on this game as Mayer back on for the 5.
One for the highlights reel for Courtney Venart, diving over the line. Mayer looked to try and drill this one a little lower, but in doing so, he's hooked it a little more. So, still unable to add any extras. Of course, conversion jeopardy. They could have gone for a couple of safe ones in front. Mayer doesn't know any different. He just wants to go 5-5 all the time. But they missed both of them. So, Aviators very much in this still. But the Rhinos 2 tries to the good. Let's pop down to Elma.
I've got Ollie not standing by here, the non-playing players anxiously looking on. It looks like when you look at the radar on the map, the weather is literally kind of blowing over. We're hoping for not too much rain, or are you guys prepped for the rain?
Yeah, well, we've prepped for both scenarios. I mean, hopefully the rain will keep off, but you know, like I said, we've prepped for both scenarios and we're confident in our game plan. So right now the boys are doing well. I think we're 10-0 up, and hopefully we can close this out, and hopefully the rain will keep off.
So you guys, any different in terms of your approach today? Because it seems like everyone's a little more physical.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've gone back to the drawing board. I mean, I think last week we're a bit of a surprise to everybody. I think people aren't gonna, you know, maybe take us lightly again like they did last week. But no, yeah, we're still the same team. We're still a close-knit group, and we've got the same game plan for most of the games we have. So I think we're confident in that.
And who's the biggest character in your lineup? Who's been entertaining you?
Christian. If you know the Rhinos, you'll know Christian Holmes.
Christian Holmes, there you have it. That's the story. Turtle
Holmes, yeah, he's quite the character. Yeah, you should get him on the interview. He'll probably make people smile more than me.
Okay, back to you guys.
Well, there we go, Elma. You've got your work cut out for you now. You know who to find next. But certainly one man that we want to look back on that last moment is Tian Lewitz, the Aviators, who were looking good coming into the Rhinos 22. And Kyle Bailey fancying risking the long ball in this wind, but it was Lewitz who just couldn't quite handle it, perhaps got white line fever before he caught it, Ollie Phillips.
That's one of those moments in where you just want the world to swallow you whole. Nothing in front of you, just got to do the simple thing of catch it and you spill it forward. And then you've got the uneasy moment of all your fellow aviators staring at you, wondering how you even did it. So, never know, you might come back and win it for them in the end, but
keep the gap. Wait.
Back to some more battering from the Rhinos coming up.
Big drive from the Aviators.
Play, let it come.
That's an area that they are proud of their advantage, and there is the penalty. So now they will go. Little ball back in field. Aviators to try and score their opening try, and JP Doyle says it's down. It looks like it's Brad Tucker.
Well, Nick, we've been talking all morning about the difference of the 10s against 7s and 15s, and scrum time is one of them. The physical element of it is what the Aviators have prided themselves on. They've managed those power plays perfectly, and as a result of that, they get the penalty. And look at that for brute force. Muscles his way over, and just as we're talking, the heavens have opened here in Bermuda.
Well, it's going to be a safe first kick for Ben Seamer. He's not going to risk too much as the elements come across us. It's the one-pointer, but this is the decision where Carl Mayer opted for those 2 5-pointers and missed, because it means they're on the board, the Aviators, but they trail by just 4. Aviators 6, Rhinos 10 at half-time.
As I mentioned, the radar map shows that most of the weather that we anticipated to have today has passed us. Luckily, it seems to have blown past the island. We had a little squall now. You'll see some dark clouds, but the speed at which they are blowing over means that hopefully today we won't have too many more of these.
Got a wonderful future as a weather girl, hasn't she, Ollie? Absolutely marvellous. Thank you very much, Elma Smit. And, of course, you can keep up with all of the fun that Elma and I have been having across our social channels as well. Make sure that you're following Instagram at World 10 Series, on Twitter at World 10s. We're on Facebook as well, and, of course, our YouTube channel where we're streaming our coverage as well. So, World 10s today has been a little daily show of what we've been up to whilst here in Bermuda. We hope that many of you, wherever you're watching, we know how tough things are in this year of 2020, and perhaps a little bit of escapism is what you need. So we're trying to bring you closer to everything that we're able to get up to over here, as much as the rugby is a big part of that too. So, plenty of kicks from restarts, resulting back in free kicks and scrums here.
Well, I think that restart just showed you how strong that wind is out here. Mayer gave that an absolute clubbing. A bit like some of the PGA players in the championship out here. Big left hook on it.
Aviators with McGee. Christian Holmes is going to try and pick this one up. Saw Holmes in the foyer of the hotel last night. He was just getting his hair braided for match day. That's what we like to hear.
Something I've never really been able to do, unfortunately, Nick. Implanted is probably what I needed.
Maybe get it on your chest hair. Mike Teo plays it over for Aaron Matthews, who just hops and skips his way through. Good tackle from Suniula. Back in for Patrick Regan.
Tackler's in the way, let it come.
One of those players to whom the World 10 Series is a real shop window.
Let it come,
Certainly showed a lot of balance and game awareness in round one. Matthews again just has a habit of getting through gaps that he doesn't have a right to.
No, not from there, 5.
He does, but that had to go there. They had about 4 men on the outside.
Naposki wanted to show those feet again, get support from Regan. They play so well for each other, this Rhinos team. Matthews looks to the left. Bonte claps his hands and wants it. Then Mayer. Holmes on the outside. Brilliant stepping from Mayer. And great hands from Bonte, but that's a big hit. Bonte just looked punch drunk for a moment as he went to ground there. Did well to hold on to the ball.
We're not back foot for the tackle. We're not back foot for the tackle.
Well, at the end of week 1, head coach for the Rhinos, Rhino himself, said that they were like pirates. That's what he called them, pirates firing their cannons. Well, at the moment, they're stealing all the loot and dominating this game at the moment. Big physicality from the Rhinos, and the Aviators desperately just trying to hang on at the moment.
Well, if it's yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum, you're in the right place in Bermuda. Dark and stormy. It's certainly not just a weather report around these parts. Naposki builds up ahead of steam, slips it back to teammate on the inside. Naposki has Teo waiting. Then Kindrigan, but they're going to pull it back from Mayer. Mayer wants to try and feed in Matthews, but it wasn't the tidiest from the Rhinos. They've managed to maintain possession regardless. Bailey wants to try and make the big hit, but stepped out of the line there, was lucky not to be more exposed as Kindrigan is tackled by the Aviators. USA side have barely had their hands on the ball. I should say the Ohio side, of course. Rhinos, who are based in Southern California. It's Naposki again. He's causing all sorts of problems.
Onside.
Kindrigan. Mayer on a cutting in line, but he's not going to get it. Teo wants to try and chip it up, but comes off the Aviators. And Matthews wanted to try and scoop it up, but Teo invited Holmes on the line in behind him. Tharma leaves the ball in field while he is discarded towards the touchline. But it's brilliant work from Eric Howard to jump on the ball. And I think while it's not secure, referee JP Doyle says there'll be enough of a knock on there for us to slow this down and give the Aviators the scrum. But I think Eric Howard may have just been involved in a bit of rough and tumble as he gets back to his feet.
Well, it was looking like a war zone at the end there, wasn't it? Hugely physical game, this one. And I tell you one area you have to compliment the Rhinos on is their work at the breakdown. Really, really precise. Each time they take the contact, they win the contest in the head-to-head. Just starving the Aviators the ball. But this is an area where the Aviators had the ascendancy at the end of the first half. Scrum time. Can they win a penalty, use this win to put them back into the Rhinos half?
Ball goes in from JP Smith. Played away for Simmer, who will put his foot through this and no mistake. Straight down the middle of the park it goes. Picked up by Jake Hidalgo. Hidalgo looking to try and find room on that far side.
Release.
JP Eloff in there defensively trying to win it back, but there wasn't a release. JP Doyle right on the spot, one of the best in the world. Tian Lutz.
Sorry, what?
Didn't release the player. got great affinity with the players, JP Doyle, former scrum half.
I just really like his comms. You can hear him the whole time, talking his way through. You know, Lutz can hear he's saying release the player, doesn't do it. Simple black and white. As a result of that, it's another penalty given away. And the Rhinos just keeping the possession again as they roll on the big boys for the possession.
The question starts to arise as to almost what the wind is worth, because the Rhinos are playing pretty admirably into it at the moment, but still only a 4-point game despite the Rhinos outscoring the Aviators 2 tries to 1. 4.5 minutes remaining. Kindrigan brings it down for the Rhinos, but
not straight,
it's not straight.
Okay. So free kick.
So free kick to the Aviators. And they will be looking to try and make some yards. Of course, they can't kick it straight out from this.
Interesting stats so far, though, Nick. The Aviators have made 36 tackles to the Rhinos 7. So whilst that might not take effect now, as you go on through this tournament, surely that's got to have a bearing.
Well, they've gone for a really tantalising up and under, but Christian Holmes has done really well under it.
You're on the ground, 7.
Wasn't put off under pressure.
Fire, please. Fire.
I think an up and under's favourable, Nick. I think that was a sliced
took it away.
shank, as they call it.
Aviators wrestled it away, but the pass was poor. It needed much better. JP Smith, infuriated with himself, the Seattle Seawolves man, former Blue Bulls and Baby Box.
Make sure 10 on 10.
You just see Christian Holmes
Aviators go on the line, please.
barreling into the contact. It was a decent steal by the Aviators, but weren't able to make the most of it. Now it comes back for JP Smith, who
arms on the ground, leave it.
Takes it to ground. Rhinos
on the ground.
Are off their feet with arms on the ground there. Through Zach Bonte. And JP Doyle awards the penalty to the Aviators, and Benzema will take what he can on that angle and give the Aviators a line out as they start to stalk the Rhinos and see if they can get their way in front with 3 minutes on the clock.
That kick really needs to be better there from Benzema. He's got the wind behind him. They've got such big units in this Aviators team. He needed to be putting them 5-10 yards from the line. As it is, there's work to do now.
Go job!
Even more so now they lose the line out, and the Rhinos back at it. One out rugby coming.
Venar plays it out, but
Can't run in behind them.
referee JP Doyle right on the spot. It's an obstruction. Can't run behind your own players and deny the defence the opportunity to make the tackle. And that is, you can just see there, Bryce Campbell unable to get through and make the hit on the man in possession because the Rhinos effectively performed a screen. Not allowed to do that in a game of rugby, so it is another big boot into Rhinos territory. And Aviators with 2 minutes left, just with a couple of more rolls of the dice to see if they can finish this game on the right side of the scoreline and deliver Rhinos their first defeat of the competition.
Well, they brought on two big men, Howard and Tongaweah. They want to try and muscle their way over. We saw Seema exit the field. They can get some points on the board here. I'm sure we'll be seeing him coming back on for the 5-pointer. Big line out here, though. The last one wasn't straight. Aviators do the basics right.
You've got 12 for the Aviators is Bryce Campbell, and opposite him is Carl Mayer. There could be some real energy and collisions if we see this midfield battle, which we might just do. Here goes Campbell at Venar. Decided to step in and go at potentially the slightly weaker man. But now the Aviators reload. Patrick O'Toole with the carry. 4 meters out now. Popping it up for Moni Tongaweah. JP Smith calls the players round the corner. Tucker is one of them. He's got one try already, sensing how close the line is. Now, can they get a quick pass away? JP Smith has got over for the score himself. Oh, sensational. Ohio Aviators go into the lead.
Against the runner play, excellent from the Aviators. When they get the opportunity, they take it. Went to their go-to game, physicality. Roll on the big forwards. Sells the dummy, and they roll on Seema here for the 5-pointer. Interesting decision, this one, though. Do you just take the 2 or the 3, give yourself some daylight? Rhino still within penalty distance here at the moment.
Well, while we've seen a couple of 5-pointers already go over, we haven't seen the percentage that high, so Benzema might have been the first man to get one, but he hasn't had a look at a 5-pointer yet in round 2. This will be huge if he can get it for the Aviators' chances.
You gotta hit it now.
Well played from JP Doyle, the shot clock, surely.
Just gotta hit it.
Seema, he looks to have pulled it. Well, there goes the hooter. So we'll have one more restart. The Aviators' job will be to take this cleanly and clear it off the field.
Big kick here from Mayer now.
He's going to want this to be competitive, isn't he?
Yeah. We associate him with the big brute strength now. He's got to add some finesse. He's got to stick this right up into the wind, get it on the 10, challenge and get the ball back.
He's hoping the wind will do the work, but it's gone a little too deep for Mayer. It's played back in field for Elof. Why are the Aviators trying to play this at all? It's there for JP Smith. They drill it back and they clear it into touch. The Aviators have beaten the Rhinos. The unbeaten team from round 1 have fallen in their opening game of round 2.
A real turn up from the books, this one. Thought the physicality of the Rhinos would do the job. They just weren't clinical enough, and the Aviators took their chances when they came. Got to tip your hat to them.
Well, they really hung in there, didn't they? Ohio Aviators, and conversion jeopardy playing its part, because if the Rhinos through Mayer had gone for some slightly safer kicks, then they may well have been on the right side of the result. A fascinating encounter. It's finished Ohio Aviators 11, Rhinos 10. Let's get some reaction with Elma Smit.
11-10, that must mean a lot.
Means a lot. Yeah, we asked the boys to come out and be physical today. Last week we were a little bit disappointed with our physicality, but I think you saw from the first kickoff the boys tried to really show their physicality, and I think it held off toward the end there. Tight game, but yeah, credit to the boys.
In the time of some teams spent a lot of time strength and conditioning, some guys went hard and just played a lot of rugby. Were you on what side of that were you?
No, we're just making sure that we make good connections, deep connections with each other on and off the field. I think that's where you can start to play good rugby. So that's what we sort of drove into the boys, is just about building that culture off the field, and that'll transfer to on-field performances.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, great to get some immediate reaction from Taylor Howden, and this is how our first session has concluded. London Royals then losing out in our opening game to Miami Sun. The Asia Pacific Dragons, it took them a while to get going in round 1 last week, but they are flying already. 27 points to 5 win over Phoenix. And then, well, we've just seen late drama, the Ohio Aviators beating the Rhinos by 11 points to 10. That's how the league looks then, with 2 more sessions yet to come today. Join us in 45 minutes.
Come and watch rugby in the sunshine in Bermuda, they said. Maybe coming at them under the Trade Descriptions Act. Welcome back to the National Sports Stadium here in Hamilton, where it is blowing a hoolie. I've not seen rain like this for quite some time. It is coming in from all angles. We're actually in an indoor studio, though you wouldn't know it. The cagoules are on, the lights are on. It's not even 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, this weather. But we're all doing our best to... well, to try and remain smiling. Hopefully it is going to blow through, though the weatherman is saying that it's going to dig in for a little bit. We've had lovely sunshine this morning, and we've got 5 days of sunshine to come off the back of it, but we are paying for it right now as the teams are trying to strap themselves in, tether themselves into their tents at the moment. They've had a little bit of lunch, and we've got a few updates to bring you because the story is evolving here, as you would imagine. If you joined us earlier on this morning, SX10, who've had to quarantine for a couple of weeks, having returned a positive. I mean, look at what the camera crew are having to go through. Well done to all of them. Stoic in the face of the rainfall. SX10 have been in quarantine for a couple of weeks, having returned a positive test. They were tested this morning, and if that all comes back positive, they will be allowed out to play this afternoon. We are hearing that their tests got to the laboratory at 11 a.m. this morning. We haven't yet had the all clear as to whether they're allowed out. They are not going to feature in session 2, and I just wonder whether one or two of their players will be saying, Doc, no need to hurry on these. Don't mind if you come back later on this afternoon and we'll come and play tomorrow instead as this weather closes in. But as a result of SX10 not appearing in the second session of the day, we're actually going to bump that second game, or the second session, back by half an hour. So the onus is on us to fill for a little bit longer. And it's very nice to have Matthew Corr, who's come in to have a chat with us, to help us fill a little bit of the airtime as you do so. Rob and Ollie alongside as well. I think it could well be hoods up before too long. Thank you for coming to have a chat. How is it all going? How are you finding it?
Well, first and foremost, pleasure being here and have you guys have me do this interview. But now I'm loving it. This is my first time here in Bermuda. I have a little bit of background from my parents being from the islands of Jamaica. So a very similar landscape and feel here in Bermuda. So
you're playing for the Miami Sun. I'm not quite sure which team is claiming rain in their name right now, but that's very much up for grabs. How have you found it? How have you found the rugby, the experience? You know, what's been going on here?
Yeah, I've been loving the experience here in Bermuda for rugby. With having just having Paul Holmes and James Walker create this opportunity for just players, especially in today's times. It's been great just to get out there and playing again. We have a phenomenal coaching staff here for the Miami Sun with Rusty Earnshaw as our head coach, you know, giving great insight on the game, for the game of 10s as well.
Yeah.
And just kind of pretty much showing us different views and aspects of the game to approach it.
How much have you learned over the last 10 days, 2 weeks or so since you've been out here?
A ton of information. We've had chats and sit downs and just kind of picking at his brain on how he views the game, what we see there, what we could have done differently there. And yeah, I've been just soaking every information I can.
And one of the big stories about this whole tournament is that each team are having a combine player. So tell us a little bit about your actual route into this.
Yes, so over this past year, James Walker and Paul Holmes had some combines out at IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida. And it was great because it showcased your players that have not possibly gotten the opportunity elsewhere to see if they can actually compete at this level. So with that whole combine series, I believe there was, I want to say 5, possibly 6. And yeah, after that series, you know, they just reach out to some last-minute guys that they feel like could fit in, and fortunately, I was one of them.
Tell me about the type or the sport that you've been playing up until rugby has brought you here today, because we are fascinated. We very much come from a traditional rugby heartland.
Yeah.
But one of the very exciting things about this 10 is the ambition it has within the US sports scene and picking up perhaps players who don't quite make the grade in the NFL, etc.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your route into rugby.
Yeah, so leading up to rugby, I actually didn't pick up rugby until my first year in college.
Okay.
So leading up to college, I played 4 years of varsity football.
Yeah.
And I could definitely say, like, there's small aspects in the game of football that can carry over to rugby, as far as like the intensity, the hard running, and just kind of like the grit that you have in the game. And then after my 4 years of high school football, that's when I went to college at FAU down in Boca Raton. Picked up club rugby back in 2012.
And did rugby come and find you, or did you sit and think, I'll have a little bit of that? Or how did you actually get the first engagement with the sport?
I actually seeked it out. So prior to my graduation year in high school, I had a couple of my friends play for their club team in college. And like one of the guys, he wasn't really like the toughest of lads, right? So I was like, if he could play this, I could probably give this a shot. So when I graduated high school and went to my first year of college, that's when I picked it up. And then from there, it's been hooked.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating journey. And how much have you spread the word, given the journey that you've been on? And how much interest is just beginning to generate amongst players like yourself?
Oh, there's tons.
There is.
Yeah,
it is a growing thing, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Like back home, so I'm from Florida. So back in Florida, we actually have a really big following of rugby. We have it from as young as youth all the way up to men's clubs and women. So there's a huge engagement, and I just want to go ahead and like having this format and myself being here really helps a lot of the like the youth back home to see that, yeah, even though we're in Florida, there are opportunities out there to be created.
Yeah.
And if you're prepared and ready, you can take them on.
So, and how much sort of the variations have you played? Have you played 7s, 15s, and obviously now 10s as well? Have you tried
yes.
all formats?
Yes, I played 7s, 15s. I started 15s, played 7s, and then, yeah, now I'm on 10s.
Yeah. Apparently you two need to swap mics because we've got water in the system, which isn't surprising given that we've pretty much got a river flowing through here right now. Sorry, you were going to say. I'm going to throw this one at you because I think that was bust.
Absolutely, just about the Florida mentality, you know, the poster boy of Florida rugby, Perry Baker, you know, the guy that didn't know anything about rugby and went on to become twice World Sevens Player of the Year. I mean, that must be great inspiration, and that's you now in the 10s version. So,
yeah.
Do you know much about Perry, his story?
Yes, we actually do. So back home in Florida, we have this high-performance program for 7s that was ran by Ronnie Suarez and Steve Bronstein. And Perry's old high school coach had some involvement in it as well. And he came out to a few sessions and just kind of like told us the backstory that we all know on how he got to where he's at today. And yeah, like he's like the big reason on why like a lot of players in Florida can still aspire to play at that high of a level.
Man, everyone's getting quite excited here about 10s and the opportunity and how it can ultimately crack the US market. You know, having done the 7s, 15s, and now played in the World 10 Series, you know, what for you is the differentiator of the 10s that could hopefully finally get the US captive audience engaged around it? Or what are you finding that is the killer bites, if you like?
I would definitely say like the open play. Compared to the game of 15s and the game of 10s, there's a lot more open play for us to kind of express ourselves with the ball in hand. And a lot of players back home in the US, they like that action. They like seeing the constant hits, passes, tries happening. So I think that's going to be a really big key on kind of getting the US market into the play, and then having like the actual cities like backed up by really good players in their own hometown.
I'm afraid it's a bit of it's not a joke necessarily, but outside of America, we always raise an eyebrow when you hear about baseball's World Series. There isn't a lot of World Series going on outside America.
Domestic.
I just wondered, did you watch the Rugby World Cup in Japan last year? Did that catch your attention? What did you make of that as a sporting spectacle from somewhere where the sports scene is so rich internally in the US?
Yeah, I think the Rugby World Cup happening back in 2019 was huge just to see like. Unfortunately, the USA didn't have a good run as we would like to see, but just kind of seeing like, especially like when Japan, as like an underdog story, a lot of people in the U.S. really like to see, like, you know, like the team that doesn't, like, isn't favored to come out and give a good match. So.
Yeah. And the question I was going to follow on to ask is how big an impact for the global game of rugby would a World Cup in the US have? And they're talking about 2031, I think it is, the US sort of being a ripe target for that tournament.
Oh, it would be huge. Yeah, it would be a massive. Having the World Sevens World Cup in San Francisco in previous years, that was really good to see because you've seen a huge involvement with the crowd, the spectators, and I feel like that was a good scene to like really showcase how big and involved the people of the U.S. would go into the game of 15s as well if they had a World Cup.
Brilliant.
Well, I mean, what I really wanted to ask, well, I mean, you said everyone loves in the US loves an underdog story, and this morning you guys produced an underdog story. You turned over the London Royals, which, and we talked about Russell Earnshaw, your head coach. He would have particularly enjoyed that, with it being littered with England Sevens. But two things I wanted to ask: A, how would that feel, and B, what was the game plan coming into that to win that game?
Oh, the feeling was great. Just because, like, being that last week we kicked it off
We've got
as
some
the
images
first.
there for you as well.
Yeah, Nikki. Yeah, good put down by our boy Nolan right there, number 14.
But what was the tactics coming into this game to beat the Royals? What was the discussion?
Yeah, our tactics was like pretty much like keeping the ball alive as much as we can. You know, seeking out the opportunities that were presented to us in space and making sure we capitalize off of that. As far as attacking wise, defensively, we just wanted to keep them in front of us, not create too many line breaks, obviously up the middle, and we ended up doing that. So it was just really great to come out to showcase that, like, we're not just like this team that just have a bunch of random guys come together and they can't play. So for us to come out with the W today, especially from last week, was huge.
And a bit of conversion jeopardy as well that went your way. Again, we've been talking about this the whole way through. What's the talk around that been as well in the camp?
Yeah, we just big kudos to our guy James. He came to convert, and he succeeded in that. You know, he's been like, but he has a boot on him. You know, he's very confident in his abilities. So we were just thankful that when it came time to convert, you know, he stayed confident. You know?
He came, he saw, he conquered, as they say, Alex.
He did. Someone wise once said that. One more just quick question on you personally. I mean, I imagine this is a wonderful experience, but, you know, now that you're into it and you're off and running, where would you like to go in your rugby career? I mean, is it to stay stateside, MLR, grow? Would you love to come and try your game in Europe? You know, where would you love to ply your trade?
I would definitely love to play for an MLR team, just to showcase that we have players in the USA that are of caliber to compete at that level. And I would just like to see more of the teams in the MLR showcase that, you know, we have guys here that can play. Other than that, honestly, as far as whatever opportunity gets presented to me, you know, I'll take it. But the key thing is to take I would love to go the MLR route. And then after that, you know, I have my son myself, and I would just love for him to, like, I want to establish, like, the ground base, the foundation, so that when he becomes older and wants to take on some things that, you know, he's seen his father do it, so.
Amazing. One of the pioneers. I know they talk about pioneers in the US Sevens circuit, don't they?
And yeah, interesting fact, I'm the very first player ever in my family to play rugby.
Wow.
Very first.
Doing pretty well at it.
And hopefully not the last.
So far, so good.
May the journey continue in the right trajectory. Lovely to chat to you. Thank you so much. If you could bring a bit more sun to the Miami as opposed to the rain, that would be much appreciated.
Bermuda's not getting the message, I see it.
No, I know. We seriously need to work on that aspect of the tournament. Elma, you've been incredibly patient. You've gone barroom sports. There's a surprise.
Yes, well, we don't get to layers around the pool here, so we found the pool table, which is the close second. Nick Boyer's got a broken hand as a result of this morning's action.
Yes, yeah, unfortunately. But I've taken on the role of the pool coach for my two teammates, Matt Hustle Houston and Luca Gravedigger Tani.
Gravedigger?
Yeah.
Why?
He puts people in their graves.
With pool or?
With pool.
Okay, just...
Yeah.
And some other stuff. Okay, so Nick giving them the team talk pre-match. Patrick, you going for the Rhinos?
Yeah, Eric and I, we've done some extensive game footage. We think we've found some weaknesses, so I think we're ready to go with this one.
The competitive spirit, it's pumping.
Yeah, well, people say it's just a game, but, you know, we'll take it seriously.
Okay, so there's a bar over there. Who is patrolling the bar? Because I'm astounded that not more people are crowding it yet.
Yeah, well, you know, professional athletes and all of that. So, I mean, if you ask us tomorrow evening, maybe it'll be a different story. But for now, we're professional. So
it seems like the Rhinos have gravitated towards the foosball table, but let's see how they take on the Miami Sun. Take it away, guys. Back to you, Alex.
I hope someone's going to take off the ball rack. The frame.
It's got a frame, Alex,
and the drinks.
So you know.
Move the drinks.
They've not been slow to get to the pub sports, it has to be said. I think once a rugby player, always a rugby player. And while we are waiting for the rain to clear, why not head to the bar, rack up the pool table. We've got some cards going on elsewhere, a bit of air hockey. And by the look of it, we'll concentrate on the rugby rather than the pool. That could be going on for some time, I think. And while the those fellas get involved in it, it's a very warm welcome to Ben Foden. What are you looking at?
I was looking at the stats.
Yeah, he's struggling with his eyesight, clearly.
Getting old.
Tell you what, he knows when the camera's around. Suddenly we've got the Thierry Henry socks over the knee. Is that just
Ronaldo?
Is that just to look good, play good? What is this?
Just it's raining.
That's raining. Yeah, exactly. Some leggings, some tights. How are you? You all right?
I'm good. Yeah. Well, obviously, yeah. I'm in Bermuda, running around playing a bit of tens. It's been worse. I've had worse tours, to be fair.
Old man of the tournament, but you still a bit of razzle dazzle in there. Some slinky hips and stuff going on.
You know, I've got to put in a bit of effort though nowadays. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's a bit worrying when I see like birth dates and it's like 2000.
Right.
There's a few guys knocking around with a 2000 birthday. I'm
yeah.
Like, I am old.
Yeah. Not good one for anyone's ego, that, is it? How have you found the overall sort of jamboree? How much have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, loved it. It's been a really good experience so far. I'm interested to see how everything's going to turn out with SX10s joining, and then how it's going to be staged for next Saturday in the knockouts. I think that's going to be very interesting. And we're still learning as well. We're still learning on different styles, what works best. You know, we saw last week we had a good win against the Miami Suns, and then the opening game this week we've come unstuck and lost.
This morning?
Well,
slow to get to the alarm clock.
I think that I think we're a bit. Yeah, we were still on the bus, I think. We weren't quite as direct. We weren't taking the ball on. We weren't hitting the ball at pace. And we were doing a bit of chain passing to the end and just expecting someone to do something magic and score tries, where you've got to sort of earn the right to go wide in this. There is space, but you've got to create it first and foremost by being direct, being good in the breakdown, which we weren't. Our offloads were offloaded people standing still instead of people hitting the ball. And, you know, we paid the price for it. And that's the thing. It's a very fast, quick game. You've got 10 minutes each way, blink of an eye. You know, especially with these 5-point conversions, you find yourself 10 points down and all to play for.
We were hearing a lot of players arrived here without necessarily knowing exactly the new laws and the law changes that they were going to be playing. You were one of those?
Oh, yeah,
right.
100%.
Have you worked any of it out now?
No, still trying to piece it all together.
How much are you quite enjoying the challenge of having to think on your feet out there?
Well, that's the great thing about the game. It's something that, you know, I'd never played. I've heard of tens competitions. You know, it's normally like something you do towards the end of your career. So it was always interesting on who it's going to suit better, the sevens guys.
Oh, we're going to have to swap mics again. Your singing voice has blown the mic.
Oh, really blown the mic.
Waterworks.
Yeah,
high pitched notes.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just trying to figure it out. And so, you know, we've got a good blend of 15 and sevens guys in our team. And, you know, like I said, we're probably weren't quite direct enough and physical enough in the last game, but the rain, the wind plays a factor. You know, we saw last week Rhino in the rain against us. They picked and went for 20 phases, I think it was, at the end, and scored and won the game. So horses for courses. We were hoping for dry, fast, top of the ground rugby, but
SUVs and 4x4s it is.
Exactly. So just a quick question, because one thing we haven't seen a lot of is kicking out there, and I thought there would be a lot more with the space behind it. I saw you attempt a couple and they came off the Toblerone boot. But
it was almost shorts down from the ladies' tee, that one
exactly,
down here, wasn't it?
But it was into wind, though.
Into wind.
What about the two who kicked it straight out?
Yeah, we forget those.
All right, okay. Just blame the old man. It's my fault.
But, you know, what is the rationale there? Is it because of the short halves, you don't want to kick it away too much? Like, not many teams seem to be kicking it, and that's the only thing we haven't seen a lot of.
Well, especially week one, we didn't really have that much possession. So when we got the ball, we were quite dangerous. So we wanted to quite hold on to the ball, go through the phases, try and create the space for the quick guys like Norts and Bowens on the end to run them in. But I think we probably had the most possession and territory of all the games in the last one, and we came unstuck. But our kicking game was very poor in the last game. I did one little topo down the side, which they turn around and score. Zinni kicked one straight out, and I think right at the end, Max decided to go for a 0-0 move and slice up the side of the boot straight out as well. So I think it's good that we've got the confidence to do that. I mean, we've got to work on the execution, and hopefully we'll see that turn around in the next couple of games.
Can I ask you a macro question, now that you're running around in the MLR? We had a really interesting chat with Matthew just now, and we've spoken a lot about these amazing athletes that American sport has and how they're beginning to be funneled into rugby, tens, etc. How have you found it, rugby stateside?
Yeah, I think it's very important for the game in terms of finding these guys, these athletes who are crossing over from, especially from American football, because for Americans to understand rugby, they need to sort of like have that sport that they can sort of compare to. And I think, you know, we've got a guy in our team called Gio, who's a crossover from a slot receiver, wide receiver, and he played a bit of linebacker as well. So he's physical and fast. And just seeing, you know, how they transition. Obviously, he's playing on the wing, but I think there's chances of like turning running backs into centres and you know, tight ends into second rows and that sort of thing. It's going to take time because it's so, you know, like you just said with this new game. I played the game since I was 4 years old, and I'm trying to figure out the rules still. So these guys who are in the process of becoming rugby players from NFL, you know, it's a long process to learn the ins and outs, the rules, the intricate games. You know, when you look at guys like, you know, Georgie Smith, someone like that, who was just a brilliant at the dark arts, but everyone used to say when they watched him train, he wasn't that good. But put him on the rugby field, knew all the ins and outs, knew where to be, the short lines, saved. You know, these guys who are transgressing now into rugby from NFL, they run around like blue-ass flies because that's what they're sort of. You know, they're just trying to get on their hands on the ball because in NFL it's all about having the ball, all about the ball. Whereas in rugby it's about space, manipulating it, moving the ball into space, and you know, like passing the ball 3 or 4 times to get a guy in space, and then he can run with the ball.
Interesting. A quick reminder, we've actually pushed the afternoon session back by half an hour because unfortunately SX10 haven't yet had their COVID results, or the test results that they took this morning to try and get themselves out of quarantine. As we said, I'm not entirely sure that they'll be pushing those through as quickly as possible, given what we're sitting in here at the moment. So rugby due to resume at 1:30 with a second game at 2 o'clock. Sorry, I'm being shouted at. What am I meant to be doing? No, I'm not been doing it. We've got all sorts of challenges here in the moment, trying to broadcast in amongst the pub, etc. The other thing I wanted to ask
it's
you...
2020.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing I wanted to ask you is how much you've got into the American sports scene. We're comparing rugby as a product to what you get in the US. I mean, how taken in by the NFL and by baseball have you become?
I love it.
Do you really?
Yeah, it was one of the reasons why I wanted to come over here, is the razzmatazz, and they don't do anything by halves in America. If it picks up, and everyone's sort of involved. And I'm really hoping that rugby gets that traction and it does grow and becomes a big sport in America. Because I think if it does, it'll change the face of rugby worldwide.
Have you been to? I mean, have you taken in NFL Live and?
Yeah, well, I did the ones back in England as well, but I've been to a Jets game. Yeah. I've done the basketball. I watched a game in Miami. I love it all.
What do you love about that relative to an afternoon at Franklin's Gardens?
Well, obviously there's a bit more. It's a bit more centralised around marketing and stuff. There's a lot more breaks in the game. Like literally, I used to watch basketball on Instagram, so I just see like slam dunks and 3-pointers, and I was like, yeah, okay, I need to go and watch this live. And then I was amazed how much they actually missed. They missed an awful lot in that game, but they're just up and down the court so fast. It's all action all the time. And so I think that needs to be sort of, that's why this game's sort of pretty good to sort of get a rugby fan in America into the MLR, because it's a bit more action, a bit more fast pace. You know, it's quite difficult for a non-rugby fan or a newbie to come and watch 80 minutes of rugby and sort of understand it. And sometimes, you know, when you're playing the brain, it's a boring 9-6 game or something like that. But the way that rugby's been coached in America, it's a bit more Southern Hemisphere, that won a lot of tries, won a lot of top of the ground rugby. There's a lot of turf instead of grass. Yeah. So it should be a faster, everyone's a bit more attacking minded as well. So they want games where you score lots of tries, a lot of action, and I think that's what the American supporter will really buy into.
Okay. Have we got the reaction of the Royals at the very end of the game? Can we just roll that in? We talk about emotions in sport and how that sells the game.
Please
I just want you to talk us through what everybody was thinking at the end of the Royals' loss in the first game of the day. It was a great performance by the Miami Sun, but hopefully we've got this to show. Ben, you can talk us through the kicking game not on point all the way through. Hail Mary. And I love all the hands on heads and the kind of...
Well, first, look, Maxi puts his hand up straight away to apologise. I think the most frustrating thing on that is one, that Max is a back row forward and should be kicking the ball anyway. But also, I think the guys on the other side of the field were just saying if we'd just done one ruck and then thrown it left, we had a lot of numbers. But he, at the moment, literally, if that came off the middle of his foot and he runs 50 metres and dots it down, he's praised a hero. So we can't, you know, we have to give them the backing and the confidence to do that. But, you know, Maxi was the first person to put his hand up and said, you know, bad play. Sorry about that, boys. We'll forgive him.
You've got to go and blow dry your hair and get it reset
No,
for the second game of the day.
Exactly.
So we'll let you go and do that.
So jealous of
Still
it,
looking
though.
beautiful.
So jealous.
Lovely to chat. Well done, Ben. Thank
Cheers,
you very
buddy.
much indeed. Elma, from the pool table to the bar.
We have made our way to the bar. The Miami Sun won that pool match over there. They've already cancelled out the Rhinos. I'm not going to mention people getting drinks. Troy Lockyer standing by. He's apparently a magician.
Yeah, magician, yeah. It was something I taught myself back when I was like 15, 16 years old. I've just been doing it since then. It's like a little part-time hobby. Turned into a bit of a profession. So.
Okay. Take it away.
So yeah, we've got a pack of cards here. See, they're all mixed up. See at home, they're all mixed up. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to get you to pick 4 piles, okay? So can you just tell me when to stop whenever you want? Oh, sorry.
Stop.
There. That's 1. Go again.
Stop.
And then one more time.
Stop.
You happy there? Do you want me to go any further?
No, that's good.
You good? Okay. So we've got those 4 piles, okay? And we're actually going to get a calculator out on my phone. And I'm actually going to get you to times some numbers. So what I want you to do is put your lucky single-digit number in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you going to see this?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then times another single digit. Then times one more single digit. And then divide by a 2-digit. Okay, and press equal. Okay, so we've got 52.86, okay? So you realize you could put any number you wanted into that, yeah? And you also told me where to stop wherever you wanted to, yeah? Look at this, that's actually quite a coincidence, because actually the first number's a 5. We've got a 5. The next one's a 2. The next one's a 2. The next one's an 8, and then a 6, and a 6.
Whoa.
But the thing is, this is obviously really unlikely to happen. Yeah, you know, you could have chosen any cards. You could have times whatever you wanted to. I actually think this number means something else as well. So we've got the 5286. When were you born?
That's my birthday.
5th of February, 1986.
No way.
There you go.
That is pretty good.
There you go.
That is impressive. He's got a can trick. We'll see if we have time for that. Do we have time for that? Do you want to see the can trick? Okay, let's go for the can trick. Show us the can trick.
Yeah, sure.
Can we get 2 cans, please?
Yeah. I'll come over just so I come over here.
Okay.
Okay, so with this, we're actually gonna. So we got these 2 cans. We got a Coca-Cola and we got a ginger beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I want you to do is choose whichever one you want. Ginger beer, okay? And what I want you to do is just shake it as hard as you can. As much as you want to do.
Okay.
Okay? And what I want you to do is, so a lot of magic is to do and be able to take a card, move it somewhere else, like, you know, pick a card and it goes somewhere else. What I'm going to try and do is actually going to take the fizziness and pass it onto that can. Okay? So you've just shaken that up, yeah? I take the fizziness and actually put it into the can. You can do it again. Take the fizziness, put it in. Try a 3rd time. And put it in. Do you think that's I've done the work, done the job?
I don't understand how. Okay, obviously.
Open that ginger beer. You just shook that up as much as you wanted to. It doesn't fizz, yeah?
Whoa.
You might want to stand back. See, it's really important to make sure I don't shake this.
And now I have Coca-Cola in my hair.
So yeah, there you go.
That's impressive.
Smooth mover. He revealed Elma's birthday, her age on air, and then covered her in Coke. I've got to be honest, we've seen some incredible rugby here, but that may well be one of the highlights of the tournament so far.
I'm loving it.
Many talents.
I can't wait to get to the bar to ask how he does it.
Cassie, thank you for coming and have a chat with us. One of the physios here, is that correct? What's your official title here at the World Tennis?
In America, we're called the athletic trainers, but internationally, we're physios.
You're physios. How are you finding it all? How much work have you had to do? Is the work level going up dramatically, or are you kind of across it all and on top of it?
After the first weekend, it definitely went up. A lot of work back at the hotels, a lot of soft tissue treatments, but you know, we're doing our best to keep them together with tape.
Brilliant. So. I mean, I was going to say, what are the tools of your trade? Is it tape, ice, deep heat? How are we getting these guys from the 1970s possibly? How are you getting them back on the field?
A little bit of that, soft tissue definitely, some cupping and neural flossing as well. just basically whatever it does to make the body happy.
I saw them with all their little alien cups all over their legs and backs in the hotel, which is an interesting feature. But keeping the rhinos in one piece, which is the main thing.
Yeah, we're trying our best here, but...
What do you do back in the US? Are you affiliated to a team or a sport, or do you
So
go
I
anywhere?
actually work with the Marines.
Oh,
I work
wow.
at Marine Boot Camp down in San Diego at MCRD. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That is quite impressive. So what kind of work do you do down there?
So what I do is I get all of the guys that drop from boot camp due to an injury, whether it's an overuse injury or if they fall off an obstacle, break their leg, and they have surgery. We work as a team to kind of get them back into training as soon as possible.
Wow. How would you compare Marines with the rabble that we've assembled here in Bermuda?
I'd say Marines and rugby players are two of my favorite populations to work with, simply because they don't ask a lot of questions. They get back out there and get the work done.
Good, so the rugby players are stacking up all right?
I think that they're doing as best they can in these conditions. A lot of these guys haven't played in a couple of months, so I think we're all just kind of dusting off the boots for right now. Yeah.
Very diplomatic of you. And I'm conscious as well, there's a lot of rugby to come in the next 7 days. So we've obviously got today, tomorrow, and then on Saturday it's finals day. Are you anticipating quite a heavy workload between now and the end of it all?
As much as we've been doing in the last week, I'd say at that point it's pretty much going to be trying to give these guys proper rest and getting them ready for that last match day, whatever that looks like for them. Not as heavy training load as we've seen in the last week.
Okay.
How have you found just in terms of the heat and the variation in temperature that we're getting, wind, rain, sun, how are you managing that with all their bodies, particularly with the heavy workload in terms of games?
Well, I guess keeping them entertained right now, keeping them on their feet with all the games we got going on. I think it's just more going to be trying to keep track of them mentally, making sure that they're mentally staying in the game, as I'd say is a little bit more important than their bodies right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much have you enjoyed? I mean, were you a rugby fan coming here today, or have you just sort of learned bits of it as you've gone along? What do you make of it all?
So I actually had the pleasure of being able to play when I was in high school for
Fantastic. Which
Rugby
high school was
Club. Fallbrook Rugby Club.
Brilliant.
So that was back in 2010 and 11.
Yeah.
We were the only female team in San Diego, and we actually made it to nationals my senior year and won the whole thing. So
amazing.
Yeah.
So you must be quite enjoying this as an event and a spectacle.
It's actually kind of a dream of mine. I never really thought I'd get here, but yeah, it was definitely unexpected. But it's kind of nice to come back to home roots with the sport and get to re-experience it from the physio side. Yeah.
Brilliant. Lovely to chat to you. Good luck keeping them all in one piece. It's not easier said than done, I think, isn't it? But well done. Thank you for coming to have a chat as well. Elma, I hope you've dried off a little bit. Where are you now?
I'm hanging out here with the London Royals. They are piling onto the little inflated couches here. Ben Lanigan's been just reading very intently. He has his earphones on. He's been making notes on his phone even. So I figured he could give us a book review. What are you reading?
So I'm reading Top Dog, so The Science of Winning and Losing by Poe Bronson. I'll be honest, I was mainly reading it to try and look marginally intelligent, so I can't really remember a huge amount what it's about, but there's a lot of differences between sort of male and female psyche and how they react to competition, sort of within different settings.
Anything you can use while you're out here?
Not out here, because unfortunately there's not many female teams out here at the moment, but certainly some use of some of this knowledge working with some female athletes back home.
Okay, so your job as S&C manager for the Dragons.
Yes, yeah.
How have they been training over the last week?
Yeah, it's been a really good week actually. It's quite a lively group, like a huge mix of different cultures. But it's been really interesting getting to know them, why they're here, and just like this platform, just allowing some boys who haven't had rugby to be able to play. So yeah, it's been an interesting week.
What have you learnt?
What have I learned? So as well as sort of having to be adaptable on the World 7 series, I think hugely this week with just, the way the competition is structured and being adaptable, with what you do and trying to make the best out of every situation you can. So.
And we've definitely had a lot of curveballs coming our way. The weather is one of them. A little bit of a long break here in the middle of the day. Would that have a big impact?
Not really. I think it gets time for a few guys to relax. We'll probably end up doing a bit more of a warm-up movement, mobility before the next game. But it's a good chance for them to switch off and have a bit of fun, as you're seeing behind me. So.
Okay, well, let's join the guys back in the studio section.
Well done, Elma. Thank you very much indeed. Nick's come for a bit of a chat before we head back up to the gantry. Well done on the Rugby 101 this morning. How was
Thanks.
that received?
Well, I think we'll find out probably as people watch the stream back, that kind of thing. It's one of those things. Rugby is not a straightforward game, and many of us who work in it or have played it, you get to grips with it over the years. But I think there are probably season ticket holders at clubs across the world, people tuning into international rugby. This is a new product that's looking for a new audience as well. So it's been great that the guys have, you know, backed us and given us the chance to just do a bit more of a rugby explainer, and I think that's really important to do.
We've hopefully teed up Tom Mitchell to come and do some comms with you at some point today, depending on how the games and the cards fall. But it'd be fascinating to get a real-time players insight as well. I'm quite looking forward to that.
Also, just to find out if he's any good at commentary, because everyone always believes they've got quite a lot to say. I worked on a previous incarnation of the World Tens in Singapore and was able to run around between games and get David Pocock up to co-commentary and Will Genia. You've never seen two more experienced rugby players look more scared in their lives. So from being expert on the field to suddenly having a mic in your hands and having to talk about it can be two quite different things. But I dare say Mitch, as he's known, will take to it like a duck to water.
It's the complete inversion of walking the walk but not being able to talk the talk.
Yeah.
Which is, anyway, Monday, I can't really get my head around that.
It's whether he gets his hands around the pronunciations of
like
whichever game we get him on.
You've got to run, actually. I'm being told.
Shall I go and do that
well
thing?
done. Thank you for swinging by.
No problem. I thought I'd just stop off. I heard the bar was open, but anyway.
Exactly.
He's just trying to get out of the wind. That's what he's trying to do. Wind and rain. Thought he'd just seek refuge in here.
It is blowing through, actually, quite quickly. I mean, it still looks a little grey and dark out there, as you can probably see. But the reason that we've knocked Session 2 back by half an hour is that if you are just joining us, we had some fairly biblical rain a little bit earlier on, and our camera crew and the ground staff here have done a wonderful job, A, to hold on to the kit, and B, to keep morale up as we get ready to go again for Session 2. But it is thankfully looking like it's, well, I'm sort of trying to be optimistic and positive about it. It's still pretty damp and dank.
Well, if anything else, we've got the magician to try and pick up afterwards, because I'm still trying to work that one out. That was insane.
What would be your...
I want to know if he knows all our birth dates. Just do it all over again and see if he picks them all out.
Quite clever. What would be your go-to in the heat of battle with a camera on if you had to deliver something... Karaoke?
Nothing anywhere near as good as that. No. I mean, I just flummox my way through and bamble it like I am now, just trying to think of something. I would have nothing.
I've got a few little tricks, to be honest, but you need a few tools.
Prove it.
You need a few tools of the trade. I'll show you later on, mate. We'll be fine.
Yeah, he's got to prove this now.
Well done to the team. Look at them all. They're all holding on to the bits and the bobs and the camera. It really has been. Oh, look. That's a quite nice little positivity for those of you who are just joining us. Quite right. Give yourself a shakedown. And the players certainly, I mean, having relaxed quite well here in the bar. There's been lots of pool and lots of fun being had over the course of lunch, but we're hopefully going to get the rugby back up and running in about 5 minutes' time. What we haven't actually spoken about this morning in terms of the players, the fact that the Rhinos and the Royals, the two standout teams from day one, or round one, both going down in the opening session of round 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of this World 10 series, that, you know, all these sides bring a different component to their game, and depending on what the weather throws us here in Bermuda, it plays to different strengths. The Rhinos were totally on top of the Aviators the whole way through. They didn't take their chances. The Aviators did. Outstanding performance from them, and I know from the Miami Sun, Russell Earnshaw in particular will be having a cheeky wry smile underneath it all, having turned over the England Sevens boys of, you know, practically of the London Royals. So that's why we love this series so far, because it's throwing up so many different challenges, and again, conversion jeopardy wreaking havoc.
Less of a cheeky wry smile and more of a beaming smug grin, wasn't it, on the face of Russell Earnshaw?
Well, it must be a nice feeling. You know, you got a team loaded with full professional Sevens players, and suddenly you're turning them over. So I think it was a really good game, really close game. So we've had a 1-point game and a 4-point game. Bit of a blowout in the middle, but it...
Talking of broad, smug grins, do you want to go there with the Dragons? Here they come, up on the rails. He backed the horse.
Oh, just because they beat the Phoenix.
Yeah, well, come
only
on,
one game.
Don't slate the Phoenix, Ollie. Come on, the big guys. Looking at it, though, I think they know that it is a longer tournament than that first day that we saw, and clearly 8 months out for them impacted them. And just chatting to Lonners before, the strength and conditioner, to just get them up and running and moving is a big part of it, because they are such big specimens. It can take them a little bit more time than perhaps the smaller, more fleet-footed European players, perhaps.
Yeah. One thing that I've just noticed, actually, mine are tender. All the scraps and scratches that we've got on our knees at the moment, I wonder whether we should have actually had a little bit of time on the treatment table ourselves. Well, you particular.
Yeah, well,
Kev, the producer, lost most of the skin on his arm as well.
I mean, it's a really nice story, because when you see these camera guys around and they're, you know, resilient bunch, they were absolutely full bore at the touch yesterday. These are guys that have to stand up today for 8, 12 hours. They operate, machinery with their hands and elbows and shoulders, diving into people, flailing tackles, 100% commitment, which I really impressed.
Well done. Double thumbs up from behind the cameras. What are we going to get here this afternoon then? I mean, weather obviously going to play its part. A huge day to come tomorrow, a quick turnaround to the finals day. What are we expecting? Is it going to go a little bit more up front?
Well, I think it has to with the weather. I think first and foremost, I think everyone and every team is hoping that we get some massive positive news at SX10, get the all clear and that they're back here and playing for the rest of the afternoon. And then beyond that, we've got wind, rain, hopefully sunshine. Next couple of games we've got coming up, it's going to be short, sharp, physical. So the Rhinos, the Aviators, the Asia-Pacific Dragons, they're going to be licking their lips at that one.
Yeah, be really nice to have the SX10 down this afternoon, just for them, for the tournament, and just have a look at what they got.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about them for 2 weeks now. You want to see them down here. I think there's a fair bit of pressure on them.
Yeah.
Because they're coming to this with a load of internationals and really, standout players of what we've seen when they've played previously, but they don't know nothing. They're into this environment that these guys were in last week. And Harry McNulty, the king of social, telling everyone they're ready. Let's get down here and prove it, mate. We want to be seeing you.
I think they've seen the weather. They just want to delay it for another hour longer.
There's another one that's come out saying, we're not quite ready. We'll be back tomorrow when the sun shines.
Look at the blue sky and, glorious sunshine down here, blowing a hoolie.
On the south side of the island. Anything that's caught your eye just in terms of the play, the style of the tactics this morning? You've talked a lot about the fact we haven't seen great kicking or a lot of kicking. Anything that you've been picking up in confidence?
Yeah, the one thing I did want to try and get onto, and I was trying to speak with some of the players around here, is just looking at what's not going well. So line-outs in these conditions are horrific.
Yeah.
You don't have to put 5 men in a line-out. You can put 2 men in a line-out. You can put 9 men or go quick. They've got scrum halves who are playing hooker. The amount of not straights are really prevalent. Then pass the ball in. Don't think you have to play it like 15. So just think differently would be my logic.
Another thing was, I actually spoke to the Phoenix head coach, Bram van Straten, around some of the tactics they're looking at. One of the crucial areas was the breakdown. The Rhinos, where they're really, really, really precise and dominating a lot of teams, is in that breakdown area. Really clinical at the moment. And other teams, you're just seeing them chucking loads and loads of people into the breakdown and trying to challenge all the time. His exact response was, don't worry, we've got a few tricks up our sleeve on that front. So, I mean, I'll see what happens, but the critical areas, the sides that are winning the referees over at the moment are those that are making great decisions come breakdown time.
Everyone wants to make friends with the referees, Alice.
Yeah.
One thing I want to ask you, just about the professionalism, particularly the Sevens players. They know how to flick the switch and turn it back on. There's been a lot of fun being had over lunchtime. We've had to knock the afternoon session back by half an hour. What are the techniques for making sure now that they are ready to go again?
Yeah, well, Ollie and I are both well versed to speak about this because we did 15s and 7s. And the one thing you learn incredibly well at 7s is that you can flick on like that.
How do you do that?
It's just a time-based thing. It's knowing your body, it's knowing your mechanisms, it's knowing your teammates a little bit as well, which the Royals have that advantage of. And it really is a psychological trigger that you can almost condition yourself to cross a line and think, right, I'm ready, I can go. Physiologically, you might need a bit more prep, so the extended warm-up might go from 50 minutes to 30. But that is one of the best things that this England Sevens team players have and possess. And this will be called upon when things like this happen. The uncontrollables, you internalise it and you control what you can.
Yeah. What was your trick?
Well,
quickly.
Actually, the physio, Delaney, who came on with us a minute ago, she said it's more a mental battle. Switching in psychologically, mentally to get your head back into the game, that's critical.
Time for Nick Heath to switch back on as we go with session 2 today. All yours, Nick.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, boys. And, well, it was almost like rugby's version of Test Match Special, that, wasn't it? 45 minutes, beautifully filled, a bit of magic tricks and a bit of everything else. And now we are hoping for a little bit of magic on the field to continue to entertain you through round 2, day 1 of the World 10 series. It's Phoenix against the Ohio Aviators. And we are looking forward to the second session getting underway. The rain still coursing through. It's a little lighter than it was. Let's have a look at how they line up then. The Phoenix squad, well, under Brian van Straten then, as the boys said, with players such as Karel Coetzee, who's a cheetah's man in Super Rugby, Aaron Brody, who epitomises those Southern Kings boys. He's a big physical guy. And the likes of Aki Raymond, who wants to stand out not only on social media with his Axilla TV TikTok account with over 1 million followers, but on the field as well. As for the Aviators,
Well, fresh from their win against the Rhinos this morning, which has turned a few heads and put a bit more of a spring in their step. Brad Tucker and JP Smith scoring in that earlier match. Shalom Suniula into the action today when he was out of round one. A couple of other Seattle Seawolves, of course, in Benzema and Rickert Hatting as well. Scott Green is our man in the middle. Time to see if this Phoenix team can rise from the ashes then. Mark Nelson and David Porter are assistant referees. And at the minute, my notes are still dry, so I've got half a chance, everybody. We await further news of SX10 being able to join us a little later. We kick off our second session. A little half hour later than billed, so don't need to adjust your sets. This is the Aviators against Phoenix. And it's in the rain. Forecast tomorrow, incidentally, is for things to be much clearer, much drier, about 22 degrees, pretty perfect conditions for rugby. So the teams will have to work pretty hard today in these conditions. But we want them to be tested and challenged. My man has just challenged himself to sprint here from pitch side. His former England Sevens captain, Rob Vickerman. All right, Rob.
Yeah, very good. A little bit wet now, Nick, so I definitely feel the pain of the players now, these conditions.
Well chatted down there, well chatted. Ball taken in, not able to be won back on the Phoenix side, so it's a penalty to the Ohio Aviators. Or sorry, a scrum, I should say. Apologies. Big smile on the face of Kyle Bailey. What a character he is. Nola Goldman, 29 caps for Canada. He's also won the captain's armband.
And this is probably set to be the biggest colliding scrum you're going to see in this tournament. Two of the biggest forward packs smashing into each other. And Bailey, the second row here, is going to have to really give a bit of grunt for the guys up front. Ohio love this platform and are going to fly from it.
JP Smith, they've got Sean Riley down the left side, but Riley is now pulling over to the right to try and create an extra man here, and he's going to be the one to get it and go straight through the gap. Phoenix unable to spot it. It's Sean Riley with the score for the Aviators.
Nick Heath calling the plays perfectly here. Riley benefiting from that opportunity we said about the platform being so strong for Ohio. The Aviators using that scrum dominance to set this up for Riley. The short ball was an option. Two players went for it. Riley exploits the space in behind. As the PA throws out a little bit of Triple H action. That was execution to perfection.
Sean Riley, he's been a football and track athlete. I say football, American football for our worldwide audience. Trained with Tiger Rugby a few years ago. Played for the Aviators in 2016, then joined Southern Pines for a couple of years. But he popped up at just the right moment there, didn't he? Benzema then fancies going for the two-pointer. The ball has just slipped off the tee in the circumstances, so Scott Green has just told Benzema he's got about 15 seconds to line this one up.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Cool as a cucumber. Two-point conversion jeopardy. And the Aviators lead by 7 points to 0.
Already playing the psychological games there, the two-pointer getting over that cushion of teams opting for that one. That pretty much sets a precedent straight away that we're going to have to see tactics from the kick-in as well as the tactics in play.
Riley, the try scorer, buoyed with confidence since that score. Seema. So just try and test the backfield of the Phoenix. Sends John Poland back there. Only man to get on the score sheet for the Phoenix today. He's met a red wall. Phoenix through Dean Murphy, just don't think it was an intended pick and go, but couldn't find the option to pass away. Was the ball touched in flight there off Robbie Chalmers' little hack through. It's allowed people in front of him to be onside after it came off an Aviator's hand. They've largely found themselves back where they are, though. Murphy once again was of the British Army. Poland again. Murphy again. Represented the Army at under 23s. Now Chalmers, a little bit more time to
make the clearance, just gave himself a bit more depth to do that. Oh, and that has skipped on very nicely. It's turned into a decent land grab, that, for the Phoenix. The line-out will be the Aviators.
Yeah, interesting tactics there. Only one pass phases from the Phoenix there, not going too far from the breakdown. It gives you that security of keeping hold of the ball, but it only is beneficial if someone like Chalmers can execute the kick to kick it downfield, which he did brilliantly. All 9 players of the Phoenix were within 10 metres of each other, apart from the winger out wide. It was really good tactic as the big guys now come off with a well-earned rest.
Yeah, big rolling subs for both sides. Patrick Holman, one of those coming off with the Phoenix, and the likes of Dylan Fawcett, Richard Hatting, who came off for the Aviators. It's Kyle Bailey who brings it down. JP Smith plays it away. Certainly seeing a lot more of Smith than we are Rodriguez so far for the Aviators today. Seema, he'll now be the one required to make that clearance, and the ball's just going to pop up. Well, is it? Actually skips along for Aki Raymond, and he's got a bit of support. Oh, lovely footwork from Raymond. That's what you pay the top bucks to see. Got to try and gather the ball as it comes back inside, but it was just gathered by Lewis Berg. And Phoenix now. Boafo nearly was bent the wrong way there, but was safely brought to ground eventually. Coulson for the Phoenix. All started by Aki Raymond, getting Phoenix on the front foot. Oh, now then, that was tapped down quite deliberately by the Aviators. Scott Green gives the penalty. Should it be any more?
Oh, JP Smith is a very lucky man there. That was definitely intentionally played at, deliberately knocked even from the referee's words. Most of the variation of the game would be an out-and-out yellow for that, but they tap and they go.
Trasar Chimboafo goes route 1 to begin with, then they pop up and look to try and use Michalsius and his solid frame. They go a little wider, but the extra pass on the outside just didn't go to hand. See what they were trying to do.
Oh, look at the frustration. You know exactly where the pass needed to go. Took it too close to the line. That one half step can make all the difference for ensuing defence to swallow you up. You've got to be frustrated as a winger not getting chance out here. It's lovely hands in the middle. That one step too many, just take it within the line. And Benzema manages to disrupt enough and then poke his foot along as well. Lewis Berg will not be happy with that opportunity being missed.
Crouch. 5. 6. Okay, have a look at the far side.
Scrum just slipped down on the near side, so
just chase
have it reset.
Chase your legs up for me. Take that hit a little bit higher. He's there, Mark. We're just holding this best. Yeah, boys. Get a little closer, Blue. Just step closer. There's your mark. Yeah, thank you. Crouch. 5. 6. Okay, work hard here. Work hard on the side. That's it. Hold there.
Smith away for Seema. Shape to kick, but then gets it away to Campbell.
Okay, away tackler.
Take the yards. Strong runner. Aviators go close quarters stuff. Hatting plays it away for Seema. It's not the biggest of frame, is he, Benzema? But the boot is effective when needed to be. And it's Scott Bickerstaff who's had to scurry back and do a tidy-up job. Well tracked down by JP Eloff.
That's a good competition, well done.
Seema trying to send it back from whence it came, and will that just skip into touch? Certainly seeing a little bit more territorial management from both of these sides.
Yeah, that's where the finesse of Benzema's kicking is really coming in. A little bit of a shot in the middle. Certainly looked like it was a bit of a check. Bailey is just an absolute menace on a rugby field. It's as though he likes to antagonise, wants the reaction from it. No clear attempt of tackle at all there, and whilst he doesn't have to move.
I wonder if he's a little lucky for there not to be a TMO intervention there.
Cannot stand there and put his shoulder in.
Perhaps a very, very lucky boy.
Excellent.
Matt Turner, of course, who is turning out for the Phoenix in the last round when a fair few of the local boys were recruited, Bermudian internationals, stepping up. We are super grateful to all of them for the brilliant shift that they put in. We know that we had to wait for a few of the boys who are taking the field today to pass their COVID protocols in this year of 2020. And as part of the rugby family, a few local boys stepped up and all played in a great spirit.
Please bring them on.
But it's a bit of a different reckoning when you've got plenty of these Southern Kings boys in.
Changes. Blue, subs. Marcus here.
Changes being made onto the field. Comes Brad Tucker and Moni Tongaweir. It's Kyle Bailey leaves the field.
This is absolutely perfect conditions for men like that.
Bind. Sit.
Massive shove from the Aviators.
The ball's out.
Goodness me, how on earth have the Phoenix managed to hold on to that ball? If anything now, they're in front of half of the Aviators squad who've got to come back from the shove they gave. Incredible management of the ball at the back of that scrum.
It's been passed back.
Chalmers.
It's been passed back.
He's driving himself backwards. And has he driven that into touch? No, it skips downfield. The hooter goes for the first half. And in fact, the Aviators decide that that will do. So, just the one score. It went the way of the Aviators, and Sean Riley, from a pre-called move off the back of the scrum, the 2-point conversion added from Ben Seamer means that at half-time in our first game of session 2 is Phoenix 0, Aviators 7. Phoenix Rugby have circled the wagons to take stock of things at half-time, trailing by 7 points. Fair amount of possession in there, though, 57-43. And we've certainly knocked on the door a couple of times during that first half. The Aviators, they'll be pleased, Rob Vickerman, that after a round 1 2 days last week where perhaps they thought their physicality would be far more dominant in many areas of the field, that actually by squeezing their way past the Rhinos earlier, they can start to go, it's okay. The game plan is sound. We're going to get there.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing game plans come to fruition. That's much more about being tight and direct, and that suits both of these teams. I think it's really interesting comparable when you look at scrums in both the games of 15s and 7s. You can win games with a good scrum in 15s, and in 7s largely it doesn't really matter as long as you can somehow get the ball back. You can't have that dominance, but what we're seeing here is a scrum for this Ohio Aviators team that is just everything about their dominance. It's a platform for them, it's a go-to, it's a reset, and it's something they're really using to their benefit.
The rain has got a little heavier once again, and the forecast today was for it to be exactly this. I think the percentage chance of rain around now was 100. No denying that these storms that are going to come through this part of the world. Seamer will get the Aviators underway. Start of the second half, leading by 7 points to 0. Stick a high one in the air to challenge Seamer, who takes it with aplomb. Well driven back in the tackle, though.
Okay, leave it now, boys. Thank you.
Some really big collisions in the centre there, and Scott Green doesn't like the look of that one.
You're up around the neck, mate. Just keep him down for me. Yep, just keep him down. 3 red, above the shoulder.
And we get the first look of the formidable Aaron Brody, who's pretty much sole intention is just to try and hurt people. I think it's one of these things you always prefer to have him in your team than against you. And you see it's very uncompromising hit, throws the arm around, absolutely right. But then look at the aggression after the hit. You know, you channel that in the right way, use that type of mentality, and that is a formidable player to play against.
Big bruising farm boy, Aaron Brody, making his presence felt.
Right here, boys, we've got some. Okay.
I saw him at breakfast, I would not argue.
Aviators, well, we've seen them strike from this position before, but they've got to get the first part right.
It's on the outside shoulder. Not straight, we have an option.
Scott Green, right on the spot, not straight footed at the line out.
I'm on the mark, gents.
There's some disappointing players looking on. We've got out-and-out hookers and second-row specialists in this Ohio team. Really should be something that is a strength of theirs, not giving the ball away in prime retail down in the Phoenix quarter.
Good game, boys. Okay, time's back on. Sit up. Marks it in. Just hold our push here, Aviators. Yeah. Make sure we're good there.
One of the players on is Shalom Suniula. 18 caps for the USA, Sevens captain. Played in Rugby World Cup 2015. Came on with Ben Seamer as they made the change there, and Suniula just stepping off the left boot. Aviators trying to come round the corner, and now they do, and pop it up for Bryce Campbell, who's got the line at his mercy, and Campbell will score.
Well, a couple of collisions been won by the big men of Ohio, and it was about O'Toole's work right in that first hit. Ball out the back to that man in shot, Campbell. He knows how to run a big hard straight line, but we have got a challenge.
Okay.
One captain's challenger now per team.
At the last breakdown before the try, we're looking for foul play, holding the man off the ball.
So Phoenix have gone with the captain's challenge, just listening into Scott
Looking
Green
for
for a
foul
moment
play
there, who
at
has
the last breakdown. Stand by,
communicated
please.
that the last breakdown before the score, Phoenix have claimed that there was a player held in, unable to defend.
Okay, have you got that, Rob, mate?
Yep, stand by,
So
Scott.
we're just having a look at this.
Okay.
So there's an offload on to Bryce Campbell. I didn't see anything the first view, Rob Vickerman.
Yeah, so what can sometimes happen is when players try and clear the breakdown area, they do have a tendency to try and grab players and draw them in. There's nothing clear and obvious with two phases within the try there.
Okay, Scott, here we go. Reverse angle.
This might have a bit of a clearing occasion, so look for the players who are over the breakdown. They often just try and grab those players and hold them in. But if you are part of the breakdown, there's no problem with that.
Yeah, I think it was that previous shot. One of the Phoenix players was perhaps having his foot held in to the ruck, but I'm not entirely sure that he would have been able to be part of that next phase and next attack anyway. So it was a roll of the dice from the Phoenix, but the try will stand, and Campbell is the scorer.
Now, I do hope they don't lose out on that opportunity now being lost for the captain's challenge. You only get one. If you get it wrong, it's gone. If you get it right, it keeps going. And Benzema almost down to his specialism now, going for that 5-pointer.
Made a nice connection, but that's almost just short and over to the far side. So, Aviators get themselves just the 1 5-pointer, the try, leading by 12 points to 0.
We've got 11 players on it.
Yeah, he's pulling the tee. Pulling the tee. Okay,
So we've just had the communication that there are 11 players on, but one of them is just picking the tee up and running off the field. Seamer with the clearance. Brilliant yards again from Ben Seamer. Might have been the man who grabbed all the headlines for the first 5-pointer, but the Seattle Seawolves Eagles international is certainly showing that he's got the game management skills in the weather conditions when he needs them as well.
Yeah, we see round about the 50-metre place kick has been his very edge of his limit, having died a couple of other kicks, but out of hand, he's really drilling it. It's a lovely contact he's making. I've got to say, keeping up number 12 for Phoenix, about to come on and join the back of this lineup.
Jonas McAllister, if we get a chance to see him in open field play, it is something to behold.
Jazar Chimbafo as well coming on.
Okay, time's back on.
Cassius the dummy. Oh, well, they've tipped it down, but the Aviators are the first ones to react to it. And they get over the 22. And now it's head-down stuff from John Sullivan. Played away from Seema. Hatting. They're calling for it wide on the right-hand side. Bailey wants it, but pass leaves a little to be desired.
Forward first.
Well, to say the least, you got Carl Bailey screaming for the ball out wide. You have to do the credit of getting it to him.
Yeah,
And
okay.
accuracy of passing. Difficult with a wet ball. Not just the catching that can be hard, but actually the release of the ball.
Bring your boys across.
And how you hold it all changes.
You're on the white line there, boys.
Well, Aviators making more changes again. They roll them on and off pretty regularly, the Aviators, don't they? Possibly more than any other side.
I think it's a really good tactic. I think it's been underused so far this tournament. You know, big guys who, you know, will be tired after 90 to 100 seconds of playing and just keep them rolling.
Decent competition at the line out, and it's Holman who comes away with it.
That's fine, it's gone
Ball was
forward.
loose, and it's Hatting who gets to it, but it had just come forwards off the Aviators. Sean Riley was building up ahead of steam down below our commentary position, but it will be the Phoenix who have the scrum.
It was a hell of a knock for Carl Bailey in that contact. For him to stay on the floor, usually, it has to be something very severe. He's as tough as quantum physics, that bloke.
All good. Okay, time's back on.
Well, he's all good, all smiles.
Knocked on in the turnover by blue.
He does have a tooth on a retainer, by the way, but why bother?
Crouch.
The Canadian ice hockey look, I guess.
Yeah.
Fine.
I play tough sport. Look at my face.
Sit. Steady. Yeah.
Massive shove again from the Aviators.
Up we come. Okay, let's just reset that, mate.
And they're going to be asking questions of Scott Green here.
Down the ground when we scrum it.
Yeah, one thing we have to specialise here, just to say that you are only allowed to push 2 metres. So yes, they can have a dominant hit, as we've seen, and this is the previous one just gone. Incredible dominance, but they've just got to be careful in how far they push.
Crouch. Fine.
Well, they'll be hoping to get the penalty decision
Set.
if the Phoenix can't get the ball out quickly, but they do manage to this time, and that was well managed.
Tackle.
Double hit from the Aviators. Strong from Tongawear and Tucker, and now Chalmers just steps over the 22. Buffeted back in the challenge is Bickerstaff. Sent back from where he came.
Off your feet first.
But then the Aviators go off their feet.
And then you're taking up the space.
Penalty for the Phoenix and a chance to finally get themselves out of this area of the field.
Stay up, please.
Well, some monster hits coming in. Phoenix game plan clearly is very static, not moving much. And whilst that will guarantee you pretty much keep hold of the ball, it means every time you do it, you're lined up.
Well, the penalty hasn't found touch, and it's just invited Suniola to come forward, who plays it back to the left, and Nick Feeks, who we didn't see in round one with a bit of a hamstring strain. And, well, the chase is on here. Riley is hunting down McAllister.
No, he's not on the ball. Be patient here, boys.
Ball is back in field. Murphy. It's just a little slow for Phoenix at the minute. Get the sense if they could get a bit of quicker ball, a couple of one-out runners, it might just test the Aviators a little more. But there's another penalty advantage being played. They were desperate for the little offload on the inside there, but it didn't come from Gareth Heitman. Now Chalmers, who he stepped around the tackle and he's through, gets support on the inside. Now Phoenix are building up ahead of steam. Poland over the 10-metre line. They want quick ball over to the right. Probably wasn't the way to go, but Bickerstaff is still making yards. They need the support to get in and make the clear out. Poland's there again.
No hands.
Oh, the ball's come back on the Aviators' side. Brilliantly stolen and cleared into touch. 2 minutes remain of the match. 12-point game.
Yep.
Subs. It's slightly bizarre decision there to kick it long. I know these players clearly looking at them, how tired everyone looks. It was a little bit static. This is a lovely break. Chalmers manages to find the space in behind. Poland, as every 9 should do, support on the shoulder. You thought he could maybe get the ball away before taking the contact, and that just wasn't able to be capitalised on by the Phoenix, but great position to find themselves in.
Are we good to carry on now? Okay, time back on. 4-4.
Chabuafo makes his way to the front of the line-out for the Phoenix.
Of their boys.
Dennis Coulson will wait to get this in. They go to the middle. Real contest. Good to see. The Phoenix, they've got it through Michalsius, is it? Now they come back down the short side. Trying to catch the Aviators looking the other way. But it's a penalty to Phoenix.
Offside, number 9. No. Mark, here.
Coulson really wanted to fly away with that.
It's a bit of a bugbear I've got when referees move the mark round about 30 centimetres. I understand it's not absolutely accurate, but in a fast-flowing game...
He's actually moved it back to where he took it from. But anyway, that ball's been tapped back in field and into the in-goal area, and, well, the Aviators causing themselves problems under pressure, but in fact, the Phoenix have caused themselves more problems than that by coming in and making a high shot on JP Smith. Andel Louvshire it was.
Check that, please, for me.
Was it
yeah,
Murphy?
stand by, Scott, checking for a high tackle, potential foul play.
Let's have another little look. Oh, it was Ziggy Radjus.
Saying too high, shot to the head.
There's the first angle,
He's a big
Scott.
guy, but he's got to go much, much lower.
So the arm is raised, and it takes him across the throat.
Might be 2 minutes in the bin here.
Well, if he's lucky.
We definitely have foul play here. Contact above the shoulder, direct contact.
Player isn't really falling at the time that the contact's made, is he?
No, so the language is about mitigating factors.
Yes,
Can't really
I agree,
see many there.
The height of the ball carrier did not change significantly.
Correct, I don't believe there are mitigating factors.
So we have direct contact to the head with force, and there's no mitigation. So we're looking at a red card. We all agree there?
Scott, well, you can hear them working their way through the framework. And, well, you said Rob Vickerman, he might be lucky if it's a yellow. And it seems the officials have come to what you have to say is the right result.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be so cautious of these headshots. Got to think contextually as well. 19 minutes on the clock, not necessary to do so.
Okay, time's back on.
He found himself removed.
Dangerous tackle.
Well, Phoenix now down to 9 for the rest of this. It is only a minute left. But this looks to be a second victory of the day for the Aviators if they can just close this out.
Here we are, Phoenix. I'll put the mark there for you boys.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. The right arm too high.
Make sure we
targeting the head, out and out. Welfare the world over to protect
numbers are 3 set.
Those heads, and he knows what he's done wrong. It's frustrating, but it's the right outcome.
Throw's good. No, throw's good there, boys.
Down from Hatting. Campbell. Kenny good inside centre, takes the contact. Dummy runners were coming over to the left side, but now they've decided to go back, and Bailey then finds Riley, who will look to find support from Hatting, and Hatting showing good pace for a big man, thundering into the 22. Now they can reload. Ben Seamer, they're screaming for it on his outside. It's got to go. It's loosey-goosey, but the Aviators will crash over. It's the score from Eloff, but referee Scott Green might just want to check it.
They don't have a challenge. No challenge left.
I've said about the challenge going. Wondered if they went to regret that. This is now the AR stepping in. But they have lost their captain's challenge, the Phoenix.
Let's go on red, please, guys. First.
Keep Raymond just staying down for a moment after he went in to try and be last-ditch defence.
Always looks a little bit worse when the tackler is stopped rather than continuing the run. I think that's absolutely fine.
That's the best angle we have. It's...
Okay. From that angle, there's nothing clear and obvious. So
I agree.
Doesn't seem to be anything conclusive there, does that?
The try.
Try stands.
The try scored.
It'll be full time, yeah.
JP Eloff getting over in the corner to round off the game.
Well, glad for Eloff, he's got some wonderful footwork. Finally got a chance to see it in the final play of the game, and now Ben Seamer able to add to his glowing reputation. Let's hope he's got the legs on this one. The last one just died a little bit too short.
Seamer for 5.
Yeah, they're looking good, guys.
He's got it this time. It's another 5 points to the total. It's a crucial third try that brings the Aviators the bonus points. It finishes Phoenix 0, the Aviators 22. They go 2 from 2 in round 2 so far. The Rhinos against the London Royals. It was the game that rounded off round 1, and what a treat we had then. That was, well, about a week ago, wasn't it, of course? We're bringing you round 2 over Monday and Tuesday, round 2 of the World Tens Series. And it's the Rhinos who went down to the Aviators in this morning's session, their first loss of the World Tens Series so far. Rhino side led by Mikey Teo and likes of Courtney Venard, who was scoring in that game previously. One of those who's been one of the brighter lights for the side. Likes of Eric Naposki as well, who was, of course, a real threat in that earlier game. And they've got likes of Julian Dominguez-Vidmar as well. Nola Goldman, born in Buenos Aires. Plenty of talent throughout this Rhino side. What a tight unit they are. And the London Royals, plenty of England Sevens players. And also the likes of Mr. McNulty there. Sean, his brother Harry, will be hoping to turn out for SX10 a little bit later.
You guys ready?
Tom Mitchell, who we might try and invite up to the commentary box later if he behaves himself. So plenty to enjoy about this one.
We'll be on the clock, mate.
And a score to settle if you are a London Royal.
Guys, make sure you stay
Coming into the World
Ten.
10 Series, plenty of people talked about the experience, the nous and the finishing power of the talent in this London Royals side, but the continuity and inner belief of this Rhino side is what got them past the Royals in round 1. It's going to whet the appetite around lunchtime, isn't it? It's Foden who plays it in for Mitchell. Northcote Green takes up the carry.
Get up, Image!
Might have heard Tom Mitchell there say we've got numbers on, so it's McNulty who carries it forwards. They do only have 2 defenders down this side at the minute for the Rhinos, but it's Mitchell who carries it forwards once more.
Okay, now.
Nick Heath here alongside former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman. Our last session of the second session. Last game of the second session, I should say. Big bowling run from Devante Onajaffe. Foden goes in to play scrum half. Senses a chance down the blind side, then gets the ball away nicely to Ross Neal back inside. Big London Irishman with the carry. De Carpentier goes in to provide support, try and get rid of Patrick Regan. And Regan was off his feet, so it is a penalty to the Royals.
A very strange psychological battle in this game after that mesmeric game to finish off round 1. But the Rhinos have been coming into this with no fear whatsoever of the Royals. And they'll want to get amongst it as soon as they can, but the Royals starting much better than they did in their first game, looking more assured. Regan unfortunate to get penalised there, but Mitchell very much steering the ship for this Royals team.
Oh, it's just been dropped in the midfield. Sinzan Ilan Patik. just spilling it forwards. This is how things stand in what we are calling the World 10 Series League. So all of the games that have been played in round 1 and round 2 will all be adding up to these league points. And this is how it stands. Rhinos on top with 17. So if the Royals could get a victory here, then they could certainly push themselves up that table where they would hope to be.
Bind.
Free kick to the Rhinos as the Royals engage early before the referee was ready for them to do so. Venat, he's kicked that out on the full. And he was outside his 22. There are protestations coming in.
It's gaining ground, okay?
He's trying to argue it because the scrum was indeed from the inside of the 22. So correct call. Vineyard was absolutely getting into the referee at that point.
That's it, mate. That's all right, mate. No problem. Stay on, too. Well done. Good work.
Mitchell gets it away. Ilan Patik.
That's a tackle, Green away.
Mitchell just eyeing up the options, maybe even thinking about the box kick. Royals go through McNulty.
Just high.
Penalty advantage being played for a bit of a high tackle, and the Royals might look to keep the tempo up here. De Carpentier looks inside, but maybe Ilan Patik will pump this one up the sidelines. This was that kick from Courtney Venard. Look at it. It was exactly pinpoint. He knew where he was. AJ Davis's kick is charged down, but it might just come into the hands of Dan Norton, who then decides to put a little boot to it himself. But Will Leonard's done really well to get down on that. Aaron Matthews, he didn't knock it on somehow at the base there. And in fact, though, it'll be a penalty to the Royals.
2 good tugs at the ball on his feet first.
It's the turnover, well affected.
You're right, didn't knock it on there at the base, but because he fell on it, there was nothing Matthew could do. It was Davis over the top of the ball brilliantly as Foden kicks the ball out for a Royals line out in some grade A territory. That was AJ Davis showing his full range of rugby skills. These guys lauded for their ability with the ball in hand, but that was brilliant defence.
De Carpentier for Mitchell. Popped up for Davis, who's got those broad shoulders. He's able to just side his way through the gaps with the footwork and power as well. And now a penalty to the Royals as the Rhinos go over the ball, beyond the ball, to try and gather it.
Time off, please.
But Mayer is it who has just stayed down, and he's been such a key man for the Rhinos.
As soon as you put your hands on the ground first.
As soon as it looked like something wrong with him, he did not get it well from it. That's the initial contact. Davis getting tackled brilliant in the midfield, but in the backfield, aside from this, Mayer couldn't really get away at all from the breakdown. He went straight down.
Well, worrying moments these for the Rhinos. Carme Onola, goal player. Former Sharks Academy in South Africa. He's back to his feet and a little bit of a limp as he comes off.
Best case, cramp.
Let's catch up with Elma Smit while we've got this little break in play.
Ohio Aviators tent over here. They've just come off 2 from 2 so far today. Tell me what's on the snack table here. What's the most popular things, Tristan Blewett?
The most popular things was the Harry. You can see they already finished. Boys into these, I think, one. Then we've got the protein bars and that, just to get a little bit of energy. Not so popular, but they'll get eaten later. The healthy sort of snacks, we've got some little nachos here. Also, as you can see, not many are taken. A few bananas left. We've got some peanut butter and jelly and some honey for afterwards. I'm sure the boys will dig into this a bit later.
Okay, so if you need to know what the winning diet is, basically a combination of this.
Super snacks on the sideline, but
quick reset, let's get going.
there've been a couple of meaty chunks that have had to leave the field, and one of them is Carl Mayer, and as you just saw,
The other was AJ Davis, and a little bit of a limp off, needed to be helped from the field, so it could be a big loss for the Royals. In the meantime, it's Mitchell who plays it away from the base, and he might go all the way himself, Tom Mitchell. He was just thwarted at the last by the strength of Mike Teo, and the ball's been knocked forward, so advantage being played to the Rhinos here. Naposki steps back. He's got such great footwork. Ball was loose on the floor. Advantage had already been played. We're coming for a penalty. London Royals going beyond the ball.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy that last minute or so there. Mitchell spotting a gap, but just manhandled by Teo. Both well versed with the 7 series, but the 15's physicality of Teo shining through as he's got the ball now, and off he goes.
Connor Kindrigan nearly taking out referee Adam Leal as went on the supportive run there. It was rather shoveled away from Zach Bonte, but sending Naposki through the hole out wide. Working hard to try and secure the ball there as the Royals come forward. There is no love lost between these two sides. 0-0 after nearly 7 minutes so far. Kindrigan straight into the tackle of McNulty. McNulty bringing down the big man. Bernard swats away one. Now the Rhinos look to try and keep it alive. It's Jake Campy, Teo. They've got numbers out here. Venard's recognised, and he's looking to try and run at Foden and expose the Royals here. They come back in field. It's a cuddle of a tackle from Rich de Carpentier. Then Tharma, Venard. Tom Mitchell trying to get hold of him. De Carpentier can't either. Neither can Honor Jaffe, but second time of asking. He invites him to the ground. Tharma. Honor Jaffe once more. Venard is just staying down momentarily, having had a bit of forehead contact, I think. Not sure there was much in it. Teo, shorter little ball, just trying to thread Hidalgo through the hole. Teo dummies himself, then looks to go around the outside, decides to hold on to it in the end. His teammates were ready to go. Hidalgo may have injured a shoulder here. He's just looking to try and get off the field as quick as he can, but now it's turnover ball, and it is turnover ball for the likes of the Royals and Tom Emery. How quickly a moment can come from nothing. And just as the Rhinos thought they were in control of it, a loose ball sends the Royals over the try line.
Well, they absolutely were in control of it, Nick. Outstanding play from both teams here, keeping hold of the ball from the Rhinos, but the Royals showing just what can happen when they get that golden egg, that turnover ball. This was the contact. Northcote Green getting amongst it. Nick Carpentier managing to get enough on it to spoil it, and then one flick up to Tom Emery. The flick off the floor did it, and there is no looking back for the Flyer. Emery continues to improve on his impressive points tally in this tournament.
So Emery looking for a 2-pointer in conversion jeopardy. If you're new to the World 10 Series, it is a little bit of something different and extra we are providing. Conversion jeopardy, opportunity for people to decide whether they're going 1, 2, 3 or 5 points. And I think we've had a captain's challenge perhaps from the Rhinos now. And someone is flagging hands in the ruck. They've obviously been studying the law book, these teams, when they go for these captain's challenge.
I guess you have to. That's part of the thing about it. You know, you've got to be up there with referee-style knowledge. So hands in the ruck, what they're looking for is when the ruck is contested to one player from either side over the top of the ball, you're not allowed to put your hands on it. Let's see what there is.
Here's the angle, Adam.
So how does the ball get back? It's difficult to see from that angle, isn't it?
Okay, Adam, stand by. One more angle, please.
Thanks, mate.
See if we can have a look on the other side. Here we go.
And perhaps the assumption was that Busby was involved in that somehow, but it wasn't. It was De Carpentier doing really well over the ball.
One more time.
One more time, please, gents.
Thanks, mate.
It appears to go back from Green.
Yeah, he's pushed it back himself.
Yep.
There's nothing else in the game.
Well, Rhino's right to ask the question, but they're not going to be on the right side of the decision here because...
Thanks, gents.
Adam Leal was right. Try will stand.
I checked it. Try's good.
And it's been checked. Captain's challenge used up by the Rhinos. And the Royals on the score sheet with Emery hoping to add 2 to the try.
Well, again, I'd probably question if that was perhaps a little bit too obvious to use a captain's challenge there. They've now lost that right, perhaps something later in the game, as we saw how tight this game was previously. Could that potentially be something they regret?
Well, that's judged to perfection from Emery. Incredibly, it had shades of Carl Mayer at the end of round one when he slotted from exactly the same point and had to use the same hook on it. So Mayer is back on and restarts. That'll be some relief for the Rhinos, having seen him hobble off a few moments ago. Emery will make the clearance, and that will come nearly flying into our commentary position. Final minute of the first half. Royals leading 7 points to 0.
And it's an interesting tactic there from the Royals, looking to try and play a territorial game, not particularly well executed from Emery, who would be looking to get the ball into the Rhinos' territory. But with the power of this Rhinos team, you don't want to be giving ball back within your half, really.
Nicely brought down from the line-out, and Mikey Teo is fancying running down that channel. It's good work in the line-out from Jake Campy. Patrick Regan, down by McNulty. Kindrigan picking round the fringes, wanting to take on the Royals, and Aldo Campbell. Matthews fires it away for Naposki, and then Campy again, working nicely to then send Bonte. Naposki, Teo, Matthews, oh, just loses it forwards. There'll be an advantage played here as Tom Mitchell will consider whether there's any point in continuing to play. But in fact, the two knock-ons will mean referee Adam Leal brings the first half to a close. Try from Tom Emery, converted by the man with 2 points, means at half-time it's the Rhinos 0, the Royals 7. No doubt a fascinating second half to come. Stay with us. %55 possession to the Rhinos, 45% to the Royals. Mikey Teo is the one looking to be the most vocal. There's Carl Mayer to the left of your shot. Emery 2 from 2 today. Scored in the earlier game for the London Royals. Royals get in from the huddle. We prepare for the start of the second half as this rounds off our second session of the day. Keep in touch with all of our social media channels as well. Of course, it's at World 10s on Twitter, at World 10 Series on Instagram. There is a ton of content for you to enjoy. We'll also, after our broadcast, be able to show you little bits of Instagram live, behind the scenes, all the fun of the fair as we catch up with the personalities that are helping bring you this fantastic tournament. It's Tom Mitchell who gets the second half underway. Matthews just dances initially into the tackle of Kitsia. Kitsia just bounced momentarily. Penalty Rhinos.
Because he's the receiver, you can't just play him, he's not part of the ruck.
Matthews goes quickly. Gets it away, stuttering into the contact, and then driven back by Aldo Campbell. Now Regan looking for support, but decides to take on Tom Mitchell. Two similar-sized men. Aaron Matthews. Then it's Zach Bonte. Not showing any respect to the England Sevens captain there. Patrick Regan, why not? Rhinos with the bit between their teeth here. Mayer Look at a straighten and go. Oh, just scragged by Emery. Two big kick men caught in the same tackle. Teo again, Bowen. Oh, it was just tapped onto the outside. Champagne stuff. But unfortunately, the cork has remained in the bottle.
Oh, the gear change from the Rhinos there. Coach would be happy looking on, as there's a couple of big imprints left on here. First and foremost, Aldo Campbell, you have not paid your taxes. Hit him back, and then Regan, left, right, why not go straight? Bounces off Mitchell. Brilliant combination of hits out here in Bermuda, as the Bermudan captain, Aldo Campbell, now has done his shift after that big hit. Have you anything to declare, sir?
Tom Mitchell, 31 years of age. He's a fellow Tooting resident, I have to say, the Olympian. He's just waiting to get this ball in for the London Royals. And unsurprisingly, with his current hairstyle, his favourite film is Point Break, I'm reliably told. Proud to be playing for his hometown. London Royals, loving the environment. Rooming again with AJ Davis, but he might need to go and check on his roommate. Plays it away to Emery. Emery is just going to chip it forwards, but he's lost his footing. Nothing suspect in it. Regan has to go back and gather, but he's not done that cleanly, and Tom Mitchell will hack it on. And Emery's back to his feet as well. And Emery's still going. Oh, there's going to be a decision need to be made here.
Time off. I haven't seen the
Was there any grounding?
Nice quick check.
That's the question. We're going to Rob Debney, who is seeing if there's a grounding to check.
Well, it's a slippery ball, as you mentioned, but slippery of foot as well. Emery and Mitchell, so persistent in their efforts. I don't think you get anything from that ball, nowhere near put down, but fair play to both of them. That was harassment.
Well, an easy, quick decision. Neither of them really able to get any control on the ball, so it's a knock-on. It'll be a scrum to the Rhinos.
But a hell of a net gain, though, if you look where we're walking to now, as the big Rhino stampede comes on. This is going to be a tough place to get out of, knowing that any error they will make, the Rhinos here, it will be capitalised by this London Royals team.
I think the last one was a really good example of how you boys should do it. Both teams are good. Squeeze a bit, boys, squeeze a bit now.
This is how things stand. Royals would be going above the Rhinos for the first time since the conclusion of round one.
Bind. Set. Standing up.
Free kick Rhinos. And the Royals standing up. Teo plays it away to the left. Royals will have seen this before, end of round one. Admittedly, there was less time on the clock at that point, but the Rhinos do believe in themselves to be able to come all the way upfield and seal the deal. And they've got another penalty coming. Teo, Mayer just loves attacking the outside shoulder. Teo taps. Wants to keep the tempo up. Farmer had to get down on one knee and just bounces through Busby. Oh, but Mikey Teo's just lost control at the base. Not in my house.
Again, a couple of huge moments there. Teo in shot. But that is a collision. Get out my way. The pink buses flow readily around Bermuda. Here's another one. Remarkable shot. Lovely defence. Mitchell perhaps going for a slightly different tactic, just trying to slow people down here as he gets thrown away. But the physicality of this tournament is the barometer's constantly going up.
Cyril Farmer with the hit. Beautiful story about his elder sister, a nurse in the USA, who drove him around paying for his tuition when they migrated to the USA, moving to LA in 2013. Incredible story. Was included in the USA Under-20s set for the America Rugby Championship before, of course, COVID put pay to that competition. But Tom Mitchell has just tried to take the penalty quickly, and I think this is going to mean another 10 metres as the Rhinos step in the way, and Ollie Knott is told to get back.
Well, again, that is lucky there, because you're talking about clear professional foul. Other realms would be out-and-out yellow card for that, trying to slow it down. But Emery's not complaining. Oh, they has shanked it. Oh, that's jammy.
Nice, Tommy Emery. Love your stuff. Love your work, mate.
Tom Emery. Big blow through the air. He knew that he was pretty lucky there. So big moment this for the Royals. Can they go 2 scores ahead? To Carpentier. Then it's moved into the hands of Ross Neal. He is like an extra forward when needed to be. It's come backwards now. Ilan Patek. Can he thread a way through? They just get their bodies on the line. The Rhinos. Referee says it's short. Now it's really loose out the back. And the Rhinos end up hacking it downfield. Plenty of pressure on Mitchell. Naposki has to let him to his feet before he can tackle him. Good awareness of the game from the Rhinos, number 6. Aguirre, Ross Neal. No quarter given or asked here by either team, and the Rhinos with a key turnover. And it's Cyril Farmer, and it's threatening to boil over here.
Well, I'm not sure the Royals want to be messing with the size of some of these Rhinos. But it's good to see it mean something to both teams, really. That was brilliant defence from the Rhinos. Absolute. Look at him, he's pumped. Farmer's up for this one. Great tactic from the Royals to try and go for the driving more, but unfortunately, the error came about because you've essentially got backs and back 3 trying to create a driving maul. So Keys Lenzik's got a bit of work to do there, but all about the Rhinos there. Phenomenal effort.
They love to tap and go here. Oh, but they've lost it forwards, and they're still in their own half. Rich de Carpentier sells the dummy and then turns around and goes. De Carpentier is going for the line all the way. Rich de Carpentier will score the Royals' 2nd try, and the first time of asking.
We've said it 3 times in this game so far. If you make an error, the Royals will capitulate. And Richard was swinging his way towards the try line. No celeb for him, which was notable. He will be absolutely regretting that later on because they're getting fined if they don't. But de Carpentier saw the space. He's a big man. He's 108 kilograms. But he is eating up the turf.
Brilliant, brilliant score for the Royals. And perhaps a key one psychologically now, with 2.5 minutes remaining of the game. And Tom Emery, with the wind at his back, fancies going for 5, where it was 2 in the first. Emery for 5, I don't think it's there. You think that will be enough, but if the Rhinos can score in the next minute, anything's possible.
Oh, that's the drama. The coaches think they got away with it. Could be up to 17, but now it's all about them keeping hold of this ball.
Tom Bowen giving chase, and Mayer managing to just pop that up to Regan. Brilliant chase back and tackle by Ilan Patek. It had to be, and straight in go the Royals to win the turnover. So Carpentier's not too happy. I think the referee's just pointing out it was accidental.
Well, to be honest, he's very rarely happy.
Rich, mate, that's not what I saw, okay? If it's clear, the teammate will come in.
The red kid just needs to chill out a bit. Come on, you just scored a wonderful try.
Okay. Entry 20.
Ben Foden on the ball. Expect the tap here. Oh, he's going for the kick into the corner, is he?
Yeah, having seen that last effort, don't sure they'll be going for the driving maul as we saw in the last one. But this is what it's about. Why he's a bit annoyed, you can see his foot was kept there. I mean, that's naughty. That's how fights start in touch.
Yeah, sub's done.
Now, while they're looking at this line out, they've also got a real poacher on the far side. Royals keep it tight. Down the right side, de Carpentier with the pick, he's pumped.
but he places it back. The Royals rucking through well, and Aldo Campbell knew he needed to work really hard to maintain possession. Goes backwards from him. Emery. Oh, the Royals have lost it forwards. It'll be a scrum to the Rhinos.
Only thing clear was a knock on by Blue.
Just as the hooter goes. So the Royals will know that they have got the victory over the line, but the Rhinos may yet try and play for a losing bonus point.
Yeah, in the back of the mind, the Royals know how the Rhinos celebrated last time. Fist pumps all round, rightly so. A little bit of niggle in this game. I've quite liked it. Bit of spice.
Been great for that.
Bones, one more, yeah.
London
Fine.
meets Southern California.
Set. And hold there, and hold. We're all good.
Naposki. Royals putting plenty of grunt through that themselves. Oh, Naposki has slipped the net.
You got three.
Flying away down the left side, but the ball back inside wasn't the tidiest. Been knocked on by Tom Bowen. Advantage being played to the Rhinos. Mayer slides through. Wants to try and get the offload away. Eventually places it back. Rhinos just do not know when they're beaten. Teo. They're not going to be able to win this game, but they might try and get something from it, as we said. Naposki places it back. Teo. Mayer plays it away. Raber. Norton in there making the tackles as well. Mayer has to go in and play scrum half. Teo, shorter ball for Regan. Regan steps through. Tom Bowen comes across with the chop tackle. Regan unable to pop that one up. They need someone to get there and play it away. It's Ollie Knott who steps in and picks around the corner. Rhinos have come the length of the field again. Regan, Teo, just holds himself up momentarily, and then Norton will bring him down.
Ball's out.
Ball was loose and out. The Royals, well, where are they going with Ben Foden here? And then the miss pass out to the wing. Tom Emery is half looking at going down the field, but decides he would rather boot it in to touch and round off the game. Well, what an encounter. We can look forward to these every time they meet. Rhinos have ended up on the other side of the result to the Royals this time. Tries from Emery and de Carpentier with the conversion from Emery at 2 points. It's finished the Rhinos 0, London Royals 12. Well, another fantastically tight game, and session 2 finishes with those 2 games. Phoenix unable to score against the Aviators, and the Rhinos held to the bagel by London Royals. 2 tries for the Royals. Rhinos unable to take anything from that match as we look ahead to session 3 a little later, where Phoenix and the Miami Sun will be kicking us off. And there's how the table looks. The Royals go to the top of the pile. But of course, there is all to play for over the rest of the day. 3 more fixtures today, 4 sessions tomorrow. We look forward to you rejoining us in 45 minutes here at the World 10 Series.
welcome back to our coverage of the World 10 Series, coming to you live from beautiful Bermuda, which unfortunately today hasn't made any tourists very happy, but I do know that some rugby players out here probably appreciate playing in the conditions we have so far. It's pretty wet out here. It's been pretty cool. And if you've missed the action so far and you watched any of round one, you might be surprised to hear that the Rhinos, the log leaders after round one, are 0 from 2 so far. And so we have new leaders at the top of the World 10 Series 2020 log here in Bermuda. Congratulations to the Royals as they lead the pack at this stage. 21 points there, 1 clear of the Rhinos, the Asia Pacific Dragons and the Ohio Aviators, short on their heels though. And I'm not only joined by Rob Vickerman and Ollie Phillips, regular faces that you might have gotten to know and love here on the World 10 Series, but Christian Rodriguez from the Ohio Aviators joins us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Now, Christian, before we get into your story and what you do back home, really interesting work this guy does. Let's talk about the SX10. That's the big topic. Going into session 3 of this day, they were supposed to be in action earlier. They had to give up their game against the Asia Pacific Dragons because they are still awaiting their COVID results. They were tested this morning. I just got off the phone with Frankie Horn. He says if they get the all clear in the next half an hour, they can get here and finally get going. What does this mean, Rob?
Well, it's massive, isn't it? It's the talking point. I just wonder, with the South African in charge, does it mean he might be here now or just now or now? But either way, we want to see him. We want to see him here. They've got all the stars. They've been talked about for the last 2 weeks, and they've got a bit of pressure. I'll not lie. They want to be here, and they want to be doing their thing out there.
So from a log perspective, they are giving up a 6-point loss. In other words, the points against them builds with every game that they don't manage to play. Ollie, they are coming into this. They're playing the London Royals. Of all teams, if they do get here, what does the London Royals look like? And is what we expect from the SX10 perhaps going to be a foil to their tired bodies?
Yeah, I mean, what you've got is you've got a battle-hardened crew in the London Royals, played a few games. They understand now some of the strategy against the SX10. They've had a lot of off-field stuff to deal with, you know, the COVID testing and coming in. Are we going to be there? Are we not going to be there? Either way, it's going to be a mad rush to get to the stadium. So I think they'll just want to come in and play some rugby, put in a performance if they can, and build towards it. They'll have the fact that they won't be running on half tanks or empty on, like some of these guys that are here have been battered and bruised out there, but equally they're going to be a bit young, a bit raw, rusty around the edges. So as a result, you know, either way, we just want the SX10 here. So Bermuda, please get pedaling, get those COVID tests in. Let's get them all here in a positive frame of mind so that we can get the SX10 out on that field, because they've got some stars.
Look, I was down to their hotel this morning. They're on the far southern end of the island, and they haven't been allowed to leave their hotel because of their COVID protocols. And they've had this tiny little coconut patch, which is what they call it, where they've been training. They haven't had a full pitch. They haven't had access to as much space. And Frankie says if they get here and they take the lead off, it's just going to be craziness out there.
Well, they'll be great in 5 yards. Is that what you're saying? They're just playing 5 yards, the rest of the pitch is gone.
So, Christian, you guys, speaking of taking the lead off, the Ohio Aviators have had a great day. 2 from 2 so far. Tell me about what it's like being out there, considering the amount of rain we've had today.
I think that's just the biggest part of it today is we're playing with the rain, and so it kind of suits our game plan a little bit because we do have some big boys on the field, so it's kind of helping us a little bit to be able to use those guys. And then when we finally get some space, we have some good backs too, you know.
And you really have to just play your kicking game with the wind because it was humping earlier.
Yeah, and I think what a lot of teams are doing is one way going down the field, there's a lot of wind, so you're going to see a lot of kicking, and we have some great kickers, so Ben Seema and Will McGee are just able to just pump it down the field, and then, I mean, hopefully we have a good kick chase and kind of just keep them there.
How much does that influence you guys, knowing you've got someone like Ben Seema in the background who can boom it with the wind like 70 metres? You know, and in terms of how you play, because out of all the teams that we've seen so far, the Aviators have been definitely the most strategic about when you roll your big guys on, when you bring your speedsters on. So, you know, how much does him, conversion jeopardy, all play a part in your sort of tactics on the field?
I think it's just coming into the tournament last week and this week, knowing the players we have and allowing them to do that because we have the big players to go up in the line out and then maybe even, you know, cause a turnover and have those scrums with those guys. We're confident in allowing us to play a little bit more of somewhat of a 15s style sometimes, because those guys can kind of win it for us in the line out in the scrum. So
that's been the interesting thing. Yeah, the approach, you know, different teams and their approaches and who actually manages to turn that into a win.
Elma, before we get into the real serious stuff about the aviators, something we can't not address. I mean, Chris, this is phenomenal face furniture that's going on here. Like, no, what's this? Does this just wake up like this morning with a cheeky slug across your lip?
I mean, with November starting, it was good to kind of get a little head start. I've done it in the past, and I've clean shaved it. I figure we're going to be on TV, might as well have something funny for the
Well, I mean, you're in good company. Vix loves a decent bit of face furniture. He shaves it up from time to time, so that's cracking. Anyway, back to serious stuff. Sorry, Elma.
No, I love this conversation. Harry McNulty actually posted a video on his Instagram where he cleaned the deck, and he was like, okay, it's start of November, let's see how we go.
He's still waiting, is he?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely not this impressive yet, so we'll see how that goes.
That's why the SX10 really not here, because he hasn't got a beard.
They're still growing, they're still growing,
waiting
guys.
till his beard comes back.
So, Christian, let's talk about your background. I went over to Coach Taylor and said to him, tell me about the player with the most interesting story. And he said, oh, you have to meet Christian Rodriguez. He's got such a phenomenal story. So you work with at-risk youth in LA. Where you from?
Yeah. So I'm from Southeast LA, where I live in the smallest city in LA County. It's 1 square mile wide. It's called Hawaiian Gardens, California, obviously, and yeah, it's a city made up of mostly Mexican Americans. A lot of at-risk youth. It's, you know, there was a big gang problem when I was growing up, and in the 90s and 80s, and so I was part of a program called the Alternatives to Gang Membership Program, where the main focus was to help kids stay off the streets and join the gang, and the program was made to give them something to do. And so as growing up in middle school, one of those programs happened to be rugby. Me and my friends wanted to join, and I'm just happy it was there, because now I'm doing stuff like this. And so that was the main part of it.
That's a way out of LA County all the way to Bermuda, playing some pro rugby out here. But you are plowing back a lot of the skills you've learned, and obviously everything you learn here, you get to really be a shining light for the kids back in that program now.
Yeah, so, I mean, growing up in the program, I knew how special it was to me and a lot of my friends, because, I mean, I'll be honest, there's a lot of my friends who, made it and didn't make it. And that program is a big help, and there will be people who will watch this and say they 100% agree, because it helps a lot of people and a lot of kids growing up. So going into college, I kind of would come back in the summers and the winters and help out a little bit, and eventually it kind of turned into a role where I was hired and actually being an assistant to the neighborhood counselor who runs that program by himself. And so so now I go back, and one of the big things I do is I coach the Hawaiian Gardens youth rugby team, and we get to play in Southern California, and we play against teams like the Rhinos youth program. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, one big thing we've been talking about is how tens as a game could be used as that stepping stone to get into rugby. How would you see that in terms of the development programs you've been running? Would you see tens, or would you look for 15s or 7s? Where would it start for you?
All three, hopefully. I mean, I like all three. I would love to play all three throughout the year. So I know it could work with youth. I have kids messaging me saying, will they do this for youth as well? Because they just love watching it. But I think as we all figure it out, maybe they'll start doing it back home as well. I think with a 15 season and a 7 season and then a 10 season, because right now they kind of do 2 15 seasons with a high school and a club. So hopefully it works out. I would love to see it in both.
And how important are things like the World 10 Series, just in terms of like that aspirational element for they see you out here at the moment playing on that. They want to sort of emulate coach. Is that you use those as like little carrots for them to go forward?
I mean, I believe so. I don't want to speak for them, but I do get a few messages about kids who love what I'm doing and they want to do the same. And when I'm coaching, they express it as well. And so I think it's a good look for them to see me out here.
It's a great thing to do. Yeah.
So what is it about rugby? Because it sounds like you guys in that program have a variety of kind of things on offer that could attract your attention. For you, what sets rugby apart?
Well, I think it goes back to growing up. We were a group of kids who just liked running around and having some fun. A lot of us played football, and soccer is a big part of that. Mm-hmm. But you kind of get introduced to this new sport, and a lot of it is hitting with no pads. So kids are just excited about doing that. So I think just as the years go by, more kids see that you get to just go out there and just lay a hit and you're not having any padding or anything like that. So it kind of excites them to let out some, frustration or whatever it may be, some built up anger, and they go out there and they just have fun, and it's the best part about it for me too. Growing up, it's a little different now, but it was fun.
What's that Richard Burton quote? It's like ballet and sheer warfare. It's like the perfect balance of the two. It's beautiful. Okay, so as we head into session 3, we're looking forward to the Phoenix playing the Miami Sun, the Asia Pacific Dragons against the Ohio Aviators. The Asia Pacific Dragons today, what have you made of them so far?
They look great. We played them last week, and it was another close game. We've had, I think, 4 games where it was 11-10. 2 of them we've won, but 2 of them we've lost. So I expect another close game, and they've looked great so far today, so I'm excited.
A quick question. That's the first time Elma's ever said Ohio normally.
Ohio!
How do you feel about that as a team? Is that helping you or hindering you?
No comment.
No comment. No comment.
Oh, so you don't like it?
No comment.
Oh,
He's got kids that are in gangs he's trying to bring around. He can't be saying Ohio.
Well, maybe there's some girls out there who feel me on that. I love it. One thing that you guys mentioned in commentary, Vickerman, before we go, is the use of subs. Ohio Aviators seem to be the team that really makes the most of that.
Yeah, they don't do as much as this there on the sideline, do they? He's having a bit of a dance. That'd be quite interesting. But I think you're right. When they've got such a big set of forwards, as Christian said, you've got to use them wisely. These guys are massive, not as good at dancing, but they're big guys that you want to bring on an impact. And that means you've got to time it right. And the coach is perfect at that. Just the timing of that drop, by the way, amazing.
He's going to be exhausted when they've got to run out in a minute.
Better sub him.
I feel like we should get him on the DJ decks because he's really getting psyched up. I did spot him taking a nap on these couches we have in the background, so I know that he charged his batteries. Some of the players out here are walking a little gingerly, and it's going to take a lot of, I think, a lot of bodies to come into this 3rd session and make their mark, but plenty to play for. The Rhinos looking to get a win. Oh no, wait, they are done for the day, so unfortunately for them, but we look forward to hopefully seeing the SX10 in action to wrap up session 3. Rob Vickerman isn't in commentary. Tom Mitchell is up there already.
Yep. Yeah, one captain for another.
Let's go to Nick.
Thank you, Elma. Well, welcome everybody to our final session. Will it be 2 games? Will it be 3? Well, we just don't know. That's what 2020 is doing to us all. We hope SX10 are going to get the call in the next few minutes. We will deal with things and march on to tomorrow later if they don't. It's Phoenix against the Miami Sun. And, well, as you can see alongside us is former England Sevens captain. And we're just over there, Tom. Just have a little wave over there. There we are. Is with us in co-commentary. So let's get our teeth into the 2 teams first of all, as we have Phoenix running out alongside the Miami Sun. 2 beautiful strips, it's fair to say. A big shout out to Samurai, who've nailed a lot of the stash here. Plenty of people inquiring where they can get hold of it, so it may well fly off the shelves. Phoenix then, well, they're a team who've been bolstered by many players featuring for the first time, but they've still been struggling a touch. Just 1 try in 2 games today, 2 defeats. Will this be their chance to get on the right side of the results? Stefan Ungara is the skipper, a mix of Southern Kings, 1 Lithuanian after Ziggy Radjas's red card in that match against the Aviators, and some Scots in Chalmers and Bickerstaff. For Miami Sun, well, after they were the odd team out of the last session, they're back after a stunning 15-11 win against the Royals. Tuamo Aloha and Tani were on the score sheet this morning. They've also got the magician Troy Lockyer. If you missed his magic trick with Elma Smit, check it out on the World 10's Twitter. It is absolutely stunning. DGH van der Mover in your picture, of course, the experienced man. Showing us his best side is our referee, Adam Leal, alongside Mark Nelson and David Porter. Rob Debney is our television match official. And it is a very good afternoon to Tom Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Nick.
How are you?
Good to be here. Got a good view of things up here. It's nice, a bit nicer up here than it is out on the field. You're under shelter.
Yeah, welcome to the perch, as it's the Phoenix who get us started. Oh, and the first job for James Stokes is knocking it on.
Not necessarily the way you want to start the game. Always a tough one, first kick-off. You want to just get hold of the ball there, or it plays into your mind a little bit first second. Got to park that one. On to the next job.
I'll catch up with your views on all things World 10s and Royals over the course of the game, but just stay with this as it's an opportunity. Straight from
the kickoff error from the Miami Sun.
And wait. Use that ball.
Adam Leal tells them to use it, but it will be Miami Sun who have the penalty. I think Joey Sock was thinking about taking it quickly there. Also been joined in co-commentary by former England Sevens captain Ollie Phillips. I've got two England Sevens captains alongside me. I am a lucky rose between two thorns.
One significantly better than the other. I speak for the one that's still playing. There you go.
I thought you were going to say one significantly better looking than the other.
That's also true too, Tommy, but I can't admit that publicly.
I'll be the judge of that. It's the Phoenix coming up to their own 10-metre line, and dummy run from Dennis Coulson, and actually there was an Exocet missile in the form of Marcus Satavu, who came buzzing through, and then his teammates get over for the turnover, and it's a penalty to the Sun as a result.
Some serious whooping and hollering from the Miami Suns bench. They love that one. Good way to get into the game. Big shot there from Marcus.
You'd have met him a few times on the World 7 Series circuit.
Yeah, we've been pretty friendly, been pretty chatty this week as well, which has been part of the beauty of this, getting to know people, mixing around the hotel, which is obviously something we benefit from in the 7 Series, but this is a different ball game and a chance to meet some new faces as well.
How many numbers, guys?
Miami Sun in the line out. Anthony Parry waiting to get this one in. They lift at the front. It's away from Larson. Here come the Sun Stokes. Oh, it's ended up being a little one across the floor, and in fact the knock-on comes. So now the advantage being played to the Phoenix.
Away now, no.
We'll look to try and play from just outside the 22. Shorter ball. Aaron Brody, the big man, trucks it up. Miami Sun trying to get in a position to get the turnover, but Adam Leal says that their own players weren't rolling away, allowing Phoenix to get on the ball.
22. Tommy, you've been out there today. I mean, that was a pretty shocking pass from Miami Sun. How slippery is that ball, considering the weather?
Yeah, well, the rain that's come down over most of today, it makes it tricky, and it is hard to move that ball around. I was surprised that Miami didn't keep it tight, maybe maul it from that line out close to the line, but they obviously want to play and move it. I think we'll definitely see some tight play from the Phoenix, though. Some big boys in there. Expect to see them crashing it up a little bit more, but play into their hands a little bit in that ruck, but not on this occasion.
The line-out was nicely tapped down, but first ones to react were the Sun. Satavi.
Tackle, guys, release now.
Joey Sock goes in, tidy it up. Little check, and Miami Sun just losing ground within the tackle, but now Stokes, London Irish man, using all of his experience to try and find DTH van der Merwe out on the wing. It will just beat everybody to touch, but you could see what they were trying to do there. And the man of his experience, he was out of the blocks.
We've talked already about the wet ball, but there's a bit of wind up as well, so expect Miami in this half to use that kicking game. Turn Phoenix around. Some big boys won't enjoy trotting back to these lineouts as well. But it's a smart play in this weather. Just keep turning that team around, being happy to defend.
Phoenix nearly thought about playing that straight off the top through Dean Murphy, but then it has come back. Gavin Mills happy to just wait for it to come down. Get a more stationary ball to field away. Now Dennis Coulson is having a fight for every yard with two Miami Sun players for company, but deals with it well. Nice little bit of footwork to find the hole there from Gareth Heitman, another one of the Southern Kings men. Then Chumbo Afo. Oh, but the penalty, and it's gone against Phoenix 16, Dean Murphy there. Or has it gone against Chumbo Afo on the floor? I thought it was maybe the man coming in for the clean out. I think it was simply the holding on.
Well, I tell you what, Nick, the Phoenix are throwing their weight around there come breakdown time. Absolutely tearing into it. Some brave souls in the Miami Sun just sticking around, keeping their heads low, staying out of the contact zone. Fantastic turnover there, and now a chance just to drill it deep into the 10-metre line.
So, Tom Mitchell, there's been a fantastic atmosphere over the whole course of the World 10 Series so far, but we can see a few rivalries bubbling up, and there's very little love lost between the Roars and the Rhinos. It's now one apiece, isn't it, after that stunning climax to round one, and then you just pipped them in the last game of the last session.
Yeah, you don't like to end the first round on a loss, and certainly the way the Rhinos celebrated that first one really got into the wounds. So it was nice to turn it over this time around, and But they're pretty excited. They're a bunch of young guys, and they're playing some good stuff, so it was nice to deliver on that one.
Little shorter ball then, and pops up for Satavu after the inside line carry from Moses Lalasava. Larson comes around the corner. That real mix of 7s and 15s visible immediately. Sock was looking for it, but Anthony Parry was the one who tried to take some yards, but the ball's been lost forwards, and we'll pause for the scrum. Of course, it was in that last Royals game that we unfortunately saw your roommate, AJ Davis, who has been such a bright light for the Royals, of course, England Sevens as well, who was helped off the field. We probably don't know the full extent of what's gone on, maybe something around the knee area, but Tom, unfortunate for him, and we all know injury is part of the game, but it doesn't make it any easier to get over.
No, and it's something that isn't new for him. Unfortunately, he's been through it, but he's one of the most resilient people I know, and he's the hub of everything in terms of the love he gives out, and we'll certainly be returning a bit of that love and hope to see him back fighting fit soon, because he's an unbelievable player.
Phoenix wanted to go quickly. They will have to come back.
Tom, I'm just interested to know now, obviously you've been here, you've done a week, we're in week 2. How have the sort of tactics evolved as you've gone through? We see the Phoenix relatively new side, considering there's fresh players from last week. They're putting the boot to ball. Where does that sort of feature in your sort of thinking over the 10 strategies?
Well, it was interesting going from week 1 to week 2. The balance is always how much can we improve, which is what you need to do. But you don't want to overdo it in terms of training hours and out on the field. And it's just finding that balance between preserving the bodies, so you're fresh coming into this second round, versus trying to make those little tweaks. And a lot of it is just getting to know each other and understanding how one another play. We didn't chuck too many new things in this week. It's just trying to take little steps forward. And I think that'll be the same for most teams. We're certainly seeing defenses more organised this week, I think. And just players feeling each other out, both in terms of your own team and the opposition as well.
Who are your new friends? Who are your new friends? Anyone standing out as a new bestie?
In the Royals team? Yeah. Oh, all of them. Well, I like all of them. I don't know if they like me.
Oh, okay.
It's a good response, at least. No, I live by that mantra too. Unfortunately, they all tell me they don't like me afterwards, which is a shame. There we go.
Yeah, we got top group of lads in the London Royals. Best team here.
Playing the tiniest violin for you there, Ollie.
Good lad, good lad. We love that violin.
Chimboafo plays it out the back. Almost rode up on the seatbelt tackle from Mark O'Keefe, but Phoenix not getting quite the quick service there. You can tell that they're almost on day one for most of these boys who've come in to the World 10 Series.
What we're seeing here is the Phoenix are playing very narrow, and Miami are just pretty comfortable defending it. There's a bit of space in the backfield that Phoenix might want to explore.
Oh, and nearly the little half break. Stefan Ungera, ball loose again.
Nick, I was talking to Bram van Straten, the coach for the Phoenix, before this game, and he said they've got a few tricks up their sleeve. I mean, at the moment, they haven't produced any of them with a bit of one-out rugby, and I think they need some magic, because this is really simple stuff, bread and butter defence for the Miami Sun at the moment.
Well, maybe they've stuffed it too far up their sleeves, because certainly could do with bringing something out fairly soon.
There he is. There, brilliant. Love it, Nick.
That's magic.
Footage.
Bunch of flowers. That's what Phoenix need to get on top of here. Oh, and then just the error. Just wonder whether they're struggling with the pace and physicality all at the same time at the minute, the Phoenix.
Just very one-dimensional, unfortunately, from Phoenix at the moment. Probably looking like a team that haven't had much time to prep for this. And Miami just lapping it up, happy to keep making the shots, keep tackling, and that's a bit of tackling practice at the moment.
There's nothing more annoying, is it, when you make a mistake like a knock-on, and then one of the opposition just gives the old tap on the back because you're there, and just go away, leave me alone.
That was definitely you back in the day, wasn't it, Phillips?
Exactly, just try and wind up the wind-up lurcher the whole way through.
And as soon as it kicks off, you're back miles away from it.
Under the post, it's gone. Sub me off, rolling sub, even though it wasn't in my day.
Former England centre Tom May used to make me laugh, talking about which of the players is going to be the bloke that always steps on your foot in training. Like every squad's got one. Here goes DTH van der Merwe. He's going to try and step his way to the try line, but a long way to go. He's taken a bit of a clatter in the mouth, I think, for his troubles there. Just gets back to his feet, or maybe it's certainly taken a knock to the right leg. So we hope that he's okay as the hooter goes for the end of the first half. Tyree Allen now, we haven't seen too much of him today, but he can be a real box of tricks for Miami Sun. Satavu plays it away. Allen's going to have to tidy this up. Phoenix will let him get back to his feet. Yet to have a score in this one. It's not been a classic so far. Larson. Stokes looking to try and step and power his way through the middle. Now it's a penalty, so we will continue to play until such time as there is a technical moment of pause, and just below us, TTH van der Merwe comes off, and I'll be hoping that that's nothing serious.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because he's a pivotal player for the Miami Sun. But Tom, a question I wanted to ask: we haven't seen any teams, not one, take a penalty yet for goal in this tournament, and I just was wondering why. I mean, there's 2 points on the offering. This is sort of a fairly drab affair so far. You know, what's been the strategy, sort of thinking from some of the teams around the penalties?
Well, I think part of it, you've answered it there. It's only the 2 points, which is obviously different from the other forms of the game that we're used to, so it's slightly less reward. But I think also there's a bit of it the teams want to play. Like, you know, you kick the goal, you get your 2 points, but certainly the way I look at it, I'd rather tap and go. Let's get the ball going, let's play. I'd like to see a bit more of that in the game, a few more quick taps, and let's keep the game open. I think teams are going to the line-out with varying degrees of success, as we're seeing there. Not always an easy one at the moment.
Yeah, but how much does the old conversion jeopardy play in the mind of that one, where, you know, try realistically can be 10 points if you get it right?
Yeah, it's huge, and being on the receiving end of a 10-point score is pretty tough psychologically. You know, 2 tries can be a 20-point score, and that is a killer. We had that last week. And it's an interesting nuance psychologically in this game that we've not had to deal with before.
Well, I imagine as well, with the nature of the wind, which has made it pretty advantageous to be getting 10-pointers during one half versus the second. If you go in 20 down at half-time, you know the pressure is on. But the pressure is on both of these sides to get onto the scoreboard, because as it stands, it's all bagels. Phoenix 0, Miami Sun 0 at half-time. TTH van der Merwe, we saw just having to take a moment on the sidelines. Not sure how much more he will be involved in this second half, but we are honoured to have man for the London Royals, England Sevens captain Tom Mitchell, who is with us. And Tom, I mean, we spoke in London before the World 10 Series got underway about the excitement just to be travelling with your buds again, which for many people who are in lockdown watching this, whether it's on Sky, ESPN Plus, or on our YouTube channel, I mean, they are sat there wishing they could be somewhere like this. It's a pretty, it's a humbling and pretty brilliant thing to be here, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nick. And we've been overflowing with gratitude since we've been out here for rugby, first and foremost, but just to be back in that environment, as you say, the team environment, being able to go to the training field. Do you know what? Last weekend, one of the favourite things was the bus ride to and from the ground. It's just those simple pleasures which you don't realise you miss until they're taken away from you. And we're certainly trying to savour each moment and make the most of it, because it's an incredibly special opportunity.
Who's in charge of playlists, T-Bob, on the team bus?
Chippy, Captain Chip is in charge, and do not take the speakers off of him.
What's his preferred genre?
He plays it to the crowd. He's one for the popular vote. But yeah, he's got a good mix. Could do with a few updates every now and again, but
yeah, couldn't we all? Ball goes deep to the Sun then. Second half kicking off with Tom Mitchell alongside us, and former England Sevens captain Ollie Mitchell. Oh, that's lovely running from Moses Lalasava, turning Jumbo Afo inside and out, but then looking like he's in a bar brawl to get through is Mark O'Keefe. Of course, Mark O'Keefe is roommate of one of the Phoenix boys. Dennis Coulson. Two of them share a house in Dublin, but they are up against each other today. Lalasava. Oh, look at the little goose step, and now he gets away. Scything one way, then the other, then gets a big Anthony parry. Eddie Ludic cuddle. Ball coming away again for the Sun. Tyree Allen. Oh, Joey Sock was well lined up by Chumbo Afo. The Sun are going backwards in possession at the minute. And have they got into a good position for the turnover? Chumbo Afo is delighted with his effort. Look at that.
Lovely passage of play defensively. And you see for the Miami Sun, Moses Lalasava, he's a hard man to bring down, whether he's running straight at you or sidestepping you, he'll get through. So for the Phoenix to just weather that and then come off the line, some great line speed, the hit, the turnover, it's good to see. They're pretty buoyant after that.
I should say as well, Moses Lalasava joined the Seattle Seawolves for an exhibition match against Vancouver Island Crimson Tide. If that's not the best name of a sports team, I don't know what is.
Who comes up with them? That's what you want. Just
named after a film starring
personified.
Named after a film starring Gene Hackman. I mean, I don't know if it gets any better than that.
His footwork was pretty special as well, I can tell you that, as he danced his way through. I thought that was going to be the magic we were looking for.
Maybe his soundtrack is also provided by Hans Zimmer. I'm showing off far too much knowledge of Crimson Tide here, aren't I?
It's all going over my head.
Well, it is a submarine after all. There is Lalasava. Maisie, silky runner. Fijian through and through with skills like that.
Guys, on the AR, please give the space.
Gareth Heitman then waits to
Guys, look at the AR.
get the throw in at the line out. I think Phoenix have just realised that they're down to 9 players. That they're allowed someone else on the field.
That's one way to try and get your game up and running.
Of course, they were down to 9 in the previous game, with Rad just getting the yellow card, the red card for the high shot. It's a one-match ban that he will serve. It was up to 2. It was looked at. There was a little bit of mitigation for a deem of a slight dip from the player that he made contact with, and also the immediate admission of culpability was brought into play for it to be reduced. So a one-match ban for Rogers. Joey Sock under all sorts of pressure here for the Sun. Phoenix have still got it. Are we going to see the game's first try? Driving into that corner, and they go again. Chalmers is there, wanting to help with the clear out, which he does. They look to pick and go short side. There's another advantage for offside being played. Miami Sun doing all they can to slow it down. Now they will try and whip it away. Oh, it's a kick pass option, and it just bounces over the head of Tyree Allen, who tries to tap it away. And we will come back for the penalty.
I like the option. That's the most flair we've seen from Phoenix so far. There's definitely 2 men hanging out there. It was just perhaps the execution of the kick wasn't the best. We've all had a few come off the 50p piece like that.
We've just got to play it down for a moment. It is Mr. Coulson himself. Retired playing for Carcassonne, played a bit at Stade Francais, played Ireland under-20s as well. He's been here about 10 days. He was telling me at the hotel that he was quite lucky to have left Ireland as lockdown on travel came in, which goes for a few people here, of course, and I think a few of us are hoping they close the border so we can't get back home, given how island life in Bermuda has treated a few of us over the last couple of weeks.
Can't say that on air in case my wife's listening.
Of course, desperate to get home and see my husband too.
It's her birthday today as well, so shout out, happy birthday, Flo.
Oh, that's lovely.
Well teed up there, T-Bob, just getting that in, loved it. Excellent work.
Got to try stay out the doghouse somehow.
Good lad.
It is difficult to phone home, isn't it? I mean, I've been finding that challenge myself. You phone, what was your day like? I did a lot of work, and then I was at one of the most beautiful beaches I've ever seen in my life. It's a struggle. The struggle is real, boys.
Just need a bit of patience here from the Phoenix.
It's a really good counter right there.
Foot race
from Miami Sun, and now indeed the race is on. Aki Raymond just trying to get there. The bounce of the oval ball's done everybody. All sorts of people being pushed around off the ball, but Aki Raymond's the one who suddenly sprung out the other side of it. He's looking for support, desperately needs it. It's loose on the floor, and it's that man, Lalasava, who's looking to tidy it out. Tyree Allen plays it out to the left, and now the Sun have stuck it into the sky again. Satavu gives chase. Plenty of Phoenix shirts there, but maybe who managed to get a hold of the ball. I didn't know if it came forward there, but Adam Leal happy for a little bit of jouet.
This is the type of rugby I prefer to watch. I like it, exploring that space in behind with the kicks, bounce of the ball, adding a bit of spice to it as well.
Brilliant. Buy a ticket to the lottery. Here we go. Phoenix look a little unsure where we're going next, though. Ludic made his debut for the Kings last year against Munster. And another big drive from Andel Lobsher, Southern Kings fullback. But then the turnover, and it's there for Tuamo Aloha, but the offload left a little to be desired as we enter the final quarter of the match. And we still have yet to see a score on the board. And fascinatingly, we have still got one first up our own sleeves here at the World 10 Series, which is that if we reach full time without a score, we would have our first shootout. Now, we've yet to have one, and I've now commentators cursed it, but you cannot have a drawn game at the World 10 Series. And I'm going to have to get the rule book out of my bag if we reach it. No, we'll go through that in a minute. A few of you are tuning in may also wonder about our coloured spots all over the field. Well, that is conversion jeopardy, but it may play a part as well when we come to a potential shootout. But in the meantime, the Phoenix boys are hoping that they're not going to need that, and that through the likes of Aki Raymond, they can continue to make yards forward. And then Chumbuafo, who shows the feet and then finds Chalmers. Chalmers shows decent upper body strength to get through the first tackle. Players arriving, but offload didn't get there. Fury on the face of Aaron Brody, who was determined to crash fall his way through there. Pops it up for Lewis Berg. Oh, and now the Phoenix are breaking through with Berg. Oh, it's a great finish. Wasn't going to be stopped. And the man who was part of the London Scottish squad that won the Melrose Sevens is now doing it in Bermuda as well.
There we go. You put the curse on it, Nick. We've finally got our score. There's a bit of graft there from Phoenix. It broke up a bit, and maybe that was the spark they needed. And they finally got it in here, keeping it tight, using their big boys. Worked really hard, fended off, swatted off a couple of Miami Sun defenders. And then with a splashdown, enjoying it.
So it'll be interesting to see the decision here on the conversion jeopardy choice. They're going to go blue spot in front for 1 point. Go for the orange spot for 2 points, the yellow spot for 3 points, or we go right in the middle on the black spot, which looks to be our choice. Andel Lobsher is going for the 5-point conversion jeopardy.
He's got the wind. He's going to want to push this one slightly towards the left post, let the wind carry it over.
He has made a kick from 62 metres before. Southern Kings fullback made his Pro 14 debut last season in Cardiff, so he's just got to get the crosswind right here. Lobsher to take Phoenix to 10. Plenty left in it. It's the accuracy that we've got to look at, and it just fades away. Well, he is going to be another weapon to be wary of with regard to the 5-pointers, but for now it's just the try on the board. It's Phoenix leading by 5 points to 0.
Easily had the legs, the 62-metre man, easily had the legs, just wasn't listening to me when I said push it slightly left. Do as I say, not as I do on the kicking front, I might as add.
Tom, an interesting thing we've noticed with you guys actually with the London Roars, out of all the teams, normally first try, you guys always take the blue, you take that 1-pointer, whereas everyone else seems to be going for the 5. Is there like a strategic, tactical reason around that?
Last week we were kind of probably playing a little bit safe on that, which was probably a bad shout, to be honest. I think going this way with the wind, go for the 5-pointer. We saw Tom Emery bang over a couple. We've got other kickers who can do it from 50, so, you know, no point in playing it safe. If you've got that kick in the locker, take it.
Miami Sun, good continuity with ball in hand there, and the ball kept in field from Connor Buck. Score from the Phoenix seems to have brought them alive, but then it's come forwards from the Sun, and are Phoenix able to keep hold of that ball? They are indeed. Dean Murphy under plenty of pressure there, so no advantage coming to the Phoenix off the back of the knock-on. Let's catch up with Elma Smit. Where are you, Elma?
I've got Chris Eves, who made a quick transfer from the Barbarians over to the Asia Pacific Dragons. How does this compare to that?
Oh, well, we didn't have a game, so it's a bit different. We're actually playing here, so the weather's a bit better than London, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
More dark and stormy, quite literally, and then also figuratively?
Exactly, you're right. 100% you're right.
Okay, so tell me about 10s rugby. Do you enjoy this format, the shorter format of the game?
Oh yeah, I was built for this kind of stuff, you know. It's not as fast as 7s and a bit more space in 15s, so I really love this type of game. So. And
you've got the Ohio Aviators up next. They've played 2 games today. They're 2 from 2, but you've had a bit of a break because the SX10 haven't been able to get here.
Yeah, well, they're pretty good, Ohio, actually. We've been watching them, so should be a good game, but I think we'll top them up this game. So the boys are looking good, so we'll see how we go.
By how much?
Can't say.
Can't say, he's too humble.
I can't say. 50, but all good.
Whoa! Okay, back to you guys.
I love that. We went from 0 to 50 in about half a second there. Fantastic. Thank you, Elma. And good to hear from Chris Evers as well. So we just had Brian van Straten, who is the head coach of the Phoenix, calling the coach's timeout or technical timeout. It can be called by the captain on the field or the coach. Many coaches wanting to empower their players to call it on the field, but Mr. van Straten deciding that he wanted to just get on and get some key words into his team, perhaps to ensure that they get this result over the line, which they very dearly need. Phoenix haven't been scoring terribly well, but they do have the lead in this one. Miami Sun driven back into their own 22. Can they make the extra man work here on the short side? Opportunity now maybe for the Phoenix to try and, well, not only hold them up, but perhaps turn the ball over. And the boys in the red shirts have got it. Eddie Ludick having to just drive his teammates in front to get hold of the ball, but then he may have just lost control of it. But that is the hooter. The scrum was given just before it was called. Big moments here. Tom Mitchell.
Last chance saloon here, but they've been given opportunity. Phoenix had the ball in the scrum earlier on, opted to kick it downfield and say, Miami Sun, here you go, play from 70 or 80 meters. Interesting call. Obviously, the trade-off is you hold on to the ball and back yourself to keep it for a minute or so and then kick it off, but they've given Miami Sun a chance here. Let's see, it's exciting stuff.
I have some news just in, which is unfortunately not the news we wanted to hear, but the SX10 are unable to be joining us for the rest of today. So really unfortunate news that they're not going to be here for day 1 of round 2. But all being well, we will see them with us tomorrow. They are going to be like caged animals, that lot. And of course, SX10, as we know, last week there was 1 positive COVID test within the group. They have been retested about 3 times since then. And we are just waiting on those results. And we are cooperating with the Bermudian authorities to make sure that the OK is given by them and that they can all be released from quarantine. So that's the latest news then. The SX10 won't be able to join us today, but we hope they're able to tomorrow. Now, this man is prowling up and down like a polar bear.
I hope for the sake of the Phoenix players he doesn't come back on.
He does know the hooter's gone, so there's not another stoppage happening. Maybe that's why he's prowling up and down like that.
Connor Buck, one of the World 10 Series Combine athletes, is looking like he wants to get on and play his part, but the next stoppage, unless a penalty, will be the game. So this is the last roll of the dice for the Phoenix.
We're not wasting anyone's time but our own.
So confirmation then that our next game, the Asia Pacific Dragons against the Ohio Aviators, will be our last of day 1 of round 2 of the World 10 Series. We cannot wait to see SX10 and the athletes they've got. It's a free kick to the Sun. Can the Sun create something from nothing? Oh, it's brilliant physicality, but then it's the knock-on, and that will be it for the Phoenix. And look what the first victory of the World 10 Series means to them. They've got the W. The try from Berg will be enough. It's a full-time score of Phoenix 5. The Miami Sun, who beat the Royals earlier, on the losing side with 0. Phoenix 5, Miami Sun 0. Our next match is the Asia Pacific Dragons against the Ohio Aviators. The Asia Pacific Dragons taking on the Ohio Aviators. And, well, where you're talking about today's efforts so far, certainly in our morning session, it was the Dragons who were successful over the Phoenix, the Aviators who dispatched the Rhinos. The Aviators have gone 2 from 2. So, we have two teams, neither of whom have tasted defeat today. Let's have a look at the sides then. Asia Pacific Dragons, Samoan Tomasi Alessio on the 7th circuit has been pulling the strings. Chris Evers, it's good to welcome him. We just saw him a moment ago in our previous game chatting with Elma Smit on the touchline. Georgian Kutsishvili, Tongan legend Kurt Morath. You look through that team list, plenty of talent. Apisai Nakatini as well, and Lino Saunatonga, who is leading the try-scoring charts. Plenty of talent to enjoy, including as well Nafi Tuitavaki and the big-haired Vili Tolutau. The Aviators, well, Canadians and USA Eagles amongst them. Kyle Bailey, of course, one of those with the Canucks. That's Ben Seamer in your shot, the man who has got the big boot. JP Smith, one of those who was crossing the whitewash. Only Tongawa will bring plenty of physicality. And it's good to see Nick Feeks back in the lineup as well. Our referee for this one is JP Doyle. He's just getting his comms checked by Adam Leal. And delighted to say rejoining us in co-commentary is, well, we've just said goodbye to two England Sevens captains, and another one's popped up. Right, it's Rob Vickerman.
Like buses, aren't they?
From the restart, or the kickoff, I should say. Rowan House is looking to try and turn and get onto it. Saunatonga played away to Alessio. Nakatini, he was not involved this morning, and he's just knocked it on the first time. So now Tongawa will get involved in some of the physical stuff.
Leave it. Yeah, good turnover. Manage.
Jamil Robinson just trying to get a bit of industry going there as well. But after the knock-on, we'll just have the scrum.
Well, you can see the general partner trying to get that man in shot. As many situations as he can. He is fantastic with the ball in hand. But really got to say, this APD team, the Dragons as we're calling them, they do up that level of physicality when they both collide and make tackles. They'll be looking to try and get amongst this Ohio team, get a grip of it,
just hold your gap, please,
and use their skill set to their strengths.
Crouch.
Rain is just returning. We had a real deluge earlier. The skies look a little clearer. This might just be a short, sharp little dousing. Oh, and now that JP Smith has decided to go down the short side where nobody was looking. He's got Kurt Morath to beat. He fell into the tackle opportunity. And now it's Tomasi Alessio. Alessio boots it downfield. Sean Riley is having to backpedal hard here. Alessio recognises that he's got no one else with him. And perhaps just shutting down Riley from this position is what he needs to try and do best. And he will be the first one to make the tackle.
No. Leave it now.
And it's a penalty to the Aviators.
You missed the gate.
You heard referee Doyle there saying you missed the gate.
I did check for high tackle. Is that what we're asking? We did. You can only check, but there's no high tackle.
Well, potentially a little
bit.
Do
I need to?
Questionable, as the outcome was that he ended up on the floor. You can see Kurt Morath leaving that right arm up. Yes.
Tackle. We'll go back up. Penalty high tackle.
The step meant that Smith fell down, but that's still a dangerous tackle. Throwing that arm across. No, an experienced international should not be doing that.
You want to see it?
I already thought.
Okay.
JP Doyle happy to make the call then. Penalty only.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, so the ball's not dead.
Rowan House is just asking questions of our referee.
Yep. Sorry, Steve, I'm just having a conversation.
Penalty to Aviators will give the chance for Ben Seamer to stick it into the corner here. And the Aviators love bringing the big boys on for these moments.
Yeah, does that make sense?
It's a familiar pattern. We've seen it many times now. Ohio Aviators using their kicker to get the ball in the right place. Just 5 meters out now. Expect to see the big guys go in, keep this nice and tight. The tighter it is, the harder it is to stop it. If they get it moving, you ain't stopping it.
Bravely go to the tail as the weather comes in. Brad Tucker brings it down and they motorise towards the line, but it's a penalty try. The Dragons have stopped it illegally, and as far as JP Doyle is concerned, there was only going to be one result there, and it was to be try
Hold down and 16
to the Aviators. So the physicality, the win of the day again for the boys from Ohio.
Pretty clear.
They get the game's first try, but rather than, of course, a standard rugby union penalty try that now is 5 points straight off the bat, they get 5 points for the try, but still get the chance to make the choice on conversion jeopardy, which, as you see from Ben Seamer's position, and given the conditions, is a simple 1 point attempt. Which he slots.
We'll have to change the terminology of this, Nick. Rather than the Aviators, when they get that close, they're like a 7-4-7. They're just so unified. You're not moving them, you're driving them over. Ben Seamer's got the easy bit as he runs on and kicks it, but this forward pack really are formidable. There's no stopping it, as we said, other than illegally, which clearly their TO comes round, makes a tackle, and JP Doyle rightly gives a penalty try.
We are promised clear skies and a bit of
You're
sunshine
outside,
tomorrow.
and you're taking it back in. Not out,
The storms
not out,
are rolling
not out,
through
not
the
out.
Bermuda Triangle today.
Here we play.
Luckily, we've not lost sight of the rugby ball. Penalty to the Dragons. Alacio taps and goes. Now looks back to the right-hand side. Oh, that's brilliant vision from Alacio, and it looks to be a finish from Samisoni, who gets over the line for the Dragons. Quick tempo from the Samoan. Samisoni with the finish.
Well, Tomasi Alacio is quickly becoming the most influential player in this tournament. Everything he does for this Dragons team is positive, and Samisoni benefited from his quick thought as he takes the tap. Yes, he's got that guile and expertise of a sevens player, but his vision, just finding space, is fantastic. Skill set to throw the pass off his left hand with a wet ball. All the ingredients just to reaffirm the fact Alacio is a class player.
Just make sure, lads.
Tommy Bell. He's given it absolutely everything. It's going to be close, but it does just drop short. So we have a 1 point game then. Such is conversion jeopardy, because the Dragons with the win behind them have gone for broke. But it does now mean, having scored second, that they are trailing in this game by 5 points to 6.
Like to see a little bit more tactical play with these kicks, put them hard, low and flat rather than in the air. So difficult to try and control a bouncing, wet, slippery ball.
The rain has got seriously heavy now. It is sheeting down in front of us. Seamer. Feeks. Been tapped on, but has it gone forward? JP Doyle's had a good look at it. Oh, and the Aviators, if they dived in the corner. JP Doyle says no. Ball's gone forwards.
Well, Sean Riley might have just pulled out an absolute bit of magic. I just hope we get a chance to see it again, because this is audacious out the back door. Knew exactly where the man was, running away from him. The slide meant he knocked the ball on, and that was the only part of that whole move that wasn't outstanding. Sean Riley, you have the right, sir, to be devastated.
Well, benefit of the replay there, showing us just how brilliant that was and just how unlucky or unfortunate they were not to get that ball over the line cleanly.
Bind! Keep the gap, wait.
As part of this complex, there's a swimming pool over there, Rob Vickerman, and I think it's got less water in it than our pitch down below us. Aviators trying to find enough time on the ball.
Outside pace, outside!
Doyle is playing a penalty advantage. Seamer is brought to ground.
The ball is there, you've got penalty
Half thought about
advantage,
trying to get through the gap. Rodriguez plays it away. Feeks, left boot. He's walloped it. Got into the catering truck.
Not quite sure where he was trying to kick that one to. Right, apologising for that one. Mick's normally really industrious in how he plays the game, but That left boot, even with this wind, was slightly extravagant. Not a bad fallback position though. You've got a centre field scrum. So 5 forwards contesting for the ball in the middle, and a load of 3 on the left for the Aviators, and just Sean Riley on the right. Now, knowing Rodriguez's pace, I really hope we get to see him go from the base. And what a story he has, just speaking to beforehand. Doing a lot of work in the youths around LA and the county. They're the stories you love to hear. This guy is doing wonderful things with a great game of rugby.
Okay, use it away. It's not going anywhere. Use it away.
He's told to use it by JP Doyle. Got to try and find it first. Rodriguez, Seema goes for the bullet pass to the left side. Needs a strong finish. And they're going to get one. Bryce Campbell scores in the corner, and the Aviators have their second try. His second of the day as well.
Well, looking at the frame of Campbell, it would probably only him on this Ohio backline team that would be able to get through Palamo. Fred Palamo, one of the biggest units as a centre in the game of 15s. Played his part in a few sevens teams as well, so to get around him that easily just shows how strong Campbell is as a runner.
Decision being made on conversion jeopardy, and, well, hold on a minute. Into the wind. Or in fact, I've just noticed the flags have just done an about face. So Ben Seema has now decided that the wind might be sufficiently at his back to go for a 5-pointer. In these conditions, this would be ridiculous. Oh my goodness me. Certainly had the legs, but it's gone past the upright.
Well, we can officially say the wind is now definitely blowing that way.
Yeah, you would not have been able to do that all of about 10 minutes ago.
That's a great spot though. See the rain now coming down 45 degrees as well.
Brad Tucker, little kick of the legs at the top. Didn't know he was a ballet dancer. Seema.
Just wait there, wait. Okay, good.
Half-time hooter goes as Kurt Morath just tries to thread it through from one kicker to another. Ben Seema will say that'll do for the first half. This game is fascinatingly poised now as the Aviators get their noses back in front. Will that be enough to quell the Dragons? We will see. At half-time, it's the Dragons 5, Ohio Aviators 11.
Keep the ball, we need to hold possession to fucking score points, okay? Tempo, they're trying to, every set piece, they're slowing it down with bringing reserves in, all right? So, we need to fucking, we kick it, don't kick it out, all right? Quick taps, let's go, okay? Let's try and play, we've got to play ourselves out of this, all right? We're in it, we're one score behind, okay, boys? All right, the defence is going really well, all right? Phase defence, keep making your tackles, 0 rush, get out of that screen.
So they replayed it on the screen? Okay. No, I've got back for that. I heard knock on or something, and then I asked Rob, because there was breaking bombs, he said, yeah, so I heard that bit, and I said, Rob, was there a high tackle there? He said, no, but he might have a few,
Well, the rain has given us a good dousing. It is rinsing through our commentary position here. The tarpaulin is in good measure. It's the Ohio Aviators who are leading the Asia-Pacific Dragons. For anyone watching live on the YouTube stream, apologies if you heard Tutai Kefu using a couple of biblical words to make sure that he got his message across, but ultimately he was telling his team we need to get a hold of the ball and we need to score some points. Simple game when you think about it. Tomasi Alessio in one of those who has been trying to unlock the talent in this Asia-Pacific Dragons team. Start of the second half will come from the boot of Ben Seema. Happy Nicotini started to backtrack and then had to run forward. Such was the way the wind held that up. Incredible, the wind was literally going 180 degrees in the opposite direction just a short time ago. how quickly the advantage can change. Oh, Benzema manages to step through very nicely. Just lost his footing. Eric Howard. Feeks. Tongawiya from Suniula. Suniula gets into play scrum half, and Howard was looking for the support, but it was only the invisible man next to him at that point. And it's a penalty to the Dragons, though. They get themselves in a good position to force the turnover. And Alessio appeals to JP Doyle that the ball's not come back immediately. Doyle's going to give him the 10.
Yeah, you can see the conversation now. So in the world that Alessio used to know, sevens, any type of action like that, it's a default yellow card. If you touch the ball, move the ball, or interfere in any way, that's why he was getting frustrated.
Nicotini dips the shoulder to try and get through the first tackle. Alessio just wants to show the feet, but the Aviators with Kyle Bailey have to get on the double tackle with JP Smith. And Palamo.
Tackle, and away Aviator. Stay down, well done, 10.
Short side they go again. Kutsishvili, though, is helped to the ground.
Up in there, 4, go back, 4, gotta go back.
Samasoni plays it. Here they come again through Chaos, and then Alessio from Marath, and Jamil Robinson played it back in field. Be an advantage being played here, and Dragons keep it alive.
Bandage over.
Nicotini, oh, the space is opening up for them on the left-hand side. Samasoni now, and Kutsishvili wanted to try and skip down the touchline. Into the 22 he goes.
You missed it, you missed it.
Dragons playing it away. Chaos once more. Marath, Nicotini stepping through and bowling it back into his scrum half. Now it's Alessio. Alessio up for Palamo. It is brilliant. 7-style 10s from the Asia Pacific Dragons.
Nicotini. Well, had it all again. Palamo once again is looking pretty potent when he has hand in the ball, but you've got to give credit once more to Tomasi Alessio. He's just everywhere. He's like a wasp around food, constantly buzzing around the place. I do hope Nicotini's okay. He's hobbling back. His deft touch in the middle was key, but this is just playing around with the defence. You know it's a good cut when 3 people step into it, and that change of direction for Palamo was fantastic.
Well, now this is a huge moment because the Dragons are currently behind on the scoreboard by 1 point. And Tommy Bell is not thinking about anything other than 5. And if he misses this at the expense of having gone for 1, well, I can stop talking immediately.
It's a relevant point then, don't you, mate? Because they didn't have to go for the 5 there, albeit Tommy Bell basically walked past earlier, went, for me, every kick's a 5. But tactically speaking, you're right, that risk and reward wasn't necessarily there because any score from Ohio will give them the lead, which is where that 1 point becomes all important when you're looking at tries scored and how they're converted. So once again, multifaceted out here in Bermuda. You'd expect nothing else.
Well, he could have gone for the 2-pointer just to get their noses in front, but fair play. He pulled it off, and Tommy Bell has given the Asia Pacific Dragons a 4-point lead now. The advantage changes to the boys in red. Nafi Tuatavaki. Another one of those who's a real box of tricks, and look at him driving into Rodriguez as Sean Riley just takes a tumble. Alessio will step in. Bell. Ives. Tolutau. And it's away. Ives again. Oh, but it's just been squeezed forwards in the tackle, but we come back for the penalty. The Aviators offside.
You just see the power of these individuals when they get tackled. That's not enough. They're going to keep running, pumping those sizable legs.
12.
And just getting over that gain line. That line really does give you momentum. You get past it, your players run easier support lines. Defence becomes oh so much harder when players just run through that collision.
And those Dragons forwards, the likes of Tolutau, Palamo, all they want to see is their fly half boot the ball as far down into the corner as possible, and Tommy Bell has done exactly what the doctor ordered.
And again, this is where you can look at it with a special player. You can get someone in who's so good with their punt kick and go right for the corner.
And I think we have seen the technical timeout called by the Asia Pacific Dragons. And need to confirm actually who's called it, because conceivably it could have come from either side, but I have a feeling it was Tutai Kefu.
It was, looking at the state of how exhausted these big men were, it very much was the team in red. The Dragons walking towards this try line, but no, they have the absolute power and force to get them over the line from here. Clever play from that man. We've seen a couple of them so far, and for him, how refreshing is it? A vastly experienced international coach who's normally in a stand or in a box can now be on the field, speak to his players for 45 seconds in the midst of the action. That's pretty special.
Also Rob Vickerman, who's with us here for what is our last game of the day. Confirmation a few moments ago that the SX10 will not be able to join us today, but we have everything crossed that they will be with us tomorrow, and we know how much they will be keen to play. Boys, if you're watching, all of our thoughts are with you. We know how frustrating it must have been just to be waiting for those results to play today, but we cannot wait to see what you've got to offer tomorrow. Here come the Dragons then, on the charge, and Tolitau is going to be the one to get through. It's a brilliant score for the big man. His head must be getting heavier and heavier as the hours go on, with the rain coming down, but the Dragons get another try, and it's the hooker who dots it down.
Oh, look at him go! He's having a right dance, why not? I said before about how good they are in this situation of using their sheer size and weight, and as you see them from the size of Tolitau, you're not stopping him. He's an absolute bull of a man, and check this out, he's a big dude, but he's got the moves.
I have got so much time for that. Tommy Bell then fancies another 5-pointer. The Dragons are looking to down the Aviators here. Swings the right boot. He's just hooked it. So 5 points go begging, which now means that if the Aviators can score, albeit would have to kick a massive 5-pointer into the wind, and they could still yet turn this game around with one try and conversion.
One thing we've learned here, Nick, you cannot write scripts. Anything can happen. 10-point swingers.
Seamer's gone for a little shorter one to try and allow it to be contestable, and Richard Hatting has done a brilliant job of getting hold of it. Superb work from one of the vice-captains. Now it's away again for JP Smith, and Suniula just straightening momentarily. The Aviators, Hatting, Seamer, across the middle they come. Force it, rides the contact that comes in after the ball, but the Dragons strategically know where the touchline is and bin the Aviators into touch. Well, not a pleasant sight as Tian Lutz has just taken, I think, the full force of a few Dragons on top of him.
Yeah, the fear is here with the leg pick. All the momentum is going down just on those elbows and shoulders. Absolutely legitimate hit, nothing wrong with it whatsoever, but it does jar often, and there's so many nerves that you can affect in your neck when you do land with elbow down. But, you know, you've got to celebrate that as being a wonderful defensive play from APD. That is potentially game-winning. That is how dangerous this Aviator pack are up close.
Quincy, as he's known, is the man giving the attention here to Lutz, and he's a vastly experienced man. Based in Colorado, worked with the Eagles for a number of years. Well known and well respected by the players.
Time on, please. Tommy 10.
Tolitau throws into the line, but it's immediately spanked back out into touch. He's tried to take a quick one, but he's way ahead of where the touch judge has his flag up. Assistant referee, I should say, but he can't go quickly there, so we'll have the line out again.
Yeah, and this is where you've got to be so careful against the Aviators. Pinpoint accuracy needed because their line-out skills are outstanding.
And well to get Saunad Tonga up at the top of that. Alasia is coming back to where the line-out was. Dragons wanting to try and spring through the middle and catch the Aviators unawares. Tolitau really took it to the contact there, didn't he? Saunad Tonga, the recipient of a forward pass.
I've got to question this a little bit here. For a team that love to play a little bit wider than that and use their expanse, to have almost a pick-and-go tactic because they're trying to wind down the clock is against everything they're about. You got Tommy Bell here with a metronomic boot. Just play down the field. The pick-and-goes are so difficult in these conditions, and certainly with thugs walking around like Bailey, who was solely looking to disrupt. Countless amount of times we said how dominant this Ohio scrum is, and now they've got a chance for a strike play with just 1.5 minutes left of this game.
I have to say, with the likes of Alessio and Payson Kutsishvili, you do think that that boot downfield with the wind behind you would potentially have been the winner. But it does open the door for the Aviators.
The weather update, I think the wind has once again changed direction to be with Ohio. So it poses for a very interesting kick should they score.
I can almost see different flags facing different directions at the minute, such as the wind in Bermuda. JP Smith to Ben Seamer, who momentarily thought he'd left the ball behind.
Space, space.
Smith again, Fawcett. Good footwork from the hooker. For
No,
Butcher.
second man.
It's a penalty against the Dragons here.
You're in the ruck with that guy. Really clear on that.
Chris Evers is told in no uncertain terms by JP Doyle. Aviators not in too much of a rush here. Clock continues to tick.
This is a big decision. You've got one of the best scrums, but also one of the best lineouts. Kick to touch seems a sensible option, given their nature and inability for the APD to compete much against it. So once again, they're bringing on their units. And let's see if Ohio can continue the story.
I know you can overlook that moment, but actually that kick from the middle of the park, with the angle that Ben Seamer had, with the wind is like it is, to get that level of accuracy to give his team that line out without leaving them 11 metres out rather than the 5 he has is also pretty impressive.
Yeah, to any kick around the world as well, when you get a player walk past, go, just make touch, will you? Worst thing you can say.
Eric Howard. Rickard Hatting. Oh, and it's brought down. Tonga Weir. Referee's happy enough with the tackle to avoid the driving maul that the Aviators were looking to build up. Scrum's been awarded. There goes the hooter. The Aviators have got one last roll of the dice.
And this is just so incredible. A 9-point difference, yet we are still talking about the ability of that man on shot to potentially win the game for them should they score. So not only is he pivotal in his playmaking, with his boot and opportunity, Ohio know they get over, they could still win the game.
Conversion Jeopardy. That's the name of the game. But as Rob Vickerman says, Aviators have got to score first of all. Got to get the try. Seamer, Campbell, Suniula to the left. Feeks to the right. Smith.
Set.
Needs to get the scrum right first.
Okay, that wasn't very good.
That's what they call a tactical. You see it in 15s. You drop the far side of the scrum to where the referee stood, and the chances are you're going to get another shot at it. I mean, look at the size of these APD forwards. There are necks amongst them, you just can't see them. It's a formidable front row.
Crouch.
If anything, just to get past Billy's hair.
Bind. Set.
Probably quite comfortable, the padding. Aviators looking to try and drive. They're going to have to use it. Smith, there's a penalty advantage being played to the Aviators now already as they drive towards the line.
Aviators, you have to arrive up on your feet.
JP Doyle making it clear they're going to arrive on their feet as they try and drive over the line. Oh, it's a brilliant score! On their feet they were, and driving over the line they did. Well, well, there are no second guesses as to what's on the cards here. Who knows where the wind is going? It's buffeting around Bermuda's National Stadium here, but it's Ben Seamer with a potential winning 5-pointer on the line here for the Aviators to steal it.
Well, the Dragons are debating a challenge from the captain, but do not get in the way of the pressure on Ben Seamer here. He's been the first man to get 5 points, but this is a game-winning opportunity. We've seen 2 of his kicks so far drop short, 1 go wide right. We know he's got the distance. Has he got the composure?
Conversion jeopardy. It's all on the line. Benzema, oh, it's held up in the wind. The Asia-Pacific Dragons will celebrate the victory. Drama at the end of another match here at the World 10 Series, but this time Sima won't be the hero. It'll be the Dragons who outscore the Aviators. They've won it by 20 points to 16. Well, Rob Vickerman, we've not been short on drama today, have we?
No, and we're not ever going to be with this context, because that was a 9-point lead. APD looked comfortable. They were dominating most facets of play, and yet the power up front, the set-piece ability of this Ohio team once again showed why they are a threat to every single team.
It's worth pointing out as well that actually both teams have scored 3 tries in that game, so not only will the Dragons get the win and the bonus point, but the Aviators will get the 3-try bonus, and they just missed out on that losing bonus. You have to be within 3 points, so just a little bit of an explainer there on how the bonus point system works. 3 tries or more in World 10 Series to get the extra one, and finish within 3 to get the losing bonus. But Tutai Kefu is a happy man.
Yeah, and fair play to him. The most important part of that game, the driving line out, 3 minutes left to go. He called the timeout, he walked on the pitch, he got everybody in together, and that galvanised the efforts to get them that vital score.
Well, what brilliant entertainment. The Asia-Pacific Dragons have definitely turned up for round 2, and they've overcome the Ohio Aviators. It's full time in our last game of the day. The Dragons 20, the Aviators 16. Over to Alex.
Oh, more conversion jeopardy, but well done to the Dragons. And that man, Todai Kefo, who knew a fair amount about winning big games, will be pretty relieved that his men have survived a late onslaught to take a precious win. We've come a little bit further into the marquee, it's meant to be said, because the rain, again, as you've seen over the course of this afternoon, has been coming at us from all angles. We're fairly cosy at this point. Ollie's come to have a chat alongside the great Bram van Straten, who's got his boots on and his kicking tee, and we're hopefully going to have a bit of a run through that in a moment or two. And James Walker, one of the directors of World 10's series. Shall I come to you first of all? We are unfortunately done for day 1 of round 2 because the SX10, who we are expecting down at the ground for a bit of a wander round, are not able to play their game. They haven't had their test back in time, but it's 2020. We roll with the punches, we move on, but tricky conditions today. How happy are you just to be off and running, building the product as we go?
Yeah, exactly, building, and as you can see, the teams themselves are building as well. There's quite a bit of ring rust. The first day, we all thought the second day was a lot better, and today these conditions are pretty good, considering the handling wasn't the easiest. So very happy with the day. Good.
We will hopefully have a full house tomorrow. What have we made of the rugby today? Some upsets, according to what we saw in round 1, but that is the nature of it. As you bring in players and, you know, other selections take their course, you're going to get the whole thing turned on its head.
Yeah, we are, and I think we have the weather to thank for that, as well as a bit of savviness from some of the coaches. First upset of the day came in the fact that the Miami Sun turned over the Royals, and from then it just carried on. I think Bermuda is challenging itself in terms of the heat, the wind, the rain that comes down, and
the lightning.
But it comes in quick, right? It comes in quick, so you've really got to adapt fast. And we saw the likes of the Aviators, the APDs starting to come into their own because of the physicality that they brought into their game, and particularly the Aviators. And that was a real cracker at the end, just as Sima missed out on the conversion. But that's what I think is beautiful about this World 10 series so far. You've got the fleet of foot, the fast hot steppers that when it's a dry track can be great, but you need the big mutants to do that hard work, fix the runners, fix the defenders, so you can preserve the space for those speedsters. And sometimes the weather's going to dictate that you just got to play one-out rugby.
Yeah. Happy man, frustrated man, where are you at the moment?
Oh, I'm stoked, eh?
Good.
I've had a great day, so it's been fantastic. The boys are stoked. They really worked hard for the win. So yeah, we're in a good place at the moment. Looking forward to tomorrow.
How much tens had you experienced before?
Not a lot, a lot. So this has been my first time that I've been a coach as well. So it's a little bit different. I think if you turn the ball over, you're in trouble, like in sevens. So for me, it's a learning curve. I tell you, I've got it right. I think they were subs by chance or by mistake, but it was fantastic. The boys are really happy. It brought the group together. That win. It was a tough game, but it brought it together.
Good. Bram, can I ask, because one thing I've wanted to ask a couple of coaches, how are you sort of playing around with the rolling subs, the mind games of conversion jeopardy. Coach, I saw you give a coach's timeout as well. You're loving that. I don't know if that's just for TV, but you're like, give me a timeout. You know, how are all the rule
We need
changes?
yellow beanbags. We need to go full NFL and get
a challenge.
We've got to be bringing in beanbags.
Yeah.
We can consider it, I think. Yeah.
But I mean, in all seriousness, from a
Hand warmers for
coach's
today.
perspective, how is it as a dynamic from being in a 15s environment to now this environment with lots more going on?
I don't think there's a recipe. Not yet, in any case. You roll with the punches. Sometimes people put their hands up, they're ready to go, and some people are going, get me out of here.
A few more hands down when it was sheeting it down, I imagine.
Yeah, I just think if they bring the beanbags, they only give me one because I'll keep on throwing them on the field like at the end there. It was a really good game. I really enjoyed it.
How much have your men enjoyed it? The experience, Bermuda, the 10s, etc. What have you noticed about the group of guys you've got?
Well, it's been fantastic. We've had a week to explore the island. I gave them a bit of a leash that they can go and they do whatever they want, which was fantastic. We worked with Tony, a very good guy, a South African guy that lives on the island. He was absolutely fantastic. He looked after us so well, and that brought the group together. As you guys know, I'm the only coach for the Phoenix, the only member of staff, as they say. But it's been fantastic. I tell you, it's been so rewarding to see how these boys has grown in a couple of days.
Yeah. But you did some stuff for the community as well, Bram. You took the boys out into the town in Bermuda. What was that all about?
Yeah, we caught up with a lady, Anne. She's from Keeping Bermuda Beautiful. So we've done a bit of a clean-up of the old railway track all the way from the Grotto Bay up to the flats. It was incredible. I think that's another thing. When you start serving a community, you're starting to understand what it's all about. We are so privileged to be on this beautiful island, and to lend a helping hand is the only thing we can do. So yeah, it's been fantastic.
How proud are you of the buy-in of everybody here?
I can tell you, I've spoken to obviously all the coaches, a lot of the players, even the staff at the hotels. I think everybody's really enjoying the experience. Of course, it's a unique situation that we're all in across the world. So that's always kind of the backdrop, the whole SX10 situation today. We tried our best. You know, the testers were out there, private testers at 8 a.m. this morning. And I know the government was trying their best to push it all through. It just, we ran out of time.
Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, no, very proud of the way things are going. It's been a lot of hard work, obviously, behind the scenes, as you guys know. You see us running around like headless chickens the entire time, but I'm hoping that at some point this week I can take the foot off the pedal a little bit and sit on that couch with you having a cocktail at some point.
I was running around with a fair amount of golf in there as well. Just, you know, important to get not you personally, I know, but one or two of your fellow directors.
Yeah, we've got some avid golfers on the crew.
Networking.
And there are some amazing golf courses on this island.
Very
so
true.
When it's not like this today, it's a great place to play.
When in Rome, exactly. So tell us about the work that's been going on behind the scenes. We had round one Sunday, Monday last week. Phones ringing hot, emails coming in. What sort of interest have you had? From where? How are things building?
It's been an incredible experience the last 2 months. Obviously, trying to put this whole thing together in basically a 2-month window has been very trying. The folks on the ground have been extremely helpful. I think there was a lot of people that we'd spoken to in the process to see which teams were in, which couldn't make it. Quite frankly, I think a lot of people didn't really see us pulling this off. You know, I mean, as you look around the world, leagues are shutting down everywhere.
Yeah.
And we just looked at each other and said, guys, we've got to make this happen. We've just got to make this happen. And so from that standpoint, I'm incredibly proud that we're here. But now that we're here, it's just a whole other step up, and there's another list of 25 things that you've got to take care of today.
Yes.
And it's just the nature, again, the COVID thing makes everything difficult for everybody. Hotels shut, vendors are shut, you know, trying to work with the local government, trying to work with the stakeholders, already speaking to them about next year and what that looks like.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a lot of moving pieces. As far as emails, I can tell you after the first tournament was over, literally that next morning I had 4 brand new calls of potential investors trying to buy teams or trying to see what the process is for entering. So I think we're going to be very busy trying to figure that whole system out.
We were very lucky on Wednesday last week. I'm going to use the expression to play, but I'm not sure there was a great deal of finesse to the golf that we produced in the Pro-Am here in Bermuda. But one of the wonderful things that we were able to enjoy is playing with Scott Piercy, who I think went very well in the actual tournament itself, started the following day. We were also
I think it was
playing...
the tips that we gave him, actually.
Do you think it was?
Yeah.
I think
how not
to play the game. But we also had Mark Brawley, the chairman of World 10 Series, as part of the group. And it was just fascinating, you know, without listening in, but watching the two of them chat about it. And at the end, there was an exchange of numbers. And Scott said, I'd love to hear more. Let's, you know, tell me about this. And it was fascinating because I don't think and he'll forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, he's a huge rugby fan, Scott Piercy, but he's interested in the concept and what's building here. When you say you're getting calls and you're getting emails, are they from traditional rugby heartlands, England, France, South Africa, New Zealand, or are they from stateside, or where's the interest coming from?
Well, that's what's really interesting about it is we created the sport to try to appeal to a younger generation, and in particularly North America, right? It's got a foothold there. The MLR is a young league. Those guys are doing great things. They're on a steady path of organic growth. But we feel like we can appeal not just to North America, but parts of the world where the game hasn't grown a foothold. So we think with the short format, the excitement around the game, you know, show hosts like you guys, game show hosts like you guys, we can make it entertaining for everybody, right? We're all learning from this together. We think we've struck something, but we don't pretend to have all the answers.
Yeah.
We think we are doing a good job. But as far as the people calling, it's actually, I would say, 25% traditional rugby folks, which I find really interesting. I think, you know, what we look at it as is we're an entertainment product, not a rugby product. The rugby is obviously the reason for us to be here and the game that we all love, but it's an entertainment product first, and that's the way we look at it. So the calls are coming from some very interesting sources that I can't divulge just yet, but I think you boys know a couple of them already, so we'll make it public as soon as we can.
Which would be great. And one of the wonderful things about this is how you're bringing in the viewers, and we're asking for their views on what we've seen. Yeah. I suppose from your perspective, Bram, having played in Europe, having played in South Africa, etc., you know, what do you, and been one of the greats, what do you make of the product, the opportunity, particularly that this might afford South Africa, which is so plentiful in terms of players, but loses a huge percentage of that to the overseas market? I mean, can you see Tens as a way of retaining, perhaps bringing back some of that talent in South Africa?
I really do think so. I think there's been a drive to get something different. I think Super Rugby has had a longevity, but I think there's a new horizon that we need to cross. For me, I think there's a lot of players that will love the Tens. It's such a nice game. There's a little bit more space, a couple of burly boys that can play it as well. So yeah, I think it caters for a bigger market, as my friend here says. So yeah, it's incredible. I love it to bits. So it's good to coach. It's a little bit gets you out of the box, make you think out of the box, which is fantastic. So yeah, Jamesy. Hopefully things go from strength to strength.
Yeah, you top up the town on the touchline as well. You don't often get to do that, certainly in Leeds back in the playing days, I would imagine. No, not too much of that.
Sorry, I missed
You
that.
didn't top up your tan in Leeds in the UK too much when you were playing.
No, the Leeds was Leeds. I loved Leeds. So we met some incredible Yorkshire people.
Yeah.
I'm still in contact with a lot of them. But yeah, no, not in Leeds. You only see the sun there maybe once in 8 months.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bermuda is incredible. What a destination! Unbelievable.
More the Saint-Tropez out the bottle and Leeds, as opposed to
you would know.
Bermuda, yeah, of course, as you can see.
We've got Ollie into a very nice pair of slippers. Whose boots have you borrowed?
Tommy Bowen, actually. So hopefully it makes me fast as well at the same time.
Well, I'm not sure you're going to need the speed. What we're going to do is put you through the Brian Van Straten Kicking Academy. Tell us a little bit about your tee, first of all. Hold that up. Is this available to purchase in all good retailers, or is this a prototype?
This is not my tee, sorry.
Oh, right.
My tee's back in South Africa. It's called the Monster Tee. Quite a nice thing. The only tee, probably the non-rotational tee, or the rotational tee in the world. It rotates forward. When the ball comes out of it, there's no, what do you call it? Help me out here.
Like it doesn't spin?
Yeah, the tee just rolls forward and the ball rotates out of it.
Perfect.
So it's really, really cool. It looks like a big mouth guard for a horse or something like that.
Okay.
But it's the way the ball sits on it is just incredible. In the wind like this, you don't even have to have somebody to hold it.
So what you're saying, Bram, is because we don't have that tee, we've got one of the most complicated, complex tees in the world that realistically no one could actually kick off that well. So
no, there's no need for excuses.
The headwinds are against me.
What we're building up to here, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're going to get Oliver Phillips, who wasn't a renowned goal kicker
he wasn't. Actually,
have you ever kicked for glory in anger in a competitive match?
Drop kick for England, yes. But I would like to say my kicking career was punctuated by a fellow friend of yours from Sky Sports, actually, Mr. Will Greenwood, when I played for Newcastle against Worcester. I accidentally shanked a ball that went about 3 yards off my side of my boot. It was actually called the Phillips Howler.
Right. Available to find via YouTube.
Let's hope there's not repeat performance. I'm also 2 knee surgeries down, so it could be an interesting. Who knows what's coming out there?
Have we got insurance for knee troubles from studio guests or not?
This is proper conversion jeopardy out there.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Proper conversion jeopardy.
Tell me about your ambitions in kicking, because you've been working with James O'Connor, some absolute household names at the moment, but also some young kids as well. Tell me about where you're at in this journey of helping kickers get better.
It's been amazing. I've done it for a long time. I've been a really good kicker, and I thought I knew everything when I kicked, but I've learned a lot. I've come a long way as a kicking coach, and I know probably my biggest attribute is that I'm very technical orientated. I can fix things from one kick to another, and I can get people to understand the kicking skill, because for me that's the biggest thing. If you want to master the skill, you need to have a good understanding of it, and I think that's where I come from. As a kicking coach, if I get challenged, I put that ball down on the tee and I kick it myself. So it's really nice. It's really nice to be able to do that.
Should we have a kick-off penalty shootout? So we haven't had a shootout yet.
Very true.
On the World 10 Series.
I know where my money's going at this stage.
Me versus Brian van Straten.
It ain't you.
Yeah. Well, I'll go from the 1 point, so Brian can go from the 5.
My money's still on him.
Okay, excellent.
What I would say, though, is because we were chatting at the hotel the other day, and you were saying that you've taken some kids in 20 minutes, you can turn them into, or just improve their games significantly. And if people are at home watching and they want to get involved, what are the points that they should be looking to achieve?
I think there's a couple of things, and I'm a kicking coach, but I'm a movement coach. I understand movement principles. So the big thing is space, posture, alignment. You need to adhere to that, because that's principles of sport. If you think about golf, if you don't have enough space, you're either going to hook it or you're going to slice it. And those are the things: space, posture, and alignment. If you get that right with an understanding of your movement pattern, that's your run-up. If you understand that movement pattern and where you get into trouble, I think you will be kicking a really good kick. The information I'm giving you actually gives you the ability to kick your own perfect kick. Your own perfect kick finds you with the information I'm giving you.
Wow. It's encouraging.
Well, all I know is I take up a lot of space.
Yeah.
I'm not that well aligned, but let's see how we go.
Your perfect kick, I think it's going to have to search quite hard to find you, but it's good to know that there's an opportunity.
Exactly. We've got the code cracker here, which is going to be amazing. I am the enigma for him right here.
Yes, you're the Petri dish.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me so you've been working with James O'Connor, over Zoom?
I worked with James for quite some time over Zoom, what they did, they give me 3 video clips from 3 different angles, from straight in front, from behind, and from 45, and then I can see all the mistakes he's making in his run-up. And what's incredible is to see how good and how solid he kicks the ball. He went from a bit of a high tee to a low tee now, which is fine. So I don't prescribe you what to do, but I really want you to understand how you get, because if you think about it, kicking is about how your energy flow complements the energy flow of the ball, and that is very simple. There's no science in that. So energy flow plays a major part in it.
Yeah. Okay. You ready?
My energy's flowing.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Significantly at this point.
Actually,
in all seriousness, the great thing is, even though I'm going to be absolutely pathetic, there's going to be some invaluable tips come away for kids at home, how not to do it, and Bram can teach them exactly how they need to do it. So I'll make sure I get it all wrong so that Bram can correct us all the way through.
Good stuff. And just as a bit of a plug, people can buy the tee when? You got an app coming?
Yeah,
when?
I've got an app. The app will be out hopefully in 2 to 3 months' time. I'm a little bit overthrown with work that I've done because of the Care for Kings campaign that I've been running back in South Africa. But I've done everything up till now. Hopefully 2 to 3 months, the 360 Pro kick will see the light.
Can I just say as well, before we go and humiliate me out on the field, Bram, what you've done for the Care for the Kings initiative is incredible. Haven't you've auctioned your Springbok jacket and a few other bits and pieces in order to cover the salaries of the guys back at the Kings? I mean, give us a little bit more detail in terms of what you're doing, what that campaign's all about.
Yeah, I never knew how far this was going to go. I just put a little video on Instagram about really asking people to care for the Kings and help the boys that have lost their contracts. And then a very good friend of mine saw it on Facebook and said, we have to do something about this. I said, what do you want to do? He says, let's talk. And we form a committee. He said, let's get Care for Kings going. And all of a sudden, that was the birth of Care for Kings. And yes, we had a massive auction, which got some money organized in a week. The people that I'm working with is unbelievable. They just incredible love for the game, love for me as a friend. And they said, we can't leave it here. We have to make sure we look after these guys. And so in a week's time, when I get back home, we'll have a wine auction. Then we'll have a golf day with another memorabilia auction, and then we'll have a Christmas auction. So what we're trying to achieve is just to keep these guys afloat, give them a little bit of pocket money for the next couple of months, so they can find their feet and maybe get another contract somewhere or get another job somewhere. Because for me, they've been my family for more than a year. These people and these kids, I've seen how they've grown. I've seen what has happened to them. And for me, I really do care about the Care for Kings Foundation. And when I said that my slogan was, out of this proper problem, a phoenix will arise from the ashes. And all of a sudden, I'm coaching the Phoenix at the World
Very
Tennis. So
nice.
how good is that?
These things are meant to be.
Incredible.
You two are going to get ready in just a moment.
I'm about to go down in flames.
Oh, yeah, very good.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
you are the
Careful
ashes,
Phillips
not the
is about
Phoenix.
to happen, isn't it? Are we
You
going?
pop your mics down, yeah.
Okay.
We'll give you a couple of minutes with Elma just to get yourself ready for you to stretch up. Yeah, into the wind for you, yeah. Is this going to help his golf as well, or is that unsalvageable? Okay. Go and stretch off. Please don't break your knee or pull your hamstring.
You're actually delighting this. Don't pretend you even...
Well,
A, you don't want to be successful. B, you want me to pull a hamstring on the way back. So it'll be fun.
We'll get St John's ambulance on standby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bron. We'll pick up with you with Elma in just a moment or two.
Cheers.
You're going to go in a moment. Just while you're getting yourselves ready, I just want to ask you, James, about the fact, bit of a chasm here, but in terms of the fact that we've got the England Sevens boys here who've had a very rough ride of it recently. We've got, obviously, the Kings who've had a rough ride of it. How nice for you that this is a bit of a home for players who perhaps have had a bit of a challenge and can come here, bit of sunshine, and have a really lovely time. Hello, Nick Heath with the dark and stormy. You just sorted yourself out.
Yes, sorry.
Right. Rob Vickerman, would you like a drink at this point?
Sorry, carry on talking to James. We're just filling the seats here.
Perfect. Tell me about the fact that this is a chance for some
really has.
to
I mean, we
have
know,
a good time.
we've all been part of the game of rugby, whether it's league or union, for many, many years. All of us. And you look around the world, and we're all in the same boat. You know, most of these guys haven't played for 9 months. Obviously, you've got the England boys with their contract issues. It's not a good position for anyone to be in, right? So that is just a really nice spin-off of this campaign that we're starting in. I think next year it'll be even more interesting because there'll be obviously a lot more contracts available, right?
Yeah.
So if you've got, say, 12 teams next year with squads of 25, 300 new contracts are available, which otherwise wouldn't be there. Is that right? Is that the right math?
I'm trying to do the maths there, and you got beyond me there.
My GCSE.
That's right, yes.
325, 200.
300.
Have you had messages?
Times 12.
Times 12, sorry, yes.
Yes. Come on. Pythagoras.
Keep up with
300.
that.
It's 300.
Have you had messages from players around the world as well? Or is it just sort of...
Oh, yeah,
those interested in
absolutely.
administration?
We've started an X Factor player campaign today. I've been told by our social media team, which I think is genius.
It is on Instagram,
So we
yeah.
encourage guys from around the world to jump on the website, register. We'll be running these combines all over the world next year.
Yeah.
And looking for new players and, new athletes. We talked about it the other day. If you're let's say you're a spitting image of Jonah Lomu and you're living in Uganda.
Yeah.
How are you ever going to get to play international rugby or professional rugby? So we're looking to really reach out to some of these countries around the world, identify these athletes. We're doing it now in the United States, and we feel like it's going to pay big dividends. And it'll pay dividends not just for World Tens.
Yep.
It'll pay dividends for rugby union, for rugby league, because new athletes will be in the sport, and hopefully new fans will come to the sport.
Good.
Yeah.
Bit of breaking news. SX10 are all negative, which is a positive, if you get my drift. And they will be in action tomorrow, which is going to be very, very exciting. Like caged animals, I think, as you said in commentary, they will be out here and certainly looking to make quite an impact, given that they've missed round 1 and half of round 2 as well. From the positive of a negative to what could only be described as, hold on to your hats, this could go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Oliver Phillips being taught to goal kick by one of the game's greatest, Bron van Straten. Elma, I can only wish you the best of luck with this.
Ollie looks properly intimidated by this. He's got the appropriate footwear.
I'm absolutely petrified.
Whose are those?
These are Tommy Bowen from London Royals. So he runs fast, but I would like to point out, doesn't do any kicking either. And they're white, so it means you're meant to be good. Like, you can't wear white boots and be rubbish at anything.
Okay, so now tell us, where do we start, Bron?
Well, it's going to be interesting. The placement of the ball is so important, but I've placed it quite nicely, so it's going to have a little bit of draw because we've got a wind coming from the right side. So what we're talking about, if it's quite windy, we will kick in our imaginary. We will move the poles a little bit that way, kick into our new poles, and the ball will float through the middle of the post. And that's the big thing.
Simple, yeah?
Very simple.
Float straight through.
Just float straight through. But you still have to kick it through.
Okay.
So what's really important, you're going to do your run up, and I'm going to make 1 or 2 subtle changes to your run up that get you to be able to align yourself properly.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay, so I've placed the ball at 45 degrees. So Ollie will just do his normal run up, and then I'll do a normal run up as you wish.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ready?
Normally what we see here, and this is what happens to kids as well. We talk about your natural kicking line. Your natural kicking line, so that's the line on the ball. If you look at this Jamari, No, sorry.
You hold it and talk.
Okay, so if you look at the line on the ball, I want you to try and get that line the same as that one. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to change you. Yeah, just stand like that. I'm going to show you now what I mean. Okay, so maybe. Okay, so at the moment, your energy flow is not complementing the energy flow of the ball. Do you agree?
I really feel that, yeah.
Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to give a little step this way.
Yeah.
And I want you to open up a little bit like that. A bit more.
Okay.
Okay, so if you have a look there, that line there on the ball is similar to this line, yeah.
Okay.
So all I want you to do is get a little bit further back, That's it. And I want you to get a nice body lean.
Like that?
Yes, okay. So I want you now not to move there. I want you to remember, we're kicking with this foot.
Yep.
So this is where I come to. So space, I'll just put you back a little bit.
Yep.
So this is now we talk alignment. So if you go there, you kick the ball with your head. And your plant foot will go towards the ball and open up. That causes to activate rotation.
Okay.
So what I want you to do is to open yourself up and keep this foot straight inside. So ball straight inside your knee straight inside the ball.
Okay.
So don't step out of line. And all you want to do...
just run towards it.
Yeah. And all you want to do is just get a leg lock on strike. And what I talk about is get extension on strike. Okay, so leg lock, extension, that's the power. Leg lock is timing. Extension is power. So all I want you to do is kick at the ball.
Okay.
That's very simple.
Ready?
Move in that direction for me.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, when you're ready. There we go.
And I even took a divot.
Yeah.
Just a marker.
But do you see how simple it is when your energy flow complements the energy flow of the ball?
Okay, right.
Okay, so let's go again. Just hang on to that for me, Alan. And normally, if I got a youngster that kicks the ball and plays the ball like that, I'll just go kick it off, because the detail that you need to have kicking the ball is really important. So this ball has got a little nozzle there that's very heavy, and you need to make sure that you place the ball downwards, because the three heaviest points on the ball is the two points, and that piece there's a little bit of blubber there. So what I want you to do, just hold on to that for me.
No problem.
Is just put it down like that.
Just like to point out, everyone, I'm 1 from 1 at the moment. I'm ready. I'm ready. If the Phoenix need me on tomorrow, I'm ready.
Perfect. So just do that again. Do your run up again. Okay. So go back and do your normal run up, and then you go back to the new run up, because that's what you're comfortable with. Yes. Okay. And then you step back there and get back a little bit. Okay. And open yourself up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Make sure you move in that direction there. Okay. And kick at the ball. Yes. Now that is as straight as an arrow. So what has just happened there, because your energy flow is good, and this is what is really important to understand from kicking. If your energy flow is good, your left shoulder will move in the strike zone. And then you get your extension on strike in your core. So that means that was a really nice flight, good power. So when you get your shoulder to move in the strike zone, that means your foot stays through the strike zone on the same level for longer. And that's why the ball has got really upright and really good penetration and slow rotation, which was fantastic.
Perfect. So I'm 2 from 2. Alex Payne's most disappointed right now. I'm loving it. Do we call it quits, or do I have to go further?
We need to ask Bram to kick one for us.
Yes, I'm off the hook. Oh, no. Don't make me feel bad.
To the black,
man.
to the black.
Okay,
We've
can I have
even got
another
some
ball?
Phoenix players here.
Can you send me a ball? I've got to have a go. JP. Yeah, please. Cheers, pal. Oh, my God.
Okay, so Bram
So is
van
this our
Straten-
penalty? This is our penalty shootout now, right?
Oh, Bram van Straten to win the game for the Phoenix.
I've got another ball coming, actually. I've got another ball coming.
Okay. Well, let's talk this up and hype it as much as possible. He's dusted off his boots. He's back in action. This is what South African fans have been dreaming of for years.
Bram, I don't feel like your energy is quite there yet with the ball, okay? So you need to really open up. Come back. Hold on, wait, the ball coming in front.
Oh, 4.
All his team are watching here as well. There's no pressure on him at all whatsoever. Oh, he's taken a divot. Bram, do you want me to try? Yeah, you can go. I've got another ball here.
At the length.
The energy. He just took a pitching wedge out there. Needs the driver this time.
Yeah, I hit the ground. Sorry, that wasn't a really good one. We'll get there now. We need to get the old legs moving in the right direction. Okay, let's have a go. That's over.
Oh! Am I allowed a quick crack?
I feel
I've got to try one, yeah? Come on then, let's go. Come on then,
we
Bram.
have the
We have
peanut
one more go
gallery
each.
and a replay going. You've been doing pretty well. You've officially so far beaten Bram van Straten in kicking.
Yeah, but I was only on the 22. Now the real test comes in. Now it's, have I actually remembered leg day? You know, am I with Benzema and all the rest of the boys? You know, can pump it this far.
Okay, and make sure leg. Yes, exactly. Leg lock extension. So just make sure that your energy doesn't go there. It moves with the energy flow of the ball.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Leg lock extension.
Ooh. How do you feel?
Well, I just had to give Bram a chance, didn't I? He scuffed it twice. So I thought I'd just, put my foot in the floor. But I'll give it one more go, see how we go.
Oh, this wind will just not let you win.
Okay.
One last shot, Ollie. I'm not going to break this up just yet.
Sorry? Okay. Like that? Yeah. Just give me a second and just get this a little better, yeah.
I feel like you guys are stealing a bit. You should be back there in the black.
Here you go. Okay. Okay, come on. Just make sure you stay down. Just get the ball. Okay. Energy flow. Turn, yes. Turn that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And just kick at the ball, leg lock. Think leg lock extension.
Oh.
Need to get back in the gym.
Basically,
back in the gym.
More leg days.
More leg days.
More
Need to get
time
back
with
in the
Bram.
gym.
Can I kick one more?
We'll be here for a while.
I'm not going to say no, but we're going to throw back to Alex.
Third time lucky.
Come back to us tomorrow. We'll still be here. We'll be going on.
We're basically just going to spend the entire night.
Take 95. We're nearly there. But Bram's not leaving until we get it over. So my groin might be coming off by the end of it all. We love it.
I mean, he is the gift that keeps on giving, is he not? Well done, Ollie. You're a great sport. How on earth you've managed to keep your Achilles intact, having taken more of the ground than the ball in that first one. It didn't actually make the 22, which is definitely shorts down if you're playing golf. He really should have abided by the international golfing laws. It reminds me of his sand. He was in the bunker at 16 or 17, I think, and was in there for about a quarter of an hour when we played on Wednesday. Good old Ollie. Bram van Straten, though, I mean, one of the best in his day. Time catches up with us all. Any views on a sporting superstar?
Oh, you asked me if I have any views on getting old?
Well, yeah, I mean, you and I both, sadly.
It's no fun, but it actually does bring up the whole topic of a specialist kicker, right?
Yeah.
You could see a guy into his late 30s, or maybe even 40. You see it in the NFL with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you have a specialist kicker that can come on, nail the conversions, and walk right off?
Yes.
So it's...
What I did want to ask you is just how nice it is for you to have people like Bram van Straten, Totai Kefu out here, guys who have played at the very, very highest level and have been absolute superstars. I mean, Kefu, a World Cup winner, of course, in '99. It just adds credibility. It adds inspiration for some of the young guys coming through. I mean, how much have you enjoyed having characters like that here?
Oh, it's great. I mean, getting to meet these guys that you've watched growing up in some cases. These guys are great players in their own day. Bram said he could hit it from 50. He can't anymore, but
He's on the team sheet to come on and have a little dibble. It wouldn't surprise me if he's out there.
He actually registered himself to be one of those specialist kickers, so we'll see if he comes out tomorrow.
Yeah.
It'll be nice weather, so hopefully he'll give it a crack.
Do you think his little practice here is going to be enough for him to think, oh no, I've not got it. I'm not ready to come out again.
Well, no one's been hitting those 3-pointers, Nick, so maybe Brian
could go. If Benzema isn't kicking them at the end there, I mean, maybe it is the conditions. Should we let them off? They're all having a hoof at it now. I'm not surprised. Do you fancy a go?
Not particularly.
Did you ever kick in anger?
Never, ever a kicker, nor was Ollie, as you can see there. Why you try and compete even against Brahm? So my memories of Brahm, he never missed. I've just have to erase the last 15 minutes that ever happened. There's a shattered illusion of a legend there, but yeah, I think it's a great notion, isn't it? And just shows how difficult it is. I know we talk about it in commentary about, the easy option here is to take the 5 points, but actually, the physical kick is significant.
Absolutely so. Very nice to have a drink and wind down on day one of round 2 and just debrief a little bit. And the breaking news this evening, unfortunately, is that SX10 weren't able to come and take their place today because of the testing routine that they've been through. They had their tests at 8 a.m. They went straight into the laboratory by 11, but I think things have just taken a little bit of time to go through. And obviously, we're working with the government to make sure that everything is done in accordance with the return to play protocols, as you might call them at this stage. But we are expecting them to be here tomorrow. And we are also expecting a bit more sunshine tomorrow as well. And that's the wonderful thing about not only 10s in that you get both facets of 15s and 7s in one, but you also get both facets in terms of the weather as well. Rain today and quite some style at points, and hopefully sunshine tomorrow. We've got 4 sessions to bring you, and that'll be starting with the Ohio Aviators against the London Royals. So I think we're slightly relieved that their final game today wasn't going to be taking place against a supercharged SX10. We've got Royals again against the Phoenix in session 3, Miami Sun, the Rhinos going up against each other, and the Aviators against SX10, in session 3. And we will round things off against the London Royals at the end of session 4 against the Asia Pacific Dragons, who have picked up a little bit of steam today. Are you patting yourself on the back?
No, I'm not putting any pressure whatsoever on the APD. I've said when they get it right, they're going to be formidable. They've got a wonderful balance of just sheer size and Tommy Bell with the boot. And when they're cooking, they look good, albeit that was a very interesting end to the game. So we like the drama, also like the fact that APD went well today.
Good. Quite looking forward to getting the full house in order, getting everyone here tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and then obviously Saturday we're going to have our first fans. So that'll be really
What is
fun.
the latest with that? Because we were potentially going to have them on round 1. And
we're going to have them over the weekend, but there's exemptions that the government has to give out, and it's a process that they've got to go through to make sure that the ground is safe. And like we've said from the start, that's literally the number one thing, is player safety, public safety. So we can't skirt around those regulations. So we just couldn't get the exemptions in time when we made the move to Monday, Tuesday. But Saturday, we all cylinders firing. So
how many are you hoping to have in?
We're only allowed 350.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's people,
hottest tickets in town.
Hottest tickets in town, and there's people flying in from all over the US to come too. So yeah.
Really?
So,
anyone who's been on the phone this week? I mean, is it a little networking session as well? Business cards being printed?
Yeah, there's been some business cards handed out.
Good.
There'll be some decisions to make, like we talked about. It's important that anyone comes in and they want to be a team owner, for example, that it's somebody that understands what it is we're trying to achieve, and not somebody that wants to come in and do their own thing. We're very fortunate with the teams that are here already, and some of the owners that are here already. You see, like, for example, the folks from Southern California, the Rhinos Academy. They came in with the right spirit. Lots of young guys, young players that no one knows about, and you can see the way they play in anger.
Can I just ask you a question as well about, I suppose, the gratitude to your team as well, who have done a remarkable job getting this on here in the face of not just COVID on an island in the North Atlantic, but also we've had hurricanes, we've had teams failing tests, etc. I mean, can you just give us a sense, relative to other projects that you've put on, how much of a headache this has been at times and how delighted you are with, I suppose, the flexibility? It is the new way, it is 2020, but even so, it must have presented some challenges.
I suppose it's the best excuse in the world is you've got COVID, you can blame on everything, right? But at the end of the day, the team has been unbelievable. I mean, John Phelps, the CEO, he's been just from pillar to post. I've thought a few nights that I'm going to have to get an ambulance, but the boy just keeps pulling through. And then obviously Paul Holmes and Mark Broadley. I mean, the guys are literally non-stop. I mean, we talked about the other night, we had you boys over for barbecue. I mean, that was kind of the biggest downtime we've had since we've been here. John's been here for almost 6 weeks, None of us have been in the water yet. They've had a couple of rounds of golf, but in 6 weeks, those were literally the only time that they had off. So incredibly proud of the guys. It just doesn't stop. We'll go from here tonight, and it'll be back on the grindstone till 10 o'clock tonight and be back out here tomorrow. But I think we get in there. There's light at the end of the tunnel. I think hopefully by Wednesday, Thursday, I really feel that we'll be there to enjoy that final day. So looking forward to it.
Well done. We've got a little bit of time, and it's too good an opportunity not to swap you out and bring Ollie back in, just because, frankly, it's what the people want. But James, thank you so much. Keep up the hard work. Oliver Phillips, come and take your punishment.
Been putting on the ice.
Ice? I mean, your foot almost came off on that first one from halfway.
I really did, yeah.
You're a good sport.
Yeah, it was great.
What have you learned?
I learned that 50 metres is a long way.
Yeah.
A long way to try and kick a rugby ball.
Yes.
He's not a good sport. He's just got no shame. That's what it is. Like, no shame.
You also said about 30 seconds before planting your foot into the turf rather than kicking the ball that you were available for selection if needed. The phone's gone quiet.
Yeah, I mean, Brum.
Brum.
If you need me.
Like Dan.
No, yeah. He said I'm very good from the 22 in.
Right.
So I'm good for a 1 point.
I think he said you got it to the 22, didn't he?
Yeah. Maybe it's always whatever you hear.
Here we are. One for the highlights reel.
Oh, is it there?
It's interesting though. All those years I've been seeing you kick with a shin, and I understand why.
Look, and divot. Yeah, I blame the divot. In fact, you know what I blame? I blame Tommy Bone's boots. Actually,
I think COVID. You could blame COVID.
I'm a 9, but I think he's a 9.5.
Right.
So I think it's an extra half a foot.
It reminded me
really dug in
of you in the bunker on 16. The other day.
Getting out, digging out and playing well. Yes. Yeah, not.
Digging in,
but falling significantly short of the mark.
Yeah. We've had quite a good debrief, actually, and it's been good, very interesting to hear about what's going on behind the scenes, etc. But it just as we get more and more into it, and I haven't asked you a question actually for a while, as we get more and more into it, sorry.
I'm just window dressing,
yeah, no, doing a good job too. But as we get more and more into it, I mean, and we hear about some of the people who are interested, etc. I mean, what do you think is key for the next steps at this point? Can they afford to put it away and say, right, we'll come back when we know where the clarity is around COVID and travel and teams, etc.? Or has there got to be a bit of a, let's go for it now, let's make a commitment and see how far we can get on that?
That certainly seems to be everything we're hearing from everyone who's behind the World 10 Series, is that this is the start of it, and we don't pause, and we continue, and we build from here. And it's been interesting hearing from people via social, or those who've been watching the coverage, and many of you out there who've been turning around and saying, actually, conversion jeopardy, okay, it's different, but I'm heartened by it because it's entertainment, and actually it's made the watching experience a far more entertaining one, which ultimately is what we need sport to be. And I don't think we've had too many people saying, I think it's just a gimmick and you need to move on. And I think that element of credibility is obviously paramount for people to get on board. We tried our little explainer earlier today, which we hope is going to bring a few more people into it. And if you can just do that a little more and then build from here and maintain the tone of voice into the new year, let people know that this event is still coming in 2021 as they build. Yes, they may have challenges as to whether it's going to be 12 teams, 10 teams, whatever it's going to be, as we hope COVID doesn't play too many more cards in the next 8 months, 9 months. But the momentum is already underway, and it's clearly only going to keep building from here. And as long as the momentum is kept up, then players, coaches, investors across the world are obviously going to be keen to not miss out on the opportunity to be in there as close to ground zero as possible.
What's key for you about making sure this isn't a flash in the pan, fun as it's been, and it is the start of something?
I think we talked a little bit about macro earlier, didn't we? But this is essentially a business venture that incorporates rugby rather than the rest of the world being unions. And I think when you start looking at it in terms of an actual venture, it's really exciting because you can then look at contracting players, you have your own regulations, and that whole terminology is what a lot of people are saying needs to happen, but actually no one has done yet. So for me, that's where it's exciting. To keep it a commercial enterprise, it opens up many, many avenues, which I am genuinely intrigued as a rugby fan, as a rugby nose, to see where this is going to go. Because I am a nose, it's true. Because this product, I believe, could break barriers.
Do you think there is an opportunity to hoover up those players who say, going into the season we're about to go into, this is my last? So you'd be looking at the likes of Chris Robshaw at this point. And I think he could do with a week in the sunshine and the chance to clear the head a little bit. Do you think it is the chance to say to guys like that, come and have a crack at this? Marn Nonu, who's gone back to San Diego in the MLR, etc. Come and have a go at this. It's a lot of fun. You'll have a great time. Or do you think actually it's a young man's game and it's for kids coming through, etc.? Where is that balance?
I think, like in the real short term, probably yes. Because
which one?
They want the likes of the Rob Shaws, the Nonus to come over and play. But I think the ambition is far greater than that. So they don't want players coming towards the end of their careers just to have a little swan song. That the aim of this is to become, if you like, the uber elite of rugby, franchise system, a proper commercial model that plays after the MLR, where they flood into this 12-week system, playing all around the world. Now, that is an attractive proposition that I think the mid to long-term players got to be. We want the young, hungry, up-and-coming or fully fledged players to come and be playing in this arena. There's going to be loads of things that influence that. Commercially, obviously, it needs to be attractive for them, but equally, from a rugby product, it has to be attractive too. But why not? If Rob Shaw's over in the US playing at the end of his MLR season, come over and do 12 weeks as part of the the World 10 series, of course.
Would he be able to cut it? Of course he could, because of the level he plays at. But I mean, how different is it to come out of a Premiership season into something like this?
I think he would cut it because he's a very good rugby player, and that's generally what you look at as a prerequisite.
So where would the challenges be?
Getting skinned by Sevens players, probably.
Yeah, the pace of it, I guess, could be the one thing you'd look at. But actually, he's well suited to that very physical element to the game. He's a breakdown specialist. That would come into fruition here. I mean, the APDs have shown you don't have to be the most mobile, but you have to be able to apply what it is you're good at, which for many people would be the contact area. I think just to touch a little bit of what Ollie was saying there, this is designed to be in line with the MLR. It's in their off-season, so for that reason, it does promote that type of, I suppose, American market, the North American market specifically. So you could tie it in with Rugby League and all sorts in that.
But also with the Sevens as well, because ultimately that Sevens series traditionally doesn't start until later in the year and then run through and is done by the middle of the summer. So the opportunity for there to still be players that are contracted for a few months in one league or tournament, contracted in another, it kind of creates this freelance athlete in a way in rugby that we've not been used to with one club men and all that sort of thing. So I think the opportunities for whether, like you say, it's the Chris Robshaws that might be towards the latter end of their careers, or players that haven't been picked up by clubs on longer-term contracts that might go, well, actually, I can go and play a season of MLR as almost a ringer player or as an injury, a medical joke or whatever it might be. I've also got the World 10 series on the option, and I'm on the periphery of a 7 squad. If I can piece all these things together, then I'm an international player of sorts, getting games for 10 months of 12.
International man of mystery, by the sound of it.
Indeed. But I mean, think there will be two sides of the coin that people will sit on. If you are a pessimist, they'll be trying to shut this down. They won't want this to flourish. They'll see this as competition, etc., etc. There'll be loads and loads of excuses. Equally, I hope that the glass is half full on this. This is shifting rugby to a new paradigm, giving it a totally different perspective, giving the opportunity to a much broader market, as Rob said, the North American market, which 15 sevens hasn't really been able to crack yet. So why not give it the backing? They're positioning it from a calendar perspective that would work, that would work in line with some of the things we've mentioned. And we tried to talk about it during the COVID outbreak of let's align seasons. That didn't happen. We saw that actually rugby wasn't as progressive as we wanted it to be. Thankfully, there are some people that are still refusing to accept that and drive it forward. And that, for me, comes in the shape of the World 10 series.
We can but hope, can't we? That one day there is a season that aligns and everyone gets the chance to play the competitions they want to play. I've just remembered you played with one of the game's finest goal kickers in Jonathan Peter Wilkinson.
It showed, didn't it?
And it didn't.
It really showed.
It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
You've got to go and have physio on the groin, have your knee.
Well, no, I've got to go to the bar
bar.
because I've noticed that my three colleagues haven't got a drink, and I
yes, you need one of those. We got to go. We'll see you tomorrow. Here are the highlights of today. Bye-bye. Welcome to the National Stadium in Bermuda's capital of Hamilton. Welcome to round 2 of the 10s. We've got 2 days of action-packed rugby. Here come the hot steppers for our first game of the day, and it's time to hand you over to our lyrical gangster. A warm welcome to Mr. Nick Heath.
Thank you very much, Alex Payne, and a very good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching, as we welcome, of course, the Miami Sun against the London Royals. And the ball is straight out of that one, hooked well, and now they've got a chance to get themselves going down this left-hand side, and it's a decent run, an opportunity for Mark O'Keefe, back into Nick Boyer. Are the Sun going to open the scoring here? Yes, they are. It's Tuamo Aloha in at the corner.
And now roll up the bonus 5-pointer with this gale of a wind.
Certainly got plenty of airtime. Has he got the accuracy as well? Oh, it's brilliant from Stokes. London Royals having to recover the ball in their own 22, but they've knocked it forward. So now the referee will play an advantage to the Miami Sun to see if they can make the most of this advantage without needing to stop the game for the scrum. And it is going to be well taken, that advantage. It's the Miami Sun who score with Luca Tani. And they're taking the Royals to the cleaners in the opening few minutes. De Carpentier spotted that they're queuing up on the outside. It's Dan Norton.
Offside 16.
Been a call of an offside here as Ben Foden plays it away. Emery looking to try and tunnel his way through and over. And the try has been scored.
Take a look at that strength of Emery. He really has got an all-court game when he gets the ball.
Oh, and the Royals break away. They didn't spot him.
I think we should just celebrate that. Aldo Campbell, Bermuda captain, playing with these international stars that go around the world. We've come to his backyard and he's bagged a try. How good is that?
It's Miami Sun who are victorious to start the day. The final score, London Royals 11, the Miami Sun 15. It's the Asia Pacific Dragons against Phoenix Rugby, our second game of round 2.
Reloaded well.
It's popped up for the Dragons now, though, and it's going to be Alessio who is going to be in. But Adam Leal wants to check this with our TMO.
Just rolling for the touchdown now, Adam, which is good.
Try's good.
He's got to get the wind right. That's coming slightly across. Goes for the drill. Oh, he slots it. No question about it, was there? Thanks, Elma. Great to hear from Russell Earnshaw as well, who will have enjoyed getting one over on his former England colleagues at the Sevens. But it is the Dragons who are getting one over on the Phoenix. It's a second try, and it's Rowan House who gets the touchdown.
Good work.
What defensive answer have the Asia Pacific Dragons got to this as Phoenix look to try and go once more? Have they been held up over the line, or can they reload?
Anyway.
Could be a
You got the advantage.
penalty here, but it looks like they're going to go straight through, and it's John Poland sniping brilliantly and picking off a 5-pointer. Coming away from the skipper, Ungara. Now a little bit more depth coming around the corner, but Karol Katsia was well spotted and well hunted down, and the Dragons will get the penalty for their work as well. And now they're going. High tempo from Alessio. Drills it through. Then it's been knocked forward, so it'll be an advantage here for the Dragons. Alessio again. Is he going to go himself? Gets the pass away. The Dragons for the corner. It's a brilliant team try.
Wonderful tackle by the try scorer it was. Chops him down, and as soon as the player's on the floor, that's where you compete. Throw the men in, gets the penalty, and they are not hanging about. Puts the ball on the foot, chases with ferocity. And that little bit of link play was lovely. Keep the ball alive. 3 impacts in one scenario from Alessio, and that is a brilliant effort.
Now Alessio to House, then Palamo, then the final pass out on the left side. These are the Dragons in full flight, breathing fire in Bermuda and supporting each other on the shoulder. And who is it? It's that man once again, Lino Saunitonga, touching down. The Dragons are stepping out as they hope to continue. Phoenix on the board then, but it's the Dragons who come out on top. They win this one by 27 points to 5. Our third game of our morning session, live from Bermuda, the World 10 Series, and it is the Ohio Aviators taking on the Rhinos. Teo. Bonte. Farmer. Trying to get rid of Tucker's tackle, but Naposki, oh, that's brilliant footwork. Naposki's looking for support. He hasn't seen Kindregan on his outside, but he's not going to need him. Naposki for Rhinos under the sticks. It's a sensational first score.
Well, we spoke, it was all around.
You want to kick it?
Brute force and brawn, and in the end it was the brains that delivered the magic at the end. Is superb footwork from Naposki, all about speed. Then at the end, puts the afterburners on, pins his ears back. He's absolutely loving it.
In from Fawcett. Oh, but it's been brilliantly picked off by Yuri van Vuren. And then on to Courtney Venard. And the Rhinos are picking off the Aviators at every turn. It's their second try of the game, and it's Courtney Venard with the score.
Look at this physicality, but look at the deft touch here, Nick. Lovely little offload inside. All about great support play.
Collapse. And there is the penalty. So now they will go. Little ball back in field. Aviators to try and score their opening try. And JP Doyle says it's down. It looks like it's Brad Tucker.
Look at that for brute force. Muscles his way over. And just as we're talking, the heavens have opened here in Bermuda.
Here goes Campbell at Venard. Decided to step in and go at potentially the slightly weaker man. But now the Aviators reload. Patrick O'Toole with the carry. 4 meters out now. Popping it up for Moni Tonga-Weir. JP Smith calls the players round the corner. Tucker is one of them. He's got one try already, sensing how close the line is. Now, can they get a quick pass away? JP Smith has got over for the score himself. Oh, sensational. Ohio Aviators go into the lead.
Against the run of play, excellent from the Aviators. When they get the opportunity, they take it. Went to their go-to game, physicality. Roll on the big forwards. Sells the dummy.
Conversion jeopardy playing its part, because if the Rhinos through Mayer had gone for some slightly safer kicks, then they may well have been on the right side of the result. A fascinating encounter. It's finished Ohio Aviators 11, Rhinos 10. This is how our first session has concluded. London Royals then losing out in our opening game to Miami Sun. The Asia Pacific Dragons. It took them a while to get going in round one last week, but they are flying already. 27 points to 5 win over Phoenix. And then, well, we've just seen late drama. The Ohio Aviators beating the Rhinos by 11 points to 10.